Chapter 1 Whispers. Beneath the Shradofgramist, Iunman studantha desolaticity wall, wandering aimlessly, unaware of his whereabouts. The Ajareskis and white clouds were nowhere to be seen in Limmerkaisia waterskirnd, with grey mist diffusing between he waves, carrying a pungent tottertat sent shivers down on his spine, thedisolita landscape a stretch adudas ferris thikudsi. Suddenly, he heard Devaga voice wandering in his ears, ebbing and flowing like whispers of a deity. A radiant light suddenly appeared before his eyes, not blinding white but warm and holy, making him feel physically light. As the murmuring whispers in his ears became increasingly clear, Ilse could no longer bear it and abruptly awoke from his slumber. His dark eyes were scattered and dazed but quickly focused on the surroundings. The dark yellow wallpaper, the bottles and jars and woodentable, the old-fashioned alarm clock and tilo cabinet of everything seemed changed. Therum was dem lilet, with unlayas mal window one tho lalo wing off and glimmer of don lightosiepen, he was layin gone wooden beaten his apartment, his mind not yet fully clear. Was it that strange placey again, we had he been having tis dream lately? The young man, with a head of disheveled black hair, tilted head slightly, allowing the pale golden sunlight to fall on his slightly faded shirt, his bright eyes, hidden in theshadows, appeared particularly profound. Suddenly, Aknakan the door interrupted his thoughts. Ilse rose from Theba dandopin at the door of his apartment, where Asturdus or third boy stood outside. Ilse, today's tea day to choose our sequence, Ari is still sleeping, the boy asked anxiously. Right, today's tea day to choose these quinsepatushan and joint guard. Ilse still slightly swollen brain finally cleared a bit, reminding him of this important day. This was Blue Planet, a world rife with mysteries and various mutated monsters known as sequence creatures. These beings possessed bizarre appearances and abilities, posing a significant threat to human survival. The potions, however, could turn humans into sequencers, enabling them to resist the mysteries and avoid mutation. Ilse shook his aching head, rubbed his temples with his left hand, and nodded before aiding into Thiba's room to wash his face. Meanwhile, in the room, Ruin pulled out a black bread loaf, barely larger than a fist, from his leather bag and called out to Ilse, I put the bread on the table for you. Ilse emerged with a towel in hand. Thanks, how much is the bread, still 20 sols? Ugh, don't even mention it, rye flour has become a more expensive lately, my family black bread has risen to 30 sols, you just give me 10 sols for the cost, Ilse, Ruin grumbled quietly. Black bread is so expensive and now, Ilse sighed, reaching into his pocket and pulling out 3 copper coins and scribed with 10, which he handed to Ruin. As an ordinary person in Thyserov mutation, Ilse, whose parents had passed away, received a month lip over tirely follow once of 13 earrings equivalent to 3,000 sols. However, in Thyserov mysterious creatures and soaring prices, one could barely afford a meal with meat and couldn't manage basic food and shelter. Ilse, Yuri Iladon thave to jive so much, Ruin protested. Ilse changed it into a black shirt, the hem neatly tucked into his linen pants, giving him a new bright and extraordinary demeanor. Without saying much, Hesem plepushed the koper coincinto ruencha stand remindum, we need to hurry up and note to promotion ceremony. Oh, coming. In the Truvio County, Peloro City, 3rd District, black soil studut under the Shradofgramist. Il sendruin son arrivadat Judgment Square, where quite a few people laid already line edu pinturos, preparing to receive a thirse quinsepatusans. A dole magnetic voice echoed from the front of the crowd, calling out namis and ibion fordhosa to receive a thirse quinsepatusans. Ilse, which sequence do upland touches, am thinking of going with farmer. I can't become a sequence 7 botanist, but at least I can be a sequence 7 cedar. When I retire, I can't a key over Mint's bakery, Ruin said. I haven't decided yet, Ilse replied, watching the people call it up to receive a therpatushans, lost in thought. In this world, many creatures existed, and it was difficult to resist kill these monsters solely with human firearms, only sequencers possessed the power to compete with them. The only way to become a sequencer was to consume patushan. However, consuming patushans also carried risks, those who failed would be contaminated with the substances within the potion. Therefore had on Latuapas a outcomes he is heard a thorn mutation into uncontrollably monster. Sequencers were a dividend Tony ranks with sequence 9 being the lowest and sequence 1 the highest. A sequencer couldn't consume a higher level patushan after fully assimilating the previous one. The best to meadow consume a sequence 9 patushan and become a sequencer was between 18 and 25 years old. As individual synthesize a griffith stronger physical constitution sound were less likely to lose control. However, becoming an official sequence sermiant bearing certain responsibility as facing various mysterious incidents and dangerous mutated creatures, leading to a high annual death toll among the city guard. To maintain a certain number of city guards, Poloro sitar recruited new members from a young people who had turned 18 every year. This was the reason Ilsiando ther shajitharid here. Suddenly, the dull voice called out Ruin's name. Ruin Blake, is Mr. Blake here? Ruin, standing beside Ilsa, jerked and quickly ran forward. Sir, I'm here. I'm Ruin Blake. Choose your potion, said immediately Gedman with a with some scar on his face, without even looking up. Ruin stood at attention in front of timidly jet officer, pounded ishist with his right hand, and shouted, Sir, Iko's farmer. Themid Lichtman found Ruin's name on hilla standadded farmer behind it. On the square, hundreds of people turned here gazes toward the Manashi handed as small bottle containing dark green liquid to Ruin. Besides T soldiers responsible for distributing potions, there were real Sitwo sequencers responsible for ensuring safety on the spot, standing beside the Midali Gedman. Ruin looked at the potion in the bottle, resembling green mucus, swallowed hard, and dishin trembled asherisi of eat it. The Ruis knew their choice no matter how disgusting it was, he had to drink it if he didn't become a sequencer, his sister's illness. Ruin calmed himself down and drank the potion in a gulp. Then, with a crack, the glass bottle containing farmer potion slipped from Ruin's hand. Ruin collapsed painfully onto the ground, shivering Gulliver. His congratulator into a bizarre grey-green color, then instant layer turned to normal, alternating between normal skintony and grey-green. Ugh! Ruensius lost there, and his pupil swore the lead with creep of bloodshot veins, indicating he was enduring immense pain. The atmosphere was tense, and Ilsa stared in ten layeth a shivering Ruin, breaking out in a cold sweat. Themid Lichtman beside Ruin had a serious expression, his right handle redig gripping gaswort sword of his waist, redito strikey ataniment. The Ruis knew their way consuming potions essentially involved ingesting mutated creatures, and some people would inevitably experience intolerance, akin to lactose intolerance. Experts term this phenomenon loss of control. The only way to deal with those who lost control was to eliminate them before they completely mutated. Although tis a method sounded cruel, it was the best way to handle such situations. Just whenever Yona thought Tianman was about to lose control, Ruin's body suddenly stopped shivering. He had successfully suppressed the potion's backlash. Ruin's skin returned to its normal color, and depart from apple complexion, he was fine. Few thefacera lacks a disc grip on the short sword. Congratulations Ruin. You have successfully become sequence 9 farmer, the officer announced. Upon hearing this, the audience immediately erupted in enthusiastic applause and cheers, and Ilsa breathed a sigh of relief. Ruin raised both hands above his head, ran back to Ilsa, and excitedly shook his shoulder. Ilsa, did you see that? I succeeded, and I did lose control. To be honest, thought potion was really disgusting, like fermented cheese if they'd been sitting for 9 years. Come on, when have you ever tasted fermented cheese? Ilsa chuckled and coon tresses teasing him. Would Dante say it tastes like that rot jerk you hid for half a year? Ilsa, can you stop bring that up? I was just ignorant when I was younger. While it were veer playing around, Themid leagued man called Ilsa. Chapter I the Observer. An Orion, you say, the mentally get military officer inquired Donsmary. Ils felt as if countless steel needles were piercing his cerebral cortex, causing intense pain. He tempted to alleviate the discomfort by massaging his temples, Asha had an the past, but this time, no matter how vigorous lie harabed, the persisted. Orion sexcellent bothmally and ranged combat indeed diara commendable coas have you made your decision? The officer observed Dils, who seemed to still be torn between options, and inquired. Let me ponder rabbit more, Hills replied, gritting his teeth against the pain and waving his hand dismissively, the policeman is else an option. The middle jet officer furrowed his brow. So Hazir Fanalcho Isaben made Orion a policeman? Among the candidates for the city guard squad, Il's performance and her written examination was unparalleled, earning him recognition as the outstanding candidate teamingal. Hence, it seemed natural for Ils to choose a combatarine Ted sequence such as Orion or policeman. Naturally, Il himself shared the sentiment. Yet, despite his verbal agreement, his body betrayed a reluctance, seemingly resisting his intended choice. What do you mean, Ori objecting to wispathy? Ils cover desers with hishans, trying to find a moment of tranquility, but no avail whispers persisted. The middle jet officer watched Hills, how is muttering to himself, with utter confusion. Mr. Lecaret, what I do just say you when Teto choose? A barbarian, definitely not. A lawyer, incorrect. A fortune teller, fisherman, prisoner, orgardunner? Seeing Ilskoverizers and mutter incessantly, every onuisitor lip perplexed. Cough, cough, the middle jet officer cleared his throat, interrupting, Mr. Lecaret, please goose these quincio wish to advancito soon as possible. Ils recited alpha potions, including fallen 3 sequences, but thwisperson his continued unabated, his eas la tupa sejuden dot flashed through his mind. Could it be the observer? The middle jet officer was just about a hot down he choice. The observer, ice it? What? The observer? Up and hearing thwart observer, the entire room felsalent, follow ed be a buzz of catter. What, did I harthatrite, thisque actually cassith observer? Are you kidding, isn't that the Mustangaru sequence with a 999 chancio floating control? Every onuus astounded and even believed that Tills was scorting disaster. Among the crowd, the enlicen off Tetriasurov Palocitus sneered with satisfaction. If you ask me, this guy is just trying to attract attention. Therum was noisy, but Ilspe did no heed, as this avera painandiri whispers the fad been plaguing his mind suddenly vanished after mentioning the observer, seemingly pleased with Thysenser. What's going on? Ils was equally confused. Due to the observer sequence is exceptionally high rotofloss of control, nuni how to read to choose I for overrodkid, however, the authority had not been at the consumption of observer potion, leaving mana puzzled. Fortunately, the government had not discontinued the observer potion otherwise, ils might have been driven to madness but the persistent whisperson his of hekuden choose the observer sequence. The officer's face was grave, as ils was the best prospect in Qingzhou City, once he lost control, he would have it execute down the spot. Ils illuscuina last time, auri lycerio wantokus the observer? Ils replied, no I want to choose Orion. The severe pain and whispers returned, prompting him roll. Whenever no other sequence was mentioned, Theppenwald follows it. The nightmareska whispers forcing him to choose if the observer were evident. In a Victorian sutsio better, the officer affirmed, gesturing for a soldier to bring out Hiorion potion. Any delight pain surged through him once again. Breathing heavily, Ilsu Keshadan said, all right, Ilkasev observer. The middle jet officer Shand, holding Thorion potion, hovered in midair, his expression incredibly complex. Ario playing Mephorafra fool youngman? You should know that unsetepetushan is consumed, there is no turning back. Finally, the middle jet officer Sayadan spoke again. Il smiladan said, Eno, this is mykois. Hugh whispered to himself, of course not, in being foresaid toit. But till Shen wan tension off changing his mind, so he just read to his old dib said him to retrieve another Eloisafian take out the libot leaf observer potion. The observer potion inside the vial was clear and transparent, appearing much cleaner than the other potions boodle somewhere intimidating. After all, losing control is synonymous with death. Between Ozzy and death, 9 out of 10 people would undoubtedly choose the former. And Nils was forced to become Tion in a million crazy adventurer. But who was else helpless noon would willingly take your cherisk, especially in a path where hope seemed almost non-existent. But thinking about this body's rejection, ils feared that if he didn't just observe sequence, he might die instantly, which walled burial joke. At this point, there was no turning back, he just had to drink it. Made 7 gods bless him. Unlike a swallowed cautious lysip, il stooped the observer potion in a gulp, cause in jever yon present a whole thir breath. My lord above, this guy I really ruthless shedrin kita ego, someone exclaimed. But why would I insist in choosing the observer, isn't the afraid of losing control, another asked. Who knows, maybe Theman Sitov Greatman is different from ours, someone speculated. Thekrod's expressions buried some more curious, some worried, some furrowed their brows in contemplation, and some esneered. Yet, without exception, their gaze seemed to anticipate something, eager to see what would happen to the ono hodring the observer sequence sepetition and whether it would truly be esterifyingus rumored. As Sally aswiri in him, il strong the potion and felt a slightly viscous mupple sirup likely quidlady over istungui, but nothing happened. Ils was confused, the middle jet officer was confused, and the very one ilsa was equally mystified. This is the so-called Mostangaru sequence separation with a 99.99 chansio flossing control? Eventos with the strongest adaptability to patouchons would feel more discomfort such as dizziness, stomach aches, or body heat. But this could drink it like water. Mr. Lecorette? Seeing no reaction from Mills, the middle-aged officer touched the short sword of his waistband with Vidishan tentatively. How do you feel? What's on plus on? Instead of answering the childish question, Il hesitated for a moment and replied, Sir, did you give me a fake potion? I don't feel any changes in my body. What, no changes? Il's statement stunned everyone. Besides feeling incredulous, they subconsciously harbored the same thought could observer potion beak? Upon hearing this, the middle-aged officer's expression visibly tightened. It shouldn't could have expired due to being stored for too long? Just when the situation was becoming awkward, Onoft he's Quincers responsible for site security spoke up. Don't doubt it, the potion is not expired, and Mr. Lecoretta has successfully advanced. The middle-aged officer awkwardly cuckolded, turned in acknowledgement, wiped the sweat in his forehead, and inquired of Ills, Mr. Lecorette, are you really feeling nothing? Shall I examine your body again? Seeing the officer's eager expression, Il shuddered. No, thank you, sir, I feel perfectly fine. The middle-aged officer did know what to say and let it go. Well then, let's congratulate Mr. Eels. Everyone who witnessed this miraculous scene looked at Ilsasifuaria after a long while, finally it showed through to room. A schwacked back to the crowd, Ils brushed past the sequencer who had spoken earlier, and a voice like his over bells rang out. Ils, right, you're quite impressive, I'll remember you. The owner of the voice was a woman with hair as long as burning flames. Curious, Il turned back. Chapter 3 of the Transformed Canine Beasts. Following the events in IRS, the populace gradually achieved successful advancements, and soon, the city guards team boasted several hundred new members. Once the middle-aged officer issued the order to disperse, the crowd erupted into a chaotic scattering. Rune, eager to inform his family of his newfound status as a seer, hurried home. After bidding farewell to Rune, IRS made his way alone towards his apartment. His residence was situated on Lawrence Avenue in the 4th District, and en route, he passed through a bustling market, alive with the commotion of the morning rush, filled with a throng of people. Come, come. Freshly baked black bread, by now, or the price will rise in a couple of days. Sea snails delivered this morning from the port, only 60 so per pound. Silk fabrics just arrived from the southern Gitara region. Come and take a look. Freshly harvested carrots and cabbages, remarkably cheap. Mustard cakes paired with ginger beer, only 40 so. The lively street was filled with street vendors vocally enticing hurried passers-by. Among the throng, some would pause to compare prices and haggle with the merchants, while others merely glanced, intending to return in the evening for vegetables that might be less fresh but more affordable. As the contrasting stench and aromas wafted through the air, IRS instinctively tucked his hands into his pockets, gripping tightly the few banknotes he possessed, lowering his head slightly and quickening his pace. After all, the more crowded the area, the higher the likelihood of encountering thieves, particularly in this impoverished 4th District, rife with semi-unemployed residents and starving children. Yet, a sudden realization struck him. He was now a bona fide observer, and any ordinary pickpocket would find it exceedingly difficult to pilfer under his vigilant gaze. He lifted his head, scanning the surrounding crowd. Before the fishmonger, a fish that resembled a yellow croaker but was half the price, caught his eye, as well as the farmer's abnormal weighing scale and the tavern owner's flat black beer. All of it was noted by IRS. The power of observation was indeed astonishing. What should have been a 10-minute journey stretched to nearly 30, and as the density of people around him returned to normal, IRS ceased his scrutiny, crossing the bustling street into a dilapidated old housing area. Upon reaching Lawrence Avenue, IRS stood before the Blue Lily apartment, where he resided. Just as he prepared to ascend the stairs, a strange sound emanated from a nearby shadowy alley, causing him to halt. The noise resembled a dog barking, yet also echoed like a wolf howling. More alarmingly, alongside the inexplicable barking, IRS heard a piercing scream. Instinctively alert, he cautiously approached the alley's entrance, where he beheld a giant black dog, nearly human-sized, with blood-red eyes, grotesquely bulging muscles, and a mouth dripping with murky yellow saliva. An unsettling sight indeed. Its body bore multiple gaping wounds, seemingly a result of a recent transformation. Was it a stray dog that had just undergone a mutation? IRS pondered, activating his observational abilities, furrowing his brow. Following the mutated beast's line of sight, he spotted a pile of discarded oak barrels, behind which cowered a trembling woman clutching a swaddled infant. Her hair was disheveled, her face etched with terror, and her vacant gaze fixated on the approaching creature, her body shivering uncontrollably. As the beast drew nearer, fear flooded the woman's eyes. She clutched the infant tightly against her chest, paralyzed by terror, unable to utter a sound of desperation. 50 meters, 20 meters. 10 meters, just as the beast was within 10 meters of the woman, she finally overcame her fear and bolted towards the nearest residential building in a frenzy. The transformed beast immediately lunged after her, propelling itself forward with powerful strides. Yet, in a twist of fate, the creature inexplicably missed its target, perhaps driven by survival instinct, or perhaps due to the inherent strength of the denizens of the slums. The woman, mere seconds after rising, found herself 100 meters away, her speed astonishing enough to momentarily stun the monstrous beast. However, the instinctual creature quickly regained its composure and charged once more, jaws bared, aiming to sink its teeth into the fleeing woman just as she was about to reach safety. In that critical moment, a steel pipe appeared, striking the beast's jaw with precision, causing blood to spurt forth. The creature was sent flying several meters away, and upon closer inspection, IRS found a young human with black hair and eyes standing before it. The frenzied beast, not allowing itself a moment to ponder, shook its head and rose again, glaring with blood-red eyes, intent on tearing apart the two humans before it was IRS, who had just recently ascended to the rank of observer. Facing the vicious, grotesque creature, IRS felt no fear. Instead, he contemplated the potential of his newfound abilities. With its muscular limbs and hardened skull, where could its weakness lie? As IRS casually searched for the beast's vulnerabilities, the creature leaped towards him. At that instant, he noticed something unusual beneath the beast, a peculiar, irregular bulge in its abdomen. It seemed several of its ribs haven't fully developed. IRS's eyes lit up as he unexpectedly pinpointed its weak spot. Without hesitation, he gripped the steel pipe he had picked up and struck at the creature's abdomen. With a sound of bone cracking, the pipe made contact with the beast's ribs, sending it crashing to the ground. After a mournful howl and a trickle of blood from its mouth, the creature quickly succumbed. It seemed his strength had increased somewhat. Evidently, being an observer did not solely equate to a supportive role, as the power of observation could indeed be utilized for close combat. IRS murmured to himself, clenching his powerful fists. He felt a noticeable enhancement in his physical capabilities, perhaps more than double. Yet, ultimately, an observer was not primarily a melee class. Any increase was a welcome boon. He had never intended to become a mindless brute, otherwise, he would not have aspired to join the hunter class, a role focused on long-range attacks with some melee capability. Originally feeling a bit disheartened, he now found himself increasingly satisfied with the abilities bestowed upon him as an observer. Regaining his composure, IRS glanced at the still trembling woman nearby. He offered no further attention, merely gesturing for her to leave. He then proceeded towards the lifeless mutated canine, instinctively licking his lips. Creatures of the sequence should not be consumed indiscriminately, as one could easily be affected by the transformative substances within and undergo mutation themselves. Yet, regrettably, this recently transformed mud had not yet fully entered the realm of sequence beings. It could only be classified as a pseudo-sequence. To encounter such fortune just after ascending to sequence 9, it seemed he would indeed feast tonight. Given that it was still daytime and many pedestrians roamed the streets, transporting the mutated beast posed a considerable challenge. In a moment of inspiration, IRS's peripheral vision caught sight of a nearby barrel, and he swiftly selected the largest oak barrel available. Lifting the lid, he stuffed the mutated beast inside, finding it fit perfectly. Fortunately, he had used the steel pipe, leaving no significant wounds behind. Otherwise, he would have faced a more arduous task. Muttering to himself, IRS hoisted the enormous barrel and made his way towards the Blue Lily apartment. Since it was still daylight, most tenants were either at work or school, allowing IRS to avoid any encounters. He transported the oak barrel to the rickety wooden door on the 3rd floor, behind which lay his home. Upon opening the door, he maneuvered the barrel into a space of less than 40 square meters. Thankfully, his possessions were minimal, otherwise, he might not have had room to stand. Once the salaries for the city guard team were dispersed, he would need to seek a larger place. Otherwise, hosting guests would become quite inconvenient. Surely, he could not expect guests to sip afternoon tea while seated upon his wooden bed. He had fantasized about renting a modest apartment in the suburbs, requiring only a bedroom and a study, preferably with a small balcony for sunlight, along with a kitchen and living area. This was not a mere whim. Due to the exceedingly high mortality rate, the salaries in the city guard were quite generous, paid weekly, at least 50 nilong per week, amounting to a staggering 5,000 so. Over the course of a month, that would total an impressive 20,000 so. Not only could he rent a sufficiently spacious apartment, but purchasing a home of his own would also be well within reach. This exemplified the difference between earning 3,000 and 20,000 per month. IRS mused inwardly. Yet, for now, he remained merely an ordinary tenant. IRS then retrieved a piece of waterproof leather paper, spread it across the floor, and carefully wrapped the mutated canine within, placing it back into the barrel to prevent the emanating stench from attracting the landlord's ire. Once assured everything was in order, IRS began preparing his dinner. I should still have a small piece of gray-feathered chicken left, he recalled, rummaging through the fridge to find a small dish of leftover chicken from the previous week, an ideal treat to celebrate his successful advancement. Carrying the small dish of chicken, IRS entered his modest kitchen, essentially a corner of his room. He retrieved a small spoonful of butter, placing it in the frying pan. Once the butter melted, he added the chicken pieces, filling the room with a delectable aroma. After removing the chicken, IRS placed the pre-sliced black bread into the pan, soaking up the remaining butter, culminating in a delightful dinner. Though IRS had not engaged in physical training today, he had stood in the Judgment Square for the entirety of the morning and then encountered the mutated beast in the afternoon, exhausting a fair amount of energy. Now, he longed for a hearty meal, eager to reward himself. Having consumed an entire piece of black bread alongside a side of pan-fried chicken, IRS felt thoroughly satisfied. With his hunger satiated, IRS reclined upon his small wooden bed, stretching luxuriously. The sensation of protein intake was utterly intoxicating. He wished he could indulge in a meat feast every day. A content, IRS could not help but exclaim. After tidying up his dishes, he lay back on his bed and closed his eyes, silently awaiting the arrival of nightfall. Chapter 4. Old Doobie. At precisely 9 o'clock in the evening, the crimson moon hung high in the sky. IRS opened his eyes, donning the work attire he typically wore at the docks, disguising himself as a laborer transporting liquor in the dead of night. He retrieved a silvery dagger from his drawer, fastening it at his waist, quietly closed the door, hefted the oak barrel, and ventured out of his apartment, stepping boldly into the darkness. He hailed a carriage by the roadside, murmuring an address to the driver while handing over 50 sirs for the fare. IRS wished to save that 50 sirs, but carrying a massive oak barrel through the streets would certainly draw attention, making it easy for the patrolling city guards to stop him. 20 minutes later, the carriage halted before a nondescript black house. At first glance, it appeared to be an ordinary residence, yet only a select few were aware that it served as an entrance to a hidden black market. IRS had come here to dispose of the aberrant hound he carried. Although it was not quite a classified creature, it was still a valuable item. While IRS might have fancied feasting on an aberrant hound, he could neither fit it in his refrigerator nor afford the indulgence. Setting down the oak barrel, IRS tapped on the tightly locked wooden door in a rhythmic pattern of light and heavy knocks. Despite its unremarkable appearance, a closer inspection revealed a sturdy iron door forged from cold iron hidden behind the wooden facade. After repeating the knock twice, a faint rustling sound emanated from behind the door. With a click, a small window on the iron door slid open, revealing a cautious single eye. IRS, what brings you here at this hour? A deep voice inquired from beyond the door. Old Doobie, I have a shipment, are you interested? IRS responded bluntly. Come in, the figure beckoned, swinging the door wide open to reveal a one-legged old man clad in a black and white checkered shirt. The old man quickly stepped aside, allowing IRS to enter with the oak barrel. Then, peering out cautiously, he confirmed there was no one trailing before swiftly locking the iron door once more. Old Doobie, a man over 50, sported a tuft of small whiskers, with both hands resting on his hips. Beneath his tousled hair, deep lines etched his face, and his solitary eye scrutinized IRS, filled with suspicion. What brings you here at such an hour? Have you advanced to Sequence 9, what do you have? IRS patted the oak barrel before him. I just ascended to Sequence 9 this morning. Inside is an aberrant hound, likely a stray that recently transformed. Its fur remains intact, though a few ribs are broken. Old Doobie emitted a thoughtful "oh," then found a wooden chair to settle into. Ah, there has been a surge of stray dogs and cats mutating in the city lately. Indeed, the city has become quite unstable. You should exercise caution, Old Doobie. What trouble could an old man like me encounter? Old Doobie rubbed his eyes and asked, by the way, IRS, which sequence did you choose, hunter or officer? IRS casually extracted the aberrant hound's corpse from the barrel as he replied, observer. I knew it. You would certainly pick that. Observer? Old Doobie exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. How could you choose observer? That's incomprehensible. Isn't that the one that inevitably leads to loss of control? You haven't lost control already, have you? Don't get too close. IRS rolled his eyes. If I had lost control, do you think I could still be standing here speaking to you? I recall you mentioning wanting to choose hunter. What caused the change to observer? IRS chuckled. That's a long story. Is there now a profession restriction on deliveries? Not at all. Old Doobie lit a cigarette, exhaling a cloud of smoke, signaling IRS to set down the aberrant hound. All right, I'll take this aberrant hound for 1 NI loan. That's acceptable, right? The price of 1 NI loan was indeed reasonable, and IRS naturally had no objections. He pulled up a chair and asked, Old Doobie, do you know how to acquire the formula for the subsequent sequence potion? Are you in such a hurry? You've just become a sequence member. It will take you at least 3 to 5 years to fully assimilate the potion, Old Doobie patiently explained. As you know, the materials required for potion crafting come from the sequence creatures deep in the wilderness, and due to their scarcity, they are quite precious, thus commanding high prices. Moreover, aside from purchasing the necessary materials, you will also need the potion formula, as the government only provides the formula for transitioning from sequence 9 to sequence 8. IRS nodded thoughtfully. So, once I reach sequence 8, it's all on me from there, correct? Yes, but not entirely, Old Doobie replied with a knowing smile. As long as you are strong enough for the government to support you, it will naturally assist in acquiring the necessary formulas. That was indeed sage advice. However, the potion formulas Old Doobie mentioned posed a significant headache for IRS given the peculiarities of the observer sequence. Historical success stories were few and far between, making subsequent potion formulas elusive, and even if found, the price would likely be exorbitant. For an ordinary citizen like himself, it would likely entail a staggering cost. Even if he joined the city guard, his initial weekly salary would likely not exceed 10 nylon, and saving enough for the subsequent potion formula would take an eternity. However, you need not worry about that just yet. Successfully advancing to sequence 9 as an observer is already quite an achievement. Whether you can safely transition to sequence 8 is another matter entirely, so there is no need to fret about the sequence 7 potion formula for the time being. Old Doobie was unaware of IRS's rapid progression through the potions, but IRS was all too aware that ascending to sequence 8 would pose no challenge for him. Is there a potion formula for the observer sequence over at the black market? IRS inquired, glancing toward the tightly locked iron door within the room. Old Doobie shook his head. I only know that the subsequent sequence 8 potion for the observer is called Mimic.as for the sequence 7 potion. I am not privy to that information. However, if you need it, I can inquire with some contacts in the government. Perhaps a reply will come swiftly. IRS furrowed his brow, tentatively asking, does the sequence 7 formula for the observer require 100,000 sirs? Old Doobie raised his eyebrows, extending 2 fingers. 100,000 sirs? That's not too exorbitant, is it? No, it's 1 million sirs. Upon hearing that price, IRS nearly leapt from his seat. A full 1 million sirs, relying solely on his wages without spending a single penny would take him nearly 5 years to save, by which time he would be long past the point of no return. Old Doobie's words left IRS in a contemplative silence. Since the onset of the Grey Mist, over 3,000 years had passed, with many plants outside the city succumbing to its blight, leading to an increase in sequence creatures, and the human living space continually shrinking, resulting in a shortage of resources and soaring prices, while currency depreciated significantly. Old Doobie seemed to perceive IRS's concerns, chuckling, if you wish to make quick money, I have a suggestion: venture outside the city to hunt sequence creatures alone. Combat is the best way to assimilate potions, and you can also gather materials from the sequence creatures, which can be sold for a decent sum in the black market. Hearing this, IRS looked at Old Doobie with skepticism, as if questioning. Have you lost your mind, or have I? It was well known that venturing outside the city was strictly prohibited. Otherwise, the city guard wouldn't need to recruit new members once a year but rather monthly. Old Doobie seemed to read IRS's thoughts, unfazed as he spoke. Do you know how many sequence 7s there are among the tens of thousands of people in our entire Paro city? Before IRS could ponder, Old Doobie provided the answer. There are only a few thousand sequence members in all of Paro city, most of whom are merely sequence 9 and sequence 8. Aside from the 5 visible sequence 6 members, the total does not exceed 10. As far as I know, the vast majority of sequence 7s have undergone countless battles to successfully ascend to sequence 6. But as an observer, you likely lack much combat prowess. Can you manage on your own? Combat prowess, if that could deter me, I wouldn't be the top candidate for this year's city guard. IRS stood confidently, his clear black eyes gleaming with assurance. It's merely a matter of slaying a few sequence 9 monsters. Just hand me a gun. IRS not only excelled in theoretical examinations but also dominated in marksmanship. During one shooting training session, each participant had 100 shots to score, and IRS achieved a perfect score of 1,000 points, nearly 100 points ahead of the second-place contestant. When the scorekeeper reached IRS's target, he stood in stunned silence, for on IRS's target, there was only a single 10-point hole, and he himself was nowhere to be found. When IRS returned to the range, he jokingly argued that all his bullets had struck the same point, hence the solitary hole. In the end, IRS's shooting score was adjusted to 0, yet this still did not shake his position at the top. Well then, come with me, Old Doobie declared, discarding his cigarette but as he led IRS down a dimly lit corridor. Chapter 5 of The Corpse Wolf. IRS followed in the footsteps of the elderly Doobie, traversing the corridor until they arrived at a modest bedroom. Upon entering, IRS was taken aback by the decor. Contrary to his expectations of the seemingly disheveled Doobie, the bedroom was impeccably clean and tidy, the floor was spotless, devoid of any dust, and on a wooden table sat an antiquated phonograph alongside several books. "You actually read?" IRS expressed his astonishment. In this era, few from the lower echelons of society would dedicate their time to reading. However, considering Doobie's role as a gatekeeper of the black market, he could hardly be categorized as part of the lower class. With a light chuckle, Doobie replied, "It's best for the young to refrain from prying into an old man's affairs." He approached the wooden table, retrieving 2 rusted iron boxes from a drawer. Inside one box lay a brass revolver, while the other was filled with ammunition specifically for the revolver. "Give it a try, see how it feels," Doobie instructed. IRS hefted the revolver, took aim at a few spots, and subsequently tucked it into his waistband. Doobie nodded approvingly and moved to a wardrobe in the corner of the room. Placing his hands on the left side, he pushed it aside, revealing a wide circular hole nearly a meter in diameter. "Proceed through here. After walking about 3 kilometers, you will come upon an opening above, leading into the wilderness. I can purchase any of your finds at the prevailing black market rates," Doobie stated, settling onto his wooden bed and lighting a cigarette. "Upon your return, simply knock on the wardrobe as a signal, akin to the knock at the door. Oh, and don't forget to replace the wooden board at the entrance." IRS nodded, preparing to step into the hole when he suddenly turned back, asking, "What is the most valuable thing in the wilderness?" "Every creature in the wilderness holds value. The corpse wolf is the easiest to kill. While the bodies themselves are not worth much, a single crystal can fetch 1 neolang. For the human-faced spider, its crystal is worth 10 neolangs, and an eyeball can be valued at 20. However, as a novice, don't entertain thoughts of hunting human-faced spiders just yet. Focus on killing more corpse wolves. I will buy back however many crystals you bring." IRS nodded thoughtfully and then inquired, "Do you have a bag?" "I would like one." "What for?" "To store the corpse wolf crystals. I fear my pockets may not suffice." "Confident, aren't we?" Doobie laughed heartily, discarding his cigarette butt into an ashtray. He exited the bedroom and returned with a brown paper bag, handing it to IRS while reiterating, "Don't be greedy. Your own life is worth far more than that of a corpse wolf." IRS waved him off and, without hesitation, stepped into the pitch-black hole. Watching the young man's silhouette disappear into the passage, Doobie couldn't help but feel a twinge of nostalgia. Youth is indeed a blessing. The underground passage was a meter wide and nearly 2 meters high, its walls coated in cement to prevent collapse. The darkness within was profound. In the interest of ensuring sufficient oxygen, no oil lamps were lit, forcing ordinary individuals to navigate by touch. Fortunately, as an observer, IRS had gained enhanced night vision. At this moment, aside from the dim light, his movements were scarcely impeded. Before long, IRS spotted the end of the tunnel, where a makeshift staircase awaited him. Above the stairs, a rusted iron plate hung, presumably the exit of the passage. IRS pushed the iron plate aside, stirring up a cloud of dust that made him cough. As the dust settled, he finally beheld the wilderness that many spoke of. It was the dead of night, and the surroundings were cloaked in darkness. Before he could emerge from the hole, a series of ominous swallowing sounds reached his ears, heightening his alertness. Suddenly, a drop of putrid, viscous liquid fell upon IRS's face. "Something foul," he exclaimed, looking up to find a corpse wolf, oozing a thick, pus-like substance, looming over him from the entrance. In the dim light, it appeared as a grotesque creature, its body reduced to mere bones and decaying flesh. Chapter 6. You really are a monster. As the night enveloped the desolate wilderness, the blood-red full moon hung high in the sky, and the death of the man-faced spider did not usher in tranquility. He distinctly sensed something amiss, as if the very air in the wilderness had grown heavier. Suddenly, from not far away, a raspy growl echoed through the stillness, and pairs of ghostly green eyes appeared, glimmering in the darkness like will-o'-the-wisps. Were they the corpse wolves? Their timing was impeccable. Ears drew his pistol from his waist and expertly chambered a round. What followed was the death march of the corpse wolves. Ears aimed at one of the creature's heads and squeezed the trigger. A shot shattered the night sky, the bullet striking true, and the wolf's head exploded in a spray of green liquid. However, the demise of this corpse wolf did not incite panic among the others. Instead, they charged towards Ears with renewed fervor. Bang, bang, bang. Ears' guns spat fire repeatedly, each bullet finding its mark in the heads of the corpse. Chapter 7 of the rejected IRS. Is that not the attention-seeking IRS, who, by sheer luck, has managed to ascend to the role of observer? A sarcastic voice echoed from behind IRS. The speaker was a young man clad in an extravagant purple robe, with short brown hair and a face adorned with freckles. This was Robert Weiss, the only son of the city treasurer of Paro. The Weiss family was indeed one of the more influential families in Paro, wielding considerable power and wealth. However, a rift had long existed between Robert and IRS, as IRS, a mere commoner, had somehow ranked first among the candidates, leading Robert's father to regard his son as a failure. Consequently, Robert directed his ire towards IRS, sowing the seeds of animosity between them. "Look, is that not our perennial second place Robert Weiss?" IRS retorted without mercy. Robert's face instantly flushed a deep shade of crimson, his chest heaving with indignation, and after a lengthy pause, he managed a cold chuckle. "Regardless, it is still better than being merely an observer, is it not? The top candidate for this year's City Guard team has opted for the support role, ending up as nothing more than a clerk. How utterly laughable. I shall become a combatant. There is no need for Mr. Weiss to concern himself with my choices," IRS replied flatly. Robert, eager to continue his mockery, was interrupted as an officer approached the stage, brandishing a list and calling out, "Everyone! Assemble! I shall await your response." Robert tossed back a parting remark and swiftly joined the ranks. At the officer's command, the recruits quickly formed 6 columns, each consisting of 10 individuals. A total of 60 recruits were present. The middle-aged officer nodded in satisfaction, particularly relieved that IRS had not overslept today, which was quite unexpected. Next, those whose names were called stepped forward. Those wishing to become clerks need not make a choice and could directly exit the line to form a separate group, but those aspiring to be combatants were to select the team they wished to join, with the acceptance of new members at the discretion of each team captain. "Should a captain decline a member, I would assign them randomly," the middle-aged officer stated, scanning the 60 candidates before him, an air of tension and anticipation filling the atmosphere. He began to announce names, and with each name called, the respective candidates stepped forward to make their choices. "John Anderson," the officer's voice resonated throughout the square. A tall, burly middle-aged man swiftly advanced, his muscular physique evident. Without hesitation, he chose a combat team focused on close-quarters combat, led by a formidable captain. "Mary Hitt," the name of a young woman followed. She hesitated for a moment before bowing and silently exiting the line, opting to become a clerical worker. One by one, the candidates' names were announced, and they made their respective choices. The vast majority opted for combat teams, with only a handful of those lacking combat abilities choosing clerical roles. Since the duties and responsibilities of the City Guard teams were largely similar, the captains had no particularly stringent selection criteria, welcoming all who came. Consequently, most teams quickly reached full capacity, leaving only the last 4 with available spots, including Mr. Black's team. The choices made were resolute, and no captain rejected the addition of new members, leading swiftly to the announcement of Rune's name. Rune appeared particularly excited, as up until that moment, Mr. Black's team still had openings, significantly increasing his chances of joining. I wish to select Captain Black." "Oh no, Mr. Black's midnight team." Rune stammered, his face flushed. Mr. Black was an impeccably well-groomed middle-aged man, indeed, well-groomed. He sported neat black hair, stood at an average height, and wore a stylish black suit complemented by a pair of exquisite rimless glasses, exuding an air of gentility and seriousness as he nodded slightly at Rune. "Oh, another strong lad. My team welcomes you wholeheartedly," Mr. Black spoke, his voice soft yet resonant, like a gentle breeze, each word clear and measured, akin to that of a poet. The prospect of joining Mr. Black's team filled Rune with ecstatic joy, although he wondered why Mr. Black would accept a mere farmer. Perhaps he needed Rune for some medical duties. Next up was IRS. When his name was called, the entire square seemed to fall into a hushed silence, all eyes awaiting his decision. Whispers began to circulate, speculating that IRS would likely choose to be a clerk, for observers lacked direct combat capabilities. Should he opt for a combat role, he could become a burden to the team. Yet, others argued that perhaps an observer's abilities might offer advantages in certain aspects. IRS did not deliberate long. He cast his gaze towards Mr. Black's team and spoke in a firm voice, "I wish to join Captain Black's team." The middle-aged officer was once again taken aback, believing IRS was being utterly foolish. "Did you not select observer? Why choose a team now? Shouldn't you dutifully become a clerk?" Report to observers possess keen observational skills, enabling them to assess battlefield situations and provide precise intelligence for the team. Furthermore, they can utilize ranged weaponry for fire support, contrary to your assertion of lacking combat capabilities, IRS replied earnestly. This response left the middle-aged officer momentarily speechless. Clearly, it was IRS who had opted for the observer role, ostensibly choosing the path of a clerk. Why, then, was he now claiming to want to be a combatant? Why not select hunter or officer yesterday? Is this some sort of jest? Just as the officer was about to admonish IRS, Mr. Black interjected, raising his hands in a gesture of exasperation. "I am afraid, sir, that my team already has a member akin to you. You may need to select a different team." IRS became the first candidate of the day to be denied entry into a team, much to the surprise of the onlookers, though many reveled in his misfortune. Among them was Robert Weiss, who smirked with a sense of triumph, as if to say, "I knew it." IRS was momentarily taken aback, as this was an outcome he had not anticipated. In his preoccupation with selecting a suitable team, he had forgotten to consider whether the captain would accept him. Before he could respond to Mr. Black, a melodious voice chimed in. "Mr. Black, if you do not wish to take him, I will gladly accept him." The speaker was a young woman who had overseen IRS and the others during their advancement, her tall, voluptuous figure radiating vitality. Her skin glowed with health, and her deep, bright eyes sparkled with life. When she expressed her desire to take IRS, a ripple of surprise swept through the square. Is that not the Blackthorn Rose? She is actually requesting someone, did I hear correctly? The Blackthorn Rose is renowned for her cold and unyielding demeanor. It is simply unbelievable that she would accept an observer devoid of combat prowess. This world must be mad. This fiery-haired beauty, known as Elia, was the current captain of the Blackthorn squad among the 12 City Guard teams, celebrated as the youngest Sequence 7 in Paro, and it was rumored that she was on the verge of completing the potion digestion for Sequence 7, preparing to ascend to Sequence 6. IRS was indifferent about which team he joined, merely wishing to team up with Rune and Mr. Black's squad. However, having been explicitly rejected, he felt no reason to decline Elia's invitation, especially since she was a striking beauty. Yet, he overlooked the fact that he had no real authority to refuse. "Ah, we meet again, young man," Elia said, her red hair framing a smile that lit up her face. "Miss Elia, greetings." "Oh, should I address you as captain?" "That depends on whether you are willing to sign this contract," Elia replied, producing 2 sheets of parchment from seemingly nowhere. The terms were few and familiar to IRS, yet he focused intently on the final stipulation regarding compensation. The 3-year contract offered a weekly wage of 10 Nilan, along with a risk allowance of 1 Nilan. IRS read through it carefully and replied earnestly, "I am willing." "Then let us proceed to sign," Elia said, as if performing magic, producing a steel pen. After a deep breath, IRS inscribed his full name IRS-LECC-ALIT.TO. His astonishment, the pen seemed extraordinary, as the ink flowed in a rich, dark golden hue. Lacking a seal, he resorted to pricking his finger, leaving his fingerprint as a mark of agreement. Elia retrieved the contract, casting a satisfied glance at IRS before extending her fair hand. "Mr. Lecolit, on behalf of the Blackthorn Squad, I welcome you to our ranks. From this moment forth, you are a member of the Blackthorn Squad." IRS grasped her hand and smiled. "May I now address you as captain?" "Indeed," Elia replied, her light blue eyes shimmering in the dim light. The rejection by Mr. Black was but a minor interlude. As the process of selecting teams continued unabated, the 60 candidates were swiftly assigned. "Come with me," Elia beckoned to IRS, then boarded a carriage, with IRS and several other team members following suit. Throughout the journey, silence enveloped the group, the atmosphere somewhat heavy. Elia, seated within the carriage, her red hair flowing gently in the breeze, broke the silence first. "Now that we are teammates, shall we not introduce ourselves?" A young girl, gazing out at the scenery, turned at Elia's prompting. She appeared to be around 20, dressed in a pale yellow lace gown, her fluffy flaxen hair framing her youthful face, which radiated vitality. "Hello, I am Anna Jello. My Sequence is the flower planter of the Nature Mastery Path, and my dream is to become a Sequence 7 physician. I look forward to working with all of you." Anna introduced herself with poise, even curtsying with a graceful gesture. Next to speak was a somewhat bashful young man with neatly trimmed black hair, sitting upright beside Captain Elia, his cheeks tinged with red. "Hello, I am Clay Smith. You can call me Clay. My Sequence's officer." "Smith, are you related to that Sheriff Smith?" Elia inquired curiously. "He's my father," Clay replied, scratching his head, unsure of how to respond. Elia patted the young man's shoulder encouragingly, exclaiming, "Well then, we shall be counting on you for guidance during our missions." Clay's cheeks reddened further. However, for reasons unknown, IRS keenly detected a hint of cunning and delight in Elia's expression. In the corner of the carriage sat a remarkably reserved young woman, her golden hair cascading over her shoulders as she slightly bowed her head, fiddling with a notebook, seemingly recording something of significance. "My name is Charlotte Helen. I was previously a librarian, and my Sequence is reader of the Technology Gate Path. I do not have many hobbies aside from reading," she stated, raising her hand to display the notebook. "Occasionally, I enjoy writing poetry." "Not bad at all." "My team is in need of a reliable administrator," Elia remarked, her tone a blend of delight and a touch of resigned acceptance. "Roxham, the gatekeeper," spoke a lean young man, his eagle-like gaze scanning the surroundings as if perpetually on guard against potential threats. He sat quietly, polishing his dagger, unwilling to engage further, and the others respected his silence. Finally, it was IRS's turn to introduce himself, but before he could speak, the young girl Anna exclaimed in surprise. "Oh, I know you. You are the one who chose to be an observer yesterday. How incredibly brave. If it were me, I would be too frightened to drink that potion. It has a failure rate of 99. The girl appeared quite animated, as though she had encountered her idol. Actually, it is 99. 99, Elia corrected with a smile. Laughter erupted in the carriage, filling the air with a sense of camaraderie and lightheartedness. Chapter 8, The Blackthorn Agency. Before long, the carriage came to a halt at the corner of Valorous Avenue, where stood a building constructed entirely of black stone bricks. The exterior of this structure appeared quite unassuming, with the weathered bricks and dilapidated sign revealing the passage of time. A wooden plaque hung at the entrance, inscribed in a crooked manner with the words Blackthorn Agency. The interior of the agency was both simple and elegant, featuring a row of sofas and coffee tables in the hall, while the walls were adorned with photographs of cases, maps, and an array of detective tools. Soft sunlight filtered through the windows, lending a warm and inviting atmosphere to the entire hall. However, at the reception desk, there was only a disheveled man slumped over the table, emanating the unmistakable scent of alcohol. Elia tapped the surface of the desk with her youthful fingers, startling the inebriated man, who jolted awake and abruptly lifted his head. "Hello, welcome to the Blackthorn Agency." He squinted, his blurred vision gradually sharpening until it finally focused on Elia. "Oh? It's you, Captain. Are these the new members of our team?" The man appeared somewhat dazed and was not dressed appropriately, his shirt half tucked into his trousers, giving him an air of carefree disarray as he rubbed his eyes vigorously, striving to maintain what little decorum remained. "Greetings, I am Jack. Welcome to our humble abode." He attempted to smooth his unruly hair, but it seemed to have little effect. Upon seeing this individual, IRS immediately understood why Captain Elia had mentioned the need for a reliable manager. "Go have a cup of honey water. Refrain from drinking during the day. I truly fear the day I return to find you have burned the place down." Elia expressed her sentiments without surprise, casually leaving those words behind before turning the handle of a door on the left side at the end of the agency, pushing it open and smiling as she gestured inside. "Our training grounds are below. Be cautious on the stairs." Behind the door lay a winding stone staircase that seemed to descend endlessly. Gas lamps were generously placed along the stone walls on either side, their steady and continuous glow dispelling the darkness, ensuring no one would slip and tumble to the bottom. Following closely behind Elia, Anna curiously inquired, "Captain, what if someone were to come seeking a task because of the Blackthorn Security Company assign? Why not accept, as long as it doesn't interfere with our daily affairs?" "Of course," Elia replied with a hint of humor. "Any money earned would serve as an extra supplement for our team. After all, those trivial matters are usually handled by private detectives. Those who seek us out are often dealing with issues that are difficult for ordinary individuals." IRS perked up at this. Who wouldn't relish the idea of earning extra cash? "Captain, how many members are there in our Blackthorn team? Why is Jack the only one here? What about the other members of our team?" he continued along the same thread of thought. Elia's footsteps faltered momentarily, but she soon resumed her descent down the staircase. Just as IRS and the others thought she would remain silent, her voice floated back from below. "Originally, we had 10 members, but now only 6 remain. 3 are out on assignments, 1 is in the apothecary, and that leaves just Jack and me. A few years ago, we undertook a rather minor task, capturing a Sequence 8 runaway. Our 3 team members easily subdued him. We confirmed he was neither possessed by an evil spirit nor cursed, and there were no strange markings. However, unbeknownst to us, there was a crucial piece of missing information. This runaway happened to be a devotee of an evil deity and had buried 10 pounds of gunpowder in his room, detonating it upon leaving. Thus, we lost 2 teammates. The one who survived is the Jack you just met. There are more stories to tell. Would you like to hear them?" Elia's pace quickened inexplicably as she spoke. Silence fell like a heavy stone upon the hearts of the young individuals. The crisp sound of footsteps echoed in the empty stairwell. In the stillness, the group had completed the spiral stone steps and arrived at the subterranean level of the Blackthorn Agency. To IRS's surprise, this place was not as dark and damp as old Doobie's room. The air was as fresh as that above ground, indicative of excellent ventilation, and it felt remarkably dry and warm. Before them lay an endless corridor, with gas lamps lavishly illuminating the walls, casting a soft yellow glow that felt almost like being bathed in divine light. "Ah, the government must be wealthy. Gas seems to be free for them, unlike us, who can barely afford to light an oil lamp," IRS mused. Furthermore, he keenly noticed that at regular intervals, the stone walls on both sides bore the emblem of the arbitrators, a symbol of the order's wheel, featuring a pure white background surrounded by sheaves of wheat, cradling 2 crossing golden swords. These insignia seemed unremarkable at first, yet with each appearance, IRS felt his mind becoming increasingly clear, as though a purging spirit had cleansed him from head to toe, a most wondrous sensation. Before long, a junction appeared ahead of them, and Elia briefly introduced, the left leads to the Tribunal Square, the right to the Armory and Library, and straight ahead is our training base. IRS listened silently, offering no verbal response. He was not surprised that the Blackthorn agency connected directly to the Tribunal Square. After all, he had traversed from an inconspicuous little black room within the city to the outside. What was impossible in this labyrinthine world? He even entertained the thought that the entirety of Parlo's subterranean realm might have been hollowed out long ago, or perhaps it resembled a vast spider web of transport routes? Indeed, it is a possibility. IRS nodded to himself, following Elia as they passed through the junction and continued straight ahead. In under a minute, a grand door loomed before them, standing as a colossal guardian amidst the darkness, imposing a sense of oppression upon all who beheld it. Elia pushed the door open, revealing a spacious and brightly lit area. The basement was a well-equipped training facility, with specially crafted illumination orbs adorning the ceiling, bathing the entire space in a light reminiscent of day. Here is our Team S training base. You may engage in various physical exercises and shooting drills here. On one side lay an indoor shooting range, its walls festooned with targets and signage, offering both static and dynamic targets for practice. The shooting range was modest in scale but exceptionally well appointed. Beside IRS and the others was a rack of firearms, displaying an assortment of handguns, rifles, and shotguns, conveniently available for selection based on their needs. At the far end stood a row of targets, each equipped with an automatic scoring system capable of accurately recording hit rates and precision. The walls of the training area were constructed of robust stone bricks and concrete, ensuring the utmost safety during shooting sessions. "Let us commence today's training with shooting," Elia proclaimed, casually lifting a handgun and firing several rounds, each one striking true to the target's center. With a gentle puff to disperse the smoke from the gun, Elia returned the weapon to the shooting table. "I never require any firearm experts, simply choose the weapon you are most comfortable with. These are the latest firearms developed by the military. I truly wonder how those scholars at the academy managed to create such formidable weapons," referring to them as weapons. Yes, firearms. The group, still candidates at this point, had already practiced shooting, and thus were not unfamiliar with firearms, each stepping forward to select their preferred weapons. The young girl Anna and Charlotte each picked up a handgun and began adjusting their sights. Surprisingly, the seemingly timid Clay unexpectedly chose a heavy rifle, which seemed quite reasonable given his designation as an officer. Locke, on the other hand, carefully observed the various firearms on the rack, hesitating before finally settling on a sleek black submachine gun, which suited his agile and swift nature. Only IRS diverged from the others. Rather than approach the firearm rack, he directly took the same handgun Elia had just used, still warm to the touch, and, mirroring her, aimed and fired with one hand, hitting the red dot with precision. For him, this 20-yard static target was an effortless feat. IRS then retrieved a rifle from the rack, but this time he held it with both hands, aiming carefully before gently squeezing the trigger, the bullet soaring forth to accurately strike the bullseye. "You've got some skill there. I've heard rumors of a fellow in the reserve who never misses. It appears they're true. Given that, I see no need for you to continue with the shooting training. As far as I know, the physical enhancements brought by the observer are limited, and I believe it would be best for you to set aside the firearms temporarily and engage in some physical training instead." IRS nodded, following Elia to another section of the training area, which featured a vast open space designated for physical training. Elia laid out a series of exercises for him. Begin with 100 weighted frog jumps, followed by 200 sit-ups, and finally, 100 handstand push-ups. At these words, IRS gaped at his captain in astonishment. While the weighted frog jumps and sit-ups were manageable, handstand push-ups, what on earth was that? However, seeing Elia's unwavering demeanor, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and commence his training regimen. Elia, satisfied, nodded and turned to continue guiding Anna and the others with their shooting practice. After a morning of rigorous training, IRS collapsed onto the ground, his clothes drenched in sweat. He removed his training attire, feeling as if every muscle in his body had been twisted tightly, experiencing a profound emptiness as if he had been drained of all energy. It must be said, Elia was indeed a responsible captain. Her guidance was exceptionally stringent, demanding precision in every one of IRS's movements. Had he not felt the tangible increase in his physical strength, he might have thought his captain was attempting to work him to death. Suddenly, a somewhat rough hand grasped IRS and lifted him from the ground. Looking up, he saw Jack's disheveled hair and the unmistakable expression of someone who had anticipated this outcome. Jack handed IRS a set of clean clothing, chuckling lightly. "So, how was the training intensity? You should be grateful you aren't one of those melee sequences, otherwise, the captain would have assigned you even more grueling exercises." "This level of intensity? It's going to take more than that to break me," IRS murmured, his legs trembling slightly. Jack regarded the somewhat defiant young man with a quiet chuckle. "The washroom is over there. Go clean yourself up. Following Jack's indication, IRS entered the washroom, changing out of his damp clothing. The cold water cascading over his weary body provided a refreshing relief. He stepped into the changing room, donning a crisp shirt and trousers before returning to the lobby of the Blackthorn Agency. Jack, seated at the reception, greeted him with a smile. Finished washing up, how are you feeling? Don't hold any grudges against the captain, we all go through this. As the saying goes, sweat more in peace, bleed less in war. IRS nodded in understanding. Is today's training complete? What about the captain and the others? Yes, you needn't come back this afternoon, just return tomorrow for training. The captain is out on a mission, and the others have already gone home. Jack adjusted his posture, lounging comfortably in the wooden chair. Here's a little advice. Go find a restaurant and indulge yourself, your body surely requires energy replenishment now. Oh, and here's your weekly salary. Jack tossed a small pouch towards IRS, which contained 10 silver coins, each worth an euro. IRS caught the pouch, muttering that this was quite fortuitous. Before pushing the door open to leave, stepping out of the Blackthorn Agency, IRS stood at the entrance, surveying his surroundings. The streets were bustling with activity, orderly yet lively. The calls of street vendors mingled with the chatter of pedestrians, creating a unique urban symphony. IRS strolled through the thrumming streets, carriages weaving through the crowd, people continuously flowing past. Suddenly, he caught a whiff of tantalizing roasted meat wafting through the air, prompting his stomach to rumble involuntarily. Following the direction of the aroma, he soon found himself in front of a barbecue joint. The owner was proudly holding a freshly grilled piece of beef, calling out loudly to attract customers at the entrance. IRS entered the establishment, being guided to a clean table. This was a rather unpretentious barbecue restaurant, with neatly arranged tables and chairs, devoid of excessive ornate decorations. The walls were adorned with simple food posters and wooden menus, allowing patrons to easily comprehend the offerings. The table was set with tin cutlery and glass cups, modest in size yet impeccably clean, draped with a white checkered linen cloth. IRS examined the menu on the wall, which was filled with various grilled meats and delectable side options, all affordably priced, perfect for someone like him who wished to enjoy a delicious meal without overspending. Options included various flavors of lamb legs, succulent beefsteaks paired with delightful sauces, crab leg salads, and dainty seafood platters, alongside a selection of beverages, beers, and soft drinks. Ultimately, IRS opted for the most ordinary beefsteak and a glass of lemon soda. How easy it is to slip from frugality to extravagance, yet so difficult to descend from luxury to simplicity, IRS sighed, patting his wallet. Chapter 9. A sidearm, the ironwood cane. Shortly thereafter, a waiter presented a beautifully charred steak, accompanied by a small serving of mashed potatoes. The steak, grilled to perfection, emitted an enticing smoky aroma that curled into IRS's nostrils like a delicate serpent. Its golden, crispy exterior appeared utterly irresistible. Beside the steak lay a modest portion of fluffy mashed potatoes, drizzled with a rich, creamy sauce. Though simple in appearance, it exuded a rustic charm that promised delightful flavors. IRS eagerly grasped his knife and fork, gently slicing into the steak, the tender meat yielding effortlessly under the blade, revealing a succulent pink interior that made his mouth water. With a bite, the rich flavor of the meat burst forth in his mouth. The meat was tender and juicy, each morsel suffused with a robust smoky essence. The creaminess of the mashed potatoes, paired with the richness of the sauce, created a perfect balance of textures for this midday meal. As a refreshing lemon soda glided down his throat, IRS involuntarily closed his eyes, momentarily forgetting the morning's arduous training and pressures, reveling in the pure joy that the meal provided. Simultaneously, he felt the original emptiness within him gradually being filled, as if the steak were solidifying like concrete in the hollow of his stomach. Finally, IRS paid 30 shares for his meal and left the barbecue restaurant, thoroughly satisfied. In the currency system of the Etruscan Empire, there exist 3 denominations of gold, silver lira, and copper sure. The lira, derived from ancient silver coins, occupies the second tier and comes in 3 denominations of 1510. Now that his hunger was satiated, he thought it prudent to seize the opportunity to acquire some new attire, a perfect way to digest his meal. This seemed to him a splendid idea. Amidst his musings, IRS arrived at the entrance of a clothing store, where the window display showcased an array of fashionable garments that instantly captivated his attention. They appeared appealing, though the prices seemed unlikely to be modest. Nevertheless, he decided to enter this establishment. IRS felt the small pouch in his pocket, turned slightly, and with determination, stepped into the Brook Men's Outfitters. Upon entering, he was struck by the store's immaculate and orderly layout. The display racks were neatly arranged with a variety of men's clothing and hats, categorized by style and type. To the left, against the wall, was a row of various garments, ranging from formal wear to casual attire, showcasing an array of styles and colors. In the central area, an assortment of shirts, ties, vests, and other accessories were displayed, each with unique colors and designs. Ties hung neatly on display racks, providing a clear view of their variety. IRS beheld ties in different colors and patterns, from elegant solid hues to trendy stripes and prints that dazzled the eye. In the glass cabinet to the right, pairs of leather shoes and boots were exhibited, while the wall was adorned with various styles of men's hats, including caps, top hats, and berets. IRS felt a twinge of uncertainty, unsure of the exact type of clothing he required. "Sir, how may I assist you?" inquired a male attendant clad in a white shirt, exuding professionalism and trustworthiness. "I am in search of suitable shirts, preferably for formal occasions, and I also need a set of attire conducive to movement," IRS replied, attempting to articulate his needs. "Certainly, please follow me." The attendant promptly led IRS to the shirt section, beginning to showcase various styles. In the shirt section, IRS observed a multitude of shirts in different materials and colors, from traditional whites and light blues to more subdued blacks and deep grays. The attendant elaborated on the various fabrics and styles, including formal collar and cuff designs, as well as options suited for casual settings. IRS's choice of shirts stemmed from the fact that, in the Etruscan Empire, most formal occasions required gentlemen to don formal attire, with the simplest option being a shirt paired with a tie. "These are our shirts, suitable for a variety of occasions, crafted from the highest quality materials available," the attendant explained, gesturing towards a neatly arranged row of shirts. IRS carefully browsed, selecting a few styles and colors that appealed to him, then he turned to the attendant. "I also require a piece of clothing suitable for sports activities. Do you have any recommendations?" The attendant smiled in response. "Of course, we have some comfortable yet stylish options. Please follow me." The attendant guided IRS to another section of the store. "Whether you are golfing, horseback riding, hunting, or engaging in other outdoor activities, we have suitable choices." IRS immediately chose a classic dark gray hunting outfit, comprising a hunting jacket, sturdy trousers, and a pair of high-top leather boots. This ensemble appeared quite unadorned, lacking any patterns or embroidery, yet it offered excellent mobility, making it perfect for outdoor excursions. The reason IRS selected this outfit was simple: the darker color would facilitate his movements during nighttime. After all, he had made arrangements with old Doobie to return again that evening. Seeing IRS select so many garments, the attendant assumed he had a significant client and became even more enthusiastic in his introductions. "If you require any additional accessories, such as gloves, ties, or hats, we have plenty of suitable options. Would you like to take a look?" Contemplating the attendant's inquiry, IRS replied, "Please find me a sturdy cane, preferably one that can effectively crush a corpse wolf's skull." After all, he might attend some important events in the future and could not possibly brandish a pistol or dagger in public. A cane would serve as a convenient weapon. The attendant nodded eagerly and led IRS to the cane section, where an array of canes was displayed, ranging from elegant wooden canes to sturdy metal ones. The attendant diligently selected a robust and exquisite cane for IRS, intricately carved with beautiful patterns and comfortable to hold. "This is a premium cane, perfectly suited to your needs, sir," the attendant asserted, lifting the sturdy cane and demonstrating its exceptional balance and feel. "This cane, adorned with gold fittings, is one of our finest selections, crafted using durable silver wood as internal support. It is not only lightweight but also remarkably durable. Would you care to try it?" As IRS grasped the cane, he felt its substantial weight and casually inquired, "What is the price of this cane?" The attendant, rubbing his hands together in a flattering manner, replied, "This cane is one of the store's finest, priced at 13 naira and 30 shurs. However, rest assured, it is well worth the investment." 13 naira and 30 shurs? You might as well rob a bank. IRS, still lingering in the lower echelons of society, was taken aback by the price, but maintained a composed demeanor while attempting to swing it a few times, only to find it cumbersome for prolonged use. "A bit heavy," he muttered, shaking his head in relief. The white-shirt attendant was not surprised and said nothing further, merely returning the silver cane to its place. The attendant then introduced several more economically priced canes, which, while not as exquisite as the golden cane, appeared to be of good quality. "You require a sturdy cane, correct?" "I believe this ironwood cane is an excellent choice, priced at 5 naira and 60 shurs. This ruby-adorned cane is crafted from oak wood and is slightly more expensive, at 8 naira. This one is made from walnut wood, with a simple design suitable for daily use, priced at 7 naira and 40 shurs." As the attendant explained, IRS picked up each cane, testing their weight and occasionally tapping them to assess their sturdiness. Ultimately, he discovered that each cane was quite satisfactory, yet he opted for the most economical one. "I'll take the ironwood cane," IRS declared, brandishing it a few times. "Very good, far superior to the pipe I used against the mutated dog beasts." After he ceased his demonstration, he noticed the attendant observing him with a complex expression. IRS concealed his elation, clearing his throat. "That will be all. Where do I pay?" The attendant appraised IRS for a moment before guiding him to the checkout counter. "The cash register is over there, sir. Please follow me." The white-shirt attendant gathered the garments IRS had selected and proceeded to the register. IRS trailed behind, retrieving the small pouch Jack had given him, counting it carefully. Should be sufficient." At the register, the attendant meticulously verified IRS's selected garments and cane, then smiled as he announced the total. "Sir, the total for your 5 garments and the ironwood cane is 8 nera and 40 shures. To make it simpler, let us round it down to 8 nera." IRS, wishing to maintain his gentlemanly composure, found himself unable to refrain from asking, "Could it be a bit cheaper?" Upon hearing IRS's request, the attendant smiled slightly but remained firm. "I'm afraid not, sir. Our clothing is handcrafted, with high costs and low profits, and the owner is not present, so I lack the authority to make adjustments. Please understand that if you have concerns about the price, you may choose other styles or items." "Very well," IRS conceded, extending his hand with the silver coins. The attendant accepted the coins, counting them carefully before nodding in gratitude. He then noticed IRS's cane and smiled, saying, "If this cane shows any signs of wear or stains within a week, feel free to return, and we will assist you free of charge." IRS nodded, then took his shopping bag and departed from Brook Men's Outfitters. Once outside the clothing store, IRS exhaled in relief, glancing at the cane in his hand, growing increasingly fond of it, and subsequently set down the shopping bag to briefly test his new weapon. He swung it lightly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of the wind was heavy, the cane cutting through the air with a low whistle, as if carving a path through the atmosphere. This pleased IRS immensely. He nodded in satisfaction, instinctively turning to inspect the other canes, only to catch the eye of the white-shirt attendant. Observing the attendant's slightly tense demeanor, IRS sensed his vigilance and couldn't help but smile awkwardly, saying, "Indeed, I am quite satisfied with this cane. I shall return." Seeing that IRS held no hostile intentions, the attendant behind the counter breathed a sigh of relief, thinking it fortunate that this fellow was one of those who left after paying. He then waved in gratitude, eager for IRS to depart swiftly. Chapter 10. A simple dinner. As he ambled down the bustling street, wielding a makeshift cane crafted from tin and wood, even though he was clad in humble garments, Isles felt an undeniable aura of gentlemanliness envelop him. Indeed, attire does shape one's demeanor, Isles mused to himself as he swiftly made his way to Lawrence Avenue. Ascending the stairs, he encountered a lady, his landlady, Mrs. Jomamia. Mrs. Jomamia, a woman well past her 50s, sported silvery hair and a face marked by the passage of time, yet her eyes sparkled with kindness and warmth. She donned a simple yet tidy yellow dress, her hands cradling a basket brimming with fresh vegetables and cuts of beef. "Good morning, Isles," Mrs. Jomamia greeted him with a smile. "Good morning, Mrs. Jomamia. You look exceptionally lovely today," Isles replied politely. "Thank you, you truly are a courteous young man," she beamed, clearly pleased by Iles's compliment. By the way, Isles, I heard you've joined the city guard of Palro. Is that true? May the great wheel of order commend your courage and dedication. How about this? I believe we can reduce your rent a bit. What do you think? Taken aback for a moment, Isles shook his head with a smile, responding, "Mrs. Jomamia, you have always been incredibly considerate and caring towards me, and the rent is already quite reasonable, but I am merely doing my part. There is no need for special treatment. I am content with things as they are. However, our rental agreement is nearing its end, and you might very well be moving to a larger apartment soon. After all, our Isles is becoming quite the grown-up and is of an age to start a family." Isles fell silent, having never contemplated such matters. For the time being, he found solitude quite agreeable. "I don't even have a fiancée yet, it's far too early to discuss such things," he chuckled, offering an excuse. "Besides, I find this place quite satisfactory, convenient transportation, affordable rent, and a kind-hearted landlady like yourself. Don't you agree?" One could not deny that a sweet-tongued younger person often wins the favor of the elderly. Upon hearing Iles's praises, Mrs. Jomamia's eyes crinkled with joy, her smile widening. "No, Isles, this is simply the way of society. Once you earn a respectable salary, you ought to present a fitting appearance. When your colleagues come to visit, will you entertain them seated upon a small wooden bed? It would hardly be appropriate without a proper sofa, wouldn't it? Your future wife will surely need her own vanity and washroom, right? You know, it is far from gentlemanly to inconvenience a lady." Mrs. Jomamia winked at Isles, her eyes gleaming with mirth. Her words left Isles momentarily speechless, his lips pursed in contemplation before he managed to say, "Thank you, Mrs. Jomamia, your thoughts are indeed considerate. I will give them due consideration. However, please don't evict me before our contract expires." After exchanging a few more pleasantries with Mrs. Jomamia, Isles retreated to his room. This morning, the natural sovereign mentioned by Parrot Friday, as well as the wheel of order referenced by Mrs. Jomamia, were deities revered in this world. There are 7 gods worshipped by the people, namely: the Lord of Storms and Thunder, the God of Wilderness and Hunting, the Door of Technology, the Natural Sovereign, the Eternal Moon, the Wheel of Judgment, and the Fallen Mother Tree worshipped by the cult of the Fallen. Among these, the Lord of Storms and Thunder is regarded as the sovereign of storms, lightning, and the sky. Might, his wrath is believed to bring destruction, primarily worshipped by the populace of the western continent and fishermen at sea, who venerate courage and strength, trusting that he will shield them from the onslaught of storms. The door of technology embodies innovation and progress, revered as the deity guiding the development of civilization. Artisans, inventors, and scientists frequently pray to him for inspiration and wisdom, with his followers pursuing absolute knowledge and enlightenment. The god of wilderness and hunting serves as the guardian of hunters, with tribes from the wilds being his most devoted adherents. Some hunters and explorers beseech him for strength and guidance, seeking his protection in the untamed wilderness. In the southern part of the eastern continent, the Church of Life venerates the natural sovereign, who governs life and death, also regarded as the protector of medicine and herbalism. His devotees believe he brings vitality and hope, praying for bountiful harvests and protection from nature. The eternal moon, as the master of the night, extends his influence in the far north, commanding the eternal darkness. His existence instills confidence in people, allowing them to rest peacefully in the dark, as his followers believe he will shield them from the aberrations of order and whispers of madness. In the eastern continent where Isles resides, the majority of the populace worships the Wheel of Judgment, believing it embodies justice and peace. They regard the wheel as a symbol of law, morality, and fairness, a beacon for those lost in the dark. Lastly, as the sole malevolent deity among the seven, the fallen mother tree represents greed, desire, wrath, and deceit. The fallen cultists, often social miscreants and deranged individuals, believe that only the fallen mother tree can grant them true power, rendering it a unique and generally unacceptable belief within the pantheon of gods. By common understanding, each god governs three paths of sequence, with the vast majority of sequence practitioners worshipping their respective deities. Research indicates that those who venerate their own divine patron can metabolize potions significantly faster. Conversely, if a practitioner worships deities of differing sequences, the risk of losing control markedly increases. However, as far as Isles knows, there appears to be no deity associated with his particular sequence, which may very well explain the exceptionally high rate of observer loss of control. Yet at this moment, Isles lacked the energy to ponder further. He entered his room, where the sunlight still lingered, and gazed out, feeling a faint touch of warmth and hope. His muscles relaxed slightly, and he was immediately engulfed by a tide of fatigue. The wild hunt from the previous night, coupled with the intense training during the day, had nearly drained all his energy, leaving even Isles, as a sequence practitioner, feeling overwhelmed. His eyelids grew heavy, akin to lead weights, resisting the encroaching drowsiness. His legs felt weak, his steps slowing, as if an invisible force were gently pulling him toward the bed. The moment his head touched the pillow, he succumbed to slumber. Before closing his eyes, a proverb echoed in Isles's mind: "Youth is a blessing." Gurgle, gurgle. Isles was roused by the sound of his empty stomach. As he opened his eyes, an intense hunger surged within him. Rubbing his eyes, he sat up, feeling as if he could devour an entire cow. "I'm so hungry, didn't I just eat at noon? How long have I slept?" As he straightened the creases in his clothing, he made his way to the desk, glancing at the yellowed alarm clock. The second hand continued to tick away. "Has it really reached 10 o'clock? I've slept for over 4 hours. Isles swallowed hard, realizing that the prolonged training and fatigue must have heightened his body's need for energy, explaining his ravenous hunger. At this moment, nothing else occupied his mind. Filling his belly was of utmost importance. Only after satisfying his hunger would he have the strength to work. Having spent a week's salary in a single day, Isles felt the need to be frugal, lest his money vanish inexplicably. Previously, he had refrained from using gas for lighting, considering it too expensive, so he had only a single oil lamp in his home. However, now he had a different plan. With my night vision ability so strong, why bother with lighting? Suddenly, he recalled that in addition to purchasing clothes that morning, he had also bought 2 potatoes and a not-so-fresh sea fish with the leftover change from his weekly wage. Isles opened a small wooden door in his room, entering the kitchen of his modest abode. Though it was rudimentary, it contained the essential cookware and spices. He rummaged through the refrigerator and cabinets, retrieving the sea fish, and soon after, he found the 2 potatoes and a piece of black bread that Rune had brought him that morning. However, as the cheapest black bread, its coarse ingredients posed a choking hazard if consumed dry. Isles stroked his chin, his eyes darting about until inspiration struck him. A delicious fish soup paired with mashed potatoes and black bread would be splendid. With that, dinner was nearly set. He first washed the 2 potatoes in the communal washroom, then peeled away the dirt and imperfect parts with a knife. After preparing the potatoes, he cut them into even pieces, then retrieved a small stove from the corner, adding some coal to boil a pot of water. Next, he placed the potato chunks into a small pot, covered it, and let them simmer gently in the warm water. Once the potatoes became tender and easily pierced, he carefully removed them, ensuring they weren't overcooked. At this moment, his mouth was watering profusely, and Isles, unable to wait any longer, took a steaming piece of potato, biting into it with fervor. Delicious, truly delightful. Isles felt a surge of emotion, almost moved to tears, as he devoured a potato in a frenzy. Meanwhile, he mashed the remaining potatoes with a spoon, mixing them thoroughly before pouring them into a bowl beside the cut black bread. He then turned his attention to the fish. Though the sea fish was not particularly fresh, its affordability was a redeeming quality, and Isles planned to transform it into a pot of fish soup to accompany the mashed potatoes. After thoroughly cleaning the fish, he placed a small piece of lard in another pot. Once the oil heated, he gently added the fish, and a delightful aroma wafted into the air. When both sides turned golden brown, Isles added some water and spices to enhance the soup's flavor. As the broth began to simmer, the scent of the fish intensified, making his hunger even more pronounced. After a considerable time, he sprinkled a small amount of yellowish coarse sea salt into the pot, and thus, a pot of fish soup was ready. As a bachelor accustomed to living alone, Isles primarily relied on bread for sustenance. However, he possessed a modicum of culinary skill. While his creations may not have been gourmet, they were certainly palatable. Now, hunger had left Isles' throat parched. He swallowed hard, eagerly taking a seat, rolling up his sleeves, and scooping a spoonful of steaming, milky white fish soup. As the warm broth entered his mouth, an explosion of rich flavors enveloped his palate, awakening his taste buds. This was a dinner he had prepared with his own hands. Despite the simplicity of the ingredients, it was surprisingly delicious. Isles savored the soup's essence as the tender, juicy fish melded with the creamy, savory mashed potatoes, each flavor intertwining beautifully, cascading down his throat and settling in his stomach as a wave of warmth. Simply perfect. After savoring the last drop of fish soup, Isles contentedly patted his belly, feeling utterly revitalized, once again experiencing the joy of being alive. After tidying up the dishes, Isles donned the deep gray hunting attire he had just purchased, gently closed his room door, and stepped into the night. Chapter 11 of The Phantom Leopard, Sequence 8. The blood-red moon hung high in the sky, casting a dim, yellowish glow from the flickering streetlights below. Ears navigated the narrow and chaotic alleyways with an ease born of familiarity, soon arriving at the modest abode of Old Doobie. Nestled at the end of a dark, winding lane, Old Doobie's residence stood in quiet solitude. Ears rapped lightly on the iron gate, and the one-eyed visage of Old Doobie swiftly appeared, promptly opening the door. Upon stepping inside, Ears immediately sensed an unusual atmosphere. The candlelight within was dim, filtering softly through a dark red curtain, casting a gentle illumination upon a small wooden table where a tall figure sat. As the figure turned, its features remained obscured, revealing only a pair of piercing eyes that seemed to scrutinize him. Ears, having often run errands for Old Doobie, was no stranger to such guests and met the figure's gaze with a curious interest. At that moment, Old Doobie secured the iron door. Glancing at the two locked in mutual observation, he slightly nodded to the cloaked figure, indicating a sense of camaraderie, and gestured towards his bedroom, suggesting that Ears could make himself at home. Understanding the unspoken cue, Ears proceeded into Old Doobie's bedroom without casting a sideways glance. This action, however, startled the cloaked man. As Ears advanced towards the bedroom, the sharp gaze of the figure flickered with unease, scanning back and forth between Ears and Old Doobie. Hey! What are you thinking? Don't mistake me for one of those perverts. This kid just wants to leave the city. Old Doobie seemed dissatisfied with the cloaked man's demeanor. His voice pierced the tense atmosphere, allowing the cloaked figure to exhale a sigh of relief, yet he remained vigilant towards Old Doobie. This kid is leaving the city? He is also a sequent? The cloaked man's voice was low and raspy, imbued with an air of mystery. Old Doobie lit a cigarette, gesturing towards the door of the bedroom where Ears had vanished, nodding affirmatively. Indeed, this lad is a sequent, the rarest kind, an observer. He is merely saving up for potion. You know how it is for the impoverished. Observer? The cloaked man echoed. Old Doobie flicked the ash from his cigarette, exhaling a thick cloud of smoke. Yes, I don't know what kind of luck he has stumbled upon, but he hasn't lost control. Besides, I've known this boy since he was little. He is trustworthy. The cloaked man's gaze lingered momentarily on the direction of Old Doobie's bedroom before he nodded in acceptance of Old Doobie's explanation. Well then, let us continue our conversation regarding that matter. Old Doobie extinguished his cigarette. There is nothing more to convey. Just remember to keep an eye on that particular item. The cloaked man rose, shook out his cloak, and strode towards the iron door. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something, turning back to say, by the way, there has been a surge of beast tides near Quito City. You'd best warn that kid to be cautious. Beast tides, Old Doobie mused, stroking his chin. Meanwhile, Ears traversed the dim underground passage, feeling the damp air and faint echoes, as if countless silent voices reverberated around him. After a morning of rigorous physical training, Ears sensed that, while still fatigued, his physical condition had undeniably improved. What began as a leisurely stroll soon transformed into a brisk march, ultimately culminating in a full sprint through the tunnel. Covering nearly 3 kilometers, he reached the tunnel's end in a mere 5 minutes. Ears pushed aside the iron plate, emerging from the opening and dusting off his hands. A cool breeze greeted him as he stood upon the barren land. Here, there were no rules, no order, only the vast, untamed wilderness. The scarlet moon flickered in the night sky, casting a hazy crimson glow. The wilderness stretched endlessly, devoid of clear paths, marked only by sparse grass and tangled shrubbery. Ears yearned to savor the taste of freedom and inhale deeply. Ugh, what a stench! The odor invoked images of decay and filth, clearly not a habitable locale. Suddenly, a deep, rumbling growl emanated from the nearby thicket, and Ears instinctively halted, scanning his surroundings. Several massive corpse wolves surged forth from the underbrush, their fur rotting and dripping, their eerie green eyes glinting with menace. They howled, drool dripping from their mouths, provoking a wave of nausea. Yet, after what transpired the previous night, Ears felt no fear. To him, the corpse wolves posed no threat. He raised his handgun without hesitation, aiming at a leaping corpse wolf, and a bullet swiftly struck its forehead, ending its life. With several more shots fired, 5 additional corpse wolf crystals were added to his collection. "This is 5 Nairangs, far more lucrative than the city guard's pay," Ears muttered while stowing the crystals away. However, he had no intention of concluding his day's endeavors after slaying a few corpse wolves. Having finally ventured out, it would be a waste of a splendid night if he didn't hunt down a few more human-faced spiders to bring back. Ears ventured further into the wasteland, allowing wave after wave of corpse wolves to charge at him. This time, however, he refrained from raising his gun again, for a lingering question nagged at him. The abilities of an observer should not be as simplistic as they currently seemed. Was it merely about seeing more clearly, hearing more acutely? That was simply inconceivable. Thus, he resolved to delve deeper into the powers of observation. As the corpse wolves lunged at him once more, he began to evade them, striving to observe from the perspective of an observer, gathering information through combat regarding their movements, attack patterns, and sensitive areas. What was the purpose of observation? What should one do while observing? Ears furrowed his brow in contemplation while dodging the attacks of the corpse wolves. As he gazed at one particularly battered corpse wolf, inspiration struck him. Cheese, a bouncing, hole-riddled triangle of cheese, reeking of microorganisms. The notion flashed through his mind: this was information. Thus, the essence of observation must be the collection of information, and to collect information, one must have a concrete subject, a specific object. Without an object of observation, it could not truly be called observation, merely daydreaming. Once this thought took root, it swiftly blossomed in Ears' mind: perhaps I should establish a system of observation to facilitate the summarization of information? In that moment, Ears felt something within him melt away, akin to ice cream sliding down his throat, leaving a cool sensation in its wake. Ears momentarily lost focus, nearly caught by a corpse wolf's claw. Glancing at the ferocious creature before him, he decided not to ponder further and calmly stated, "Then let us start with you." Observation subject: Corpse wolf sequence level 9. Objective: devour my brain. Behavioral patterns. Driven solely by instinct, 60% of attacks utilize claws, 30% employ teeth. He endeavored to comprehend the true nature of observation, systematically organizing the information he gathered to better construct a target for observation. Once he felt he had observed sufficiently, Ears ensured only one corpse wolf remained, severing its limbs to prevent any sudden attacks. Admittedly, it seemed rather cruel, but considering they were corpse wolves, Ears felt justified. He began to harness his abilities as an observer, focusing on the remaining corpse wolf for observation. He sensed himself entering a peculiar state, as if merging with everything around him. He could distinctly perceive the movements of the corpse wolves, feeling their desires and instincts. Gradually, Ears discerned patterns and rules. He realized that while the corpse wolves possessed a degree of intelligence, their actions were predominantly driven by instinct rather than complex thought or strategy. He identified their vulnerable areas, particularly the neck and eyes, as prime targets for attack. This time, Ears refrained from firing his weapon and instead attempted to interact with the corpse wolves through the lens of observation. He sought to guide their behavior using the powers of observation, or at least maintain a safe distance. To his surprise, the corpse wolves seemed influenced by him, beginning to move in a pattern around him instead of charging directly at him. Ears felt a surge of joy. He appeared to have discovered a new way to coexist with these creatures, beyond simply exterminating them. Perhaps, in a few days, I could control the corpse wolves to serve my will? Is this not the ability of a Sequence 9 shepherd, the natural dominion? Ears could feel his mind sharpening, his observations deepening. He began to scrutinize everything around him, extending his focus beyond the corpse wolves to encompass the grass, the stars, the whispers of the wind, and the tremors of the earth, all rendered strikingly clear. Could this be digestion? A shadowy figure flitted through the night like a wraith, drawing closer, sending a chill racing down Ears' spine. The powers of observation alerted him to an unusual movement. A phantom leopard. In the pitch-black night, the phantom leopard's fur blended seamlessly with the surroundings, rendering it nearly invisible in the darkness. Its coat was short and sleek, wrapping around well-defined muscles, with long, sharp fangs protruding from its jaw. Its ears stood erect, and its deep green eyes glimmered like two bright jewels in the gloom. Ears held his breath, his gaze fixed on the phantom leopard, attempting to ascertain its position. He sensed the creature's eyes scanning the darkness, searching for something, and the phantom leopard moved with grace and agility, making not a sound, as if it were a ghost. Ears understood that if he did not act, he would transform from hunter to prey. Standing a mere distance away from the phantom leopard, Ears' body tensed, hands gripping his weapon tightly, eyes locked on his adversary. Under the cloak of night, the figure of the phantom leopard appeared even more sinister, with only its green eyes shimmering in the dark. The phantom leopard let out a low growl, its voice deep and threatening, yet Ears recognized the disparity in their strengths and attempted to retreat slowly, striving to maintain distance. However, the phantom leopard mirrored his movements, its gaze fixated on Ears, exuding an unmistakable desire to hunt. Its fangs glinted ominously in the shadows, poised to strike. As the phantom leopard drew nearer, its gaze locked onto Ears with unyielding intensity. It roared before him, mouth agape, sharp teeth glistening with a menacing sheen, a wave of foul breath washing over Ears. Suddenly, the phantom leopard sprang into action, revealing its terrifying nature as it unveiled its vicious fangs, extending a sinuous, crimson tongue, launching towards Ears at an astonishing speed, nearly invisible to the naked eye. Its powerful limbs propelled it swiftly, weaving through the flickering crimson moonlight, casting fleeting shadows upon the ground like an enchanting specter. Ears' instincts kicked in, his body reacting swiftly as he pushed off his right foot, leaping away from the spot. Yet, the phantom leopard's claws grazed his shoulder, leaving a deep gash. Ears felt a sharp pain radiate from his shoulder, but there was no time to dwell on the wound. He chose to retaliate immediately. He raised his dagger, aiming at the creature's neck, and swung down fiercely. The sharp blade sliced through the air, but to his dismay, the phantom leopard evaded with astonishing swiftness, dodging the attack in a blur. Ears' heart sank. Its reaction speed amplified the pressure he felt. Curse it, is this the chasm between Sequence 8 and Sequence 9? Faced with such a formidable foe, Ears' throat dried, and his thoughts became chaotic as his mind raced to devise a strategy. The phantom leopard launched another rapid assault, relying on his powers of observation. Ears managed to discern its movements, but the ability only enhanced his perception, not his reflexes, leaving him helpless to evade as he watched the crimson tongue approach swiftly. However, just as the phantom leopard was a mere 3 meters away, Ears' pupils dilated sharply, for within his range of perception, a red figure, faster than the phantom leopard, was hurtling towards him, appearing in an instant behind the beast. And from the silhouette, it seemed to resemble a person, a real human. Chapter 12. Captain, how did you get here? Whoosh! Irs felt his vision blur suddenly as a crimson figure descended from the night sky. A pair of slender legs, clad in leather boots, landed firmly before him, the gust of wind billowing the dark red cloak, revealing a porcelain visage and a pair of azure, crystalline eyes. A dagger, glimmering with a blue luminescence, sliced through the air like a brilliant blue feather, striking at the vital point of the ghost leopard with the swiftness and precision of lightning. The ghost leopard let out a sharp, anguished cry, collapsing to the ground, blood spraying forth as its body convulsed a few times before coming to a complete halt. The crimson figure's attack was fatal, having precisely pierced the heart of the ghost leopard. She bent down to retrieve her dagger, the blue energy gradually dissipating as she crossed her arms, standing in place with a teasing glint in her eyes as she regarded Irs. Oh, you audacious young man, daring to sneak out of the city? Captain? Irs was taken aback as he finally recognized the visitor's face. What are you doing here? The wind of the wilderness fluttered around Elia's red cloak, gently swirling like a pair of fiery wings. A faint smile graced Elia's lips, her blue eyes shining brightly in the darkness. That's a question I wish to pose to you as well. Are you not aware that sneaking out of the city incurs punishment? Irs felt a rare twinge of embarrassment. He indeed understood that venturing outside the city without permission was against the rules, but it was unfortunate that he had been caught red-handed by his own captain. However, he felt a sense of relief that it was his captain who had discovered him. Otherwise, his life might truly have been forfeit tonight. Observing Irs's flustered demeanor, Elia found it somewhat amusing. Alright, I won't tease you any longer. I have actually been nearby all along, you just failed to notice. If I hadn't seen my dear teammate nearly meet his demise, I wouldn't have intervened. However, as a reward for my assistance, I shall take this ghost leopard. Of course, this ghost leopard was indeed yours to hunt, so it rightfully belongs to the illustrious captain. Irs declared earnestly. Enough with the flattery. You came to hunt serial creatures as well, did you not? Let us proceed together. Additionally, as a penalty for your unauthorized departure, you shall carry this ghost leopard. With that, Elia turned and continued deeper into the wilderness. It was a hard lot for Irs, who not only had to train at the office during the day but now faced additional training at night, yet, Irs dared not voice any complaints, silently shouldering the ghost leopard's corpse, following closely behind Elia as they searched for traces of serial creatures in the vast expanse. Watching Irs skillfully dispatch a corpse wolf, Elia could not help but praise him. Your marksmanship is indeed commendable, no wonder you dared to venture into the wilderness alone. What good is marksmanship if I am not a melee specialist? Otherwise, I wouldn't be struggling against a mere ghost leopard, IRS replied with a wry smile. You have quite the lofty aspirations, why compare yourself to a Serial 8 at your own Serial 9 level? Elia retorted, amused and exasperated. The gap between serials is vast, often determining who survives in perilous situations. If everyone could fight above their level, why would serial hunters suffer the anguish of promotion? Elia explained to IRS, advancement is no simple task. It requires time and effort, which is why serial hunters must accumulate experience through combat to assimilate the potions. Each serial hunter has their own responsibilities and specialties. Collaboration among different serials is essential for victory against formidable foes. For instance, the abilities of officers and observers differ, yet they can complement one another in battle to form a powerful alliance. Our team comprises various serial hunters precisely to adapt to diverse circumstances. Moreover, one must not relentlessly pursue higher serials, one must fully digest their own potions before advancing further, otherwise, it could lead to chaos. What we often refer to as chaos is essentially the incomplete assimilation of potions by serial hunters, compounded by the influence of whispers, resulting in the distortion of their personalities and loss of rationality. As Elia walked ahead, she continued her explanation. And whispers originate from the darkness of one's heart and negative emotions. When a serial hunter consumes potions containing serial materials, they may perceive indescribable entities. Whispers can manifest at any moment, affecting our judgment and decision-making. Occasional whispers are something every serial hunter must face. As long as one does not respond to them, no major issues should arise. Curiously, IRS inquired, what happens if one does respond to them? One either forms a pact with them, becoming their earthly servant, or loses their consciousness, transforming into a distorted, uncontrolled monster. Thus, we must remain vigilant, avoiding entanglement in such dangers. Whispers, had Elia not mentioned them, IRS might have truly forgotten about that. Before advancing to Serial 9, he would occasionally hear strange murmurs lingering in his ears and had peculiar dreams. However, since attaining Serial 9, those whispers seemed to have vanished without a trace, and he no longer experienced those strange dreams. I can scarcely distinguish between dreams and reality, IRS muttered as he bore the ghost leopard's body. What are you mumbling about? Are you even listening to me? Elia replied, somewhat displeased, casting a glance back at IRS. Just as they were conversing, two human-faced spiders suddenly appeared before them. Go on, let me see the fruits of your training today. Elia gestured towards the spiders with a tilt of her chin. IRS did not hesitate. He had previously taken down a Serial 8 ghost leopard, and he had slain a human-faced spider just the night before. He set down the ghost leopard's corpse and drew his pistol from his waist. Without needing to aim deliberately, a bullet struck one of the human-faced spiders in the head. However, this did not immediately kill it, rather, the hit merely enraged the spider, which now charged at IRS with a furious roar. Alas, the bullets truly are ineffective, IRS sighed, holstering his pistol and drawing his dagger instead. The two human-faced spiders revealed their razor-sharp mandibles, attacking IRS with ferocity. IRS dodged their strikes while seeking an opportunity to counterattack. Facing the human-faced spiders again, he no longer felt the same panic as before. Coupled with his recent improvement in observational skills, he found himself increasingly adept. One of the spiders suddenly lunged at him from the left, its venomous fangs aimed at his leg. IRS swiftly leaped into the air, executing a kick akin to a soccer shot, sending the grotesque face of the spider flying. Though IRS successfully repelled one spider, the other drew ever closer, its pincers mere inches away. The spider he had kicked away spewed forth a sticky, white web, attempting to ensnare IRS rapidly. Thus, he found himself besieged, with little room to evade. In this critical moment, IRS remained remarkably composed, gripping his dagger in his right hand while drawing his pistol again in his left, aiming at the lunging human-faced spider. If he could hit the gap in its abdomen, he could slay it. In that instant, IRS's gaze deepened. He felt the mysterious power of observation surge within him once more, as if he could see through everything. His vision now resembled a searchlight, focusing on the spider and clearly perceiving its muscle contractions, the flow of its veins, and even the reactions of its central nervous system. IRS tightened his grip on the pistol, fixating on the approaching human-faced spider. He understood that he had but one opportunity. If he failed to strike the spider's weakness, he would become mere prey, at the mercy of the two human-faced spiders. The spider's pincers closed in swiftly, and IRS's finger brushed the trigger as a bullet shot forth. Time seemed to freeze as the bullet traversed the air, homing in on the spider's abdomen. With a crisp crack, the bullet struck the opening in the spider's belly, causing its body to convulse violently, its screams echoing in the night sky, dark green ichor gushing forth as it collapsed, unable to move again. The power of observation truly is remarkable. IRS glanced at the pistol in his hand and boldly approached the other human-faced spider. Elia stood by, nodding in satisfaction. This fellow has grasped it surprisingly quickly. IRS swiftly drew his dagger once more, activating his observational power again, carving a silver arc through the night sky, and executed another swift kill. Applause erupted as Elia stepped forward, patting IRS on the shoulder approvingly. "Well done, young man. Next time, you may retrieve some enchanted bullets from our squad's armory. Ordinary bullets struggle to breach the defenses of serial creatures. By the way, the cost of your damaged clothing and medical treatment can be reimbursed. Just inform Jack tomorrow, and he will assist you with the registration." Subsequently, Elia generously shared her combat experience, including how to better utilize one's serial abilities and how to discern the weaknesses of serial creatures. Elia gazed at her new teammate with satisfaction. "Alright, it's getting late, we should return to the city." IRS nodded, then bent down to extract the crystal from the human-faced spider, not forgetting to collect 12 eyeballs, knowing that each was worth 20 nirol, a total of 240 nirol. Having gathered these cereal materials, IRS shouldered the ghost leopard once more, holding the human-faced spider's eyeballs, ready to return to the location of the tunnel. "I almost forgot to ask you. When I first spotted you, it seemed as though you sprang from the earth itself. How did you sneak out of the city?" Elia inquired, her bright blue eyes fixed on IRS's face. Seeing the dagger Elia toyed with in her hand, her expression conveying a "you better tell the truth" vibe, IRS had no choice but to recount the tale of the black market entrance and the tunnel. He couldn't possibly claim he had emerged from the soil itself. As IRS led Elia into the tunnel, he silently offered an apology to Old Doobie. When IRS and Elia returned to Old Doobie's residence, he was seated at the table, intently repairing an old gun. However, when he heard the noise from the room, he paid it little mind. "IRS, you rascal, you're back?" But when IRS and Elia emerged from the bedroom together, Old Doobie's face contorted in disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. "What in the world is happening? How is it that you went in alone and came out together? Are you playing tricks on me?" Chapter 13. Leaving the city again. In the rather small bedroom, three individuals stood in a tense silence, exchanging bewildered glances. Old Doobie instinctively rose to his feet, still polishing an old firearm in his hands. However, he quickly realized that brandishing a handgun in front of a Sequence 7 was somewhat inappropriate. He attempted to return it to the table, but in a moment of clumsiness, he accidentally dropped it, only to retrieve it from the floor again. The atmosphere became awkward. This was the first time IRS had witnessed Old Doobie so anxious, even finding it somewhat amusing, to the point where he nearly burst into laughter. Yet, in an effort not to disrupt the ambience, IRS pinched his thigh tightly, stifling his mirth. Old Doobie eventually managed to compose himself and noticed IRS's struggle to contain his laughter, shooting him a fierce glare. Who wouldn't he be nervous? The person before them was none other than the genuine captain of the city's defense squad, the fastest ascending sequence user in the history of Pero City, rumored to be on the verge of achieving Sequence 6, the Blackthorn Rose. For Old Doobie, the gatekeeper of the black market, the sudden appearance of such a formidable figure in his territory naturally provoked a mix of awe, concern, and fear. Imagine watching a movie in the comfort of your home when suddenly a police officer appears before you. That is precisely how Old Doobie felt in this moment. "Greetings, Miss Elliot. It is a privilege to meet you. May I inquire about the purpose of your unexpected visit? Is there anything I can assist you with?" Old Doobie spoke with a respectful tone. Elia smiled, understanding Old Doobie's apprehension. However, she chose to turn a blind eye to the existence of the black market, as she herself was a frequent visitor, typically entering through other means. Little did Old Doobie and IRS know this fact. She glanced towards the tunnel leading to the wilderness behind her and then back at Old Doobie, her blue eyes glinting with amusement. "Indeed, it is quite impressive to have excavated such a tunnel right beneath the watchful eyes of the city's defense squad. It must have taken considerable time, hasn't it?" At her words, Old Doobie's previously calm demeanor once again faltered, his wrinkled hands unconsciously rubbing together. "If you are dissatisfied, we will promptly seal it up, and I assure you, there will be no further openings." Elia, noticing the cold sweat trickling down Old Doobie's brow, ceased her teasing. "Not to worry, this is quite satisfactory. I was merely passing through and was astonished to discover such a convenient route out of the city. It truly took me by surprise." "Well then, do continue your conversation. I must take my leave." "Oh, and IRS, do not forget that training resumes tomorrow." Elia flashed a sweet smile at IRS before turning to depart, leaving him with an unsettling sense of dread. Old Doobie hurriedly followed her, respectfully opening the iron door and watching her leave. Once the formidable figure had departed, Old Doobie returned to the bedroom, pointing an accusatory finger at IRS, berating him. "What on earth were you thinking? That's the captain of the city's defense squad, a bona fide Sequence 7. You're not contemplating joining the squad for glory at my expense, are you? Should I just hand over your prize on a silver platter?" There was a hint of relief mixed with discontent in Old Doobie's voice. Faced with Old Doobie's barrage of questions, IRS began pinching his own thigh, expressing his helplessness. I had no choice. I ran into my captain unexpectedly in the wilderness, and on the way back, she insisted on accompanying me. You know I'm only a sequence 9, I had no room to resist. Consider yourself fortunate this time, but it better not happen again. If anything unusual occurs, inform me immediately. Old Doobie warned. Rest assured. Come take a look at what I've hunted tonight, a complete ghost leopard. Help me appraise its worth. IRS clapped Old Doobie on the shoulder, gesturing behind him. At the mention of money, Old Doobie's eyes sparkled with interest. Although he had previously agreed with his captain that the ghost leopard was her spoils, who could resist the allure of counting money? It was then that Old Doobie noticed a dark, indistinct shape lurking in the tunnel behind IRS. Upon closer inspection, his eyes widened in disbelief. Good heavens, great eternal moon, please tell me this isn't real. You didn't slay that ghost leopard, did you? In one night, Old Doobie had endured 2 shocks, feeling as though his heart might give out. No, that was my captain's doing. I merely assisted in the aftermath. IRS scratched the back of his head in explanation. Old Doobie felt a wave of relief wash over him, otherwise, he would have had to re-evaluate his opinion of IRS. I knew it. A sequence 9 like you could never hunt a sequence 8 ghost leopard. After all, regardless of their rank, any sequence user capable of battling beyond their level is undoubtedly exceptional. Ghost leopards are treasures in their own right, their pelts are well preserved and can fetch a handsome price. The crystallized essence remains intact, I presume. Old Doobie cautiously bent down to inspect, especially as this was a product intended for the blackthorn rose, allowing no room for error. By the way, what sequence is your captain? If she can effortlessly hunt a sequence 8 ghost leopard, she must be a formidable fighter as well, right? Old Doobie inquired curiously. Seeing Old Doobie's intrigue, IRS crouched beside him, smiling as he replied, Do you truly wish to know? Is that even a question? Old Doobie huffed, his beard bristling with irritation. I'm the one asking you. IRS shrugged his shoulders, feigning helplessness. As for my captain's sequence, I'm not entirely sure. Old Doobie nearly popped his eyes out in disbelief, staring incredulously at IRS. Since when did you dare to jest with me? Are you toying with me? Noticing Old Doobie feeling for his belt, IRS hastily stood up, raising his hands in surrender. All I know is that she is a sequence 7 and exceptionally powerful. Beyond that, I truly cannot say. Old Doobie shook his head, sighing. Well, you're just like that poetry-loving black sir. All members of the defense squad are indeed peculiar characters. However, although she is your captain, do keep your wits about you. Don't let her lead you into danger. Understood? Understood. When did you become so chatty? Now, let us calculate how much I made tonight. IRS replied impatiently. Are you in such a hurry? Old Doobie scoffed. Kid, you've struck gold this time. This ghost leopard is a treasure trove. First, its pelt is worth a pretty penny, both beautiful and remarkably durable, making it an excellent material for leather armor. It's also a favorite among noble women. After all, who wouldn't desire a stunning yet secure fur coat? Old Doobie pointed to the ghost leopard's 20-centimeter long claws, and these claws are incredibly sharp, perfect for crafting melee weapons such as daggers, knives, or even specialized bullet tips. Finally, Old Doobie's gaze fell upon the glossy black crystal, his expression filled with envy. This crystal is the most valuable part of the ghost leopard. It's an essential material for alchemists. If you can find an eager buyer, it could fetch double the market price. Let us see here. The pelt could fetch around 80 nilong, the 20 claws approximately 200 nilong, and the crystal's current market price is 300 nilong. And this tale ought to attract someone looking to brew a potion. Don T asked me how. It should be worth 30 nilong. Old Doobie then glanced at IRS's meager collection of corpse wolf crystals and human-faced spider eyeballs with a hint of disdain. Adding in your corpse wolf crystals and human-faced spider eyeballs, that totals 750 nilong. Oh no, let us call it 800 nilong. I want T take a cut this time. Consider it a gift for your captain. Clutching the 8 hefty gold coins in his hand, IRS couldn't help but swallow hard, the smooth, round texture feeling surreal. This was a staggering sum of 80,000 sol. It was his first encounter with gold coins in his entire life. Old Doobie, observing IRS like a statue, couldn't help but mock him. You've never seen such wealth, have you? 800 nilong is nothing in the black market. It's merely a trifling amount, not even enough to purchase your sequence 8 potion recipe. Old Doobie's words were like a bucket of cold water, instantly awakening IRS. Ah, the road to saving money is indeed a long one. Old Doobie nodded in agreement. Seeing IRS looking glum, he couldn't help but offer some comfort. Actually, with your current hunting speed, you should be able to afford a sequence 8 recipe soon. Alright, secure your earnings and hurry back to rest. Your presence is starting to annoy me. Off you go. IRS took the cue to bid farewell to Old Doobie, clutching his fortune of 80,000 sol as he made his way back to his apartment. On the way back, he was even more cautious than before, yet the time spent was less than half of what it had taken to arrive. Upon returning to his apartment, IRS's first order of business was to hide his newfound wealth. In his modest room, beneath the carpet, lay an inconspicuous brick. Concealing a secret, IRS carefully removed the brick, revealing a small hollow in an unassuming cloth pouch containing 151 nilong he had collected the previous day. He placed the gold coins into the pouch and carefully replaced the brick. After ensuring no traces were left behind, IRS returned to his bed and fell into a peaceful slumber, filled with sweet dreams. The following morning, soft sunlight streamed through the curtains, casting a warm and tranquil glow upon IRS's bed. He awoke to the sound of his alarm clock, stretching lazily as the fatigue from the previous night lingered in his body. After quickly freshening up and donning a neat outfit, he prepared to head out. Although last night's escapade was thrilling, a new day had dawned, and he still needed to attend training at the Blackthorn office. IRS retrieved the small pouch from beneath the floor and resolved to bring the 8 gold coins to Captain Elia. After all, it wasn't his money to keep, and merely looking at it was exhausting. When will I ever accumulate such savings? He sighed, tucking the pouch into the inner pocket of his coat. He grabbed his newly purchased walking stick and strode confidently out the door. Exiting his residence, IRS navigated through the bustling streets, where pedestrians hurried by, and the corners were alive with chatter. After paying 30 sol for a carriage ride, he soon arrived at the entrance of the Blackthorn office. As he stepped into the office lobby, IRS noticed several new members had already gathered. Along with Captain Elliot, she and Clay were sipping red tea on the sofa, Jack was fast asleep at the front desk, Anna was whispering to Charlotte, and Locke appeared to be cleaning his dagger with a frown, as if suffering from a mild case of OCD. Upon seeing IRS enter, Elia set her teacup down and clapped her hands. Now that everyone is here, let us prepare to leave the city shortly. At her words, IRS stumbled slightly. What, leaving the city again? Chapter 14. The Armory of the Blackthorn Squad. As IRS spoke these words, the atmosphere grew instantly hushed, with all eyes converging upon him, except for Elia, who appeared to relish the unfolding drama. What do you mean again? IRS, have you already ventured outside the city? The curious young Anna inquired. IRS felt a wave of unease wash over him and hastily clarified, you misheard me. I meant that after merely one day of training, we are to leave the city. Surely there can't be any danger, can there? Is that so? Did I truly mishear? Anna murmured softly, yet she refrained from pressing further. Rest assured, as long as I am present, provided we do not encounter foes of sequence 6 or higher, I can guarantee your safe passage. Now then, since we are to depart the city, it is imperative that we procure reliable weaponry. Follow me, I shall show you the armory of our Blackthorn squad. With that, Elia strode towards the underground training grounds, moving to the rear of the shooting range, her hands exploring the wall for something. Just as IRS and the others began to feel puzzled, a deep, resonant rumble echoed through the air. The wall where the shooting targets were mounted cracked open, revealing a concealed space beyond. Please, step inside, Elia gestured, revealing the full scope of the armory. The space, though relatively compact, exuded an air of cleanliness and order. The floor and walls were constructed from sturdy concrete, evidently designed to withstand explosions or fires. The armory was modest in size, housing 5 tall metal racks and several massive wooden crates arranged in neat rows. As the group entered the armory, they were greeted by a unique scent, a blend of steel, oil, and gunpowder. The two ladies instinctively covered their mouths and noses, while Clay twitched his nostrils as if he had caught a whiff of something intoxicating. IRS and Locke, however, maintained a calm demeanor, showing little outward reaction. The overhead lights cast a cold, solemn illumination upon the weaponry, which was arrayed in a dazzling array of types, from handguns to rifles, from compound bows to military crossbows, all meticulously stored in specially designed compartments that reflected a faint, eerie glimmer. Various protective gear adorned the walls, including a suit of knightly armor measuring a full 2 centimeters in thickness. Among the 6 large crates, 2 contained various types of ammunition, including but not limited to those for handguns, rifles, shotguns, and sniper rifles, with bullets categorized and labeled according to their type and performance. Another crate held an assortment of grenades, both handheld and detonator types, neatly arranged and ready for immediate use. The remaining 3 crates held an air of mystery, each containing approximately a dozen deep blue wooden boxes, varying in size, all neatly arranged. Elia noticed the gaze of IRS and his companions and playfully kicked one of the crates with her toe. Inside, there are some specially crafted weapons made by alchemists, which are currently beyond your reach. Best to be cautious. She then revealed a blue dagger with a flash of azure light. While IRS had seen the captain wield this dagger the previous night, the darkness and the swift aftermath of the captain's encounter with the ghostly leopard had rendered the details elusive. Now, however, the dagger gleamed brightly before him, drawing his undivided attention. Its blade shimmered in a brilliant blue, smooth and flawless, as though sculpted from a precious gem, adorned with intricate runes that glowed with a faint, ethereal light under the illumination of the luminescent pearls. Elia waved the dagger lightly, and a streak of blue light sliced through the air, glinting ominously. This dagger is merely the most ordinary of its kind. Aside from being exceptionally sharp, it possesses no unique qualities, Elia stated, intending to showcase her weapon further, only to realize that the anticipated expressions of envy were absent. IRS and the others, intrigued yet astonished, instead focused on the wooden crate beneath Elia's feet, their silence palpable. Captain, you can speak freely, but please refrain from kicking the crates. It hardly conveys an image of caution. With the realization that they could only observe and not wield, the group lost interest in the captain's somewhat careless display and began selecting their own weapons. To IRS's surprise, the seemingly shy Clay was revealed to be an ardent enthusiast of firearms, his excitement palpable as he exclaimed, "The BK-47 rifle, am I dreaming? My father spoke of it, said that one man with one rifle could sweep through a horde of corpse wolves. Oh my, the high-end N416 crossbow, just look at this curvature, this bowstring, it's simply exquisite." Clay's gaze shifted to a multi-barrel machine gun nearby, his eyes widening in sheer fascination, utterly captivated by the array of weaponry. "And this? With this, I feel I could single-handedly eradicate an entire pack of corpse wolves." Elia, with a hint of exasperation, patiently explained, "Even if you can manage that gun, you would still need a horde of corpse wolves to justify its use. In normal circumstances, they tend to form small groups, rendering heavy weaponry unnecessary. Moreover, the defensive capabilities of corpse wolves are not formidable, standard weaponry suffices to bring them down." Clay responded with an "oh," his cheeks flushing, whether from excitement or embarrassment, but soon his attention was captured by yet another item. "What is this? Wow, Captain, may I take this with me?" He pointed to a sniper rifle with a barrel thicker than his forearm, its overall length nearly 1.5 meters. Elia squinted, a smile gracing her lips as she replied, "Of course, provided you don't mind your shoulder exploding after firing a shot." "Exploding, as in, leaving no bone unbroken?" Clay's smile gradually faded, and he reluctantly stepped back from the imposing firearm. Meanwhile, at a row of handguns, IRS weighed each one in his hands, ensuring that prolonged use would not become a burden. Ultimately, he selected a silver-gray handgun, its barrel slightly longer than the average, yet not excessively heavy, with the crucial advantage of superior firepower compared to standard models. Satisfied with the weight in his hand, he reasoned that his primary role was to gather intelligence and maintain oversight, rather than to serve as the team's main assault force. Thus, overwhelming firepower was not a necessity. Nonetheless, the indelible impression left by the face spider's carapace lingered in his mind, leading him to wonder if this weapon could penetrate its defenses. "Captain, where are the special bullets you mentioned earlier?" IRS inquired, lifting his gaze to Elia, who stood not far off. "Ah, right. I would have forgotten had you not reminded me. Here they are, you all should come take a look, as these are quite remarkable," Elia said, a hint of mischief on her face. IRS's expression darkened slightly. "Captain, could it be that you are a touch forgetful?" With a swift kick, Elia opened a large crate and retrieved a milky white bullet. "Captain, what is this?" Anna asked, her curiosity piqued. "This is a special bullet crafted from the hardest ribs of a bone raven, far more resilient than standard brass or steel." At a cursory glance, the bullet appeared unremarkable aside from its color, but a closer inspection of the tip revealed a sharpness that bore delicate engravings, resembling a work of art. When facing creatures like the face spider, which possesses a formidable exoskeleton, ordinary bullets prove ineffective. Thus, these special bullets come into play, as just one can effortlessly breach its defenses. "Is it true that even rifles cannot penetrate the exoskeleton of a face spider?" Clay asked incredulously, his disappointment evident. "Even if a standard bullet penetrates the exoskeleton, it would lose most of its kinetic energy, failing to inflict any harm on the face spider, only provoking it further," Elia explained. "Ah, I see." Clay examined a special bullet closely, as if he could discern a flower within its design. Unbeknownst to them, Locke had already selected two weapons, a compact submachine gun and a lightweight rifle, both notable for their portability. Anna and Charlotte each chose a semi-automatic handgun, elegantly designed yet perfect for precision shooting. Seeing that the group was prepared, Clay swiftly shouldered two heavy rifles he had long desired and stood before Elia, ready for action. "Since everyone has made their choices, let us depart." The inquisitive Anna chimed in, "Captain, how do we leave the city? Shall we take a carriage?" Elia shook her head, "A carriage would be too slow and impractical, the wilderness is vast." "Shall we walk then?" Anna tilted her head, her curiosity piqued further. "You'll find out shortly," Elia teased, leading them out of the office. She motioned for Clay to open the large door of a warehouse adjacent to their office, revealing a single large object covered by a waterproof tarp. As the group exchanged puzzled glances, Elia approached and dramatically pulled back the tarp, unveiling a peculiar vehicle crafted from metal. "Wow, this vehicle is stunning. Truly worthy of the captain." Anna and Clay exclaimed in unison. IRS, too, was seeing a form of transportation beyond the traditional carriage for the first time. He quietly channeled his inner strength, scrutinizing the vehicle. Its design was remarkably unique, diverging from the cumbersome form of conventional carriages. Instead, it boasted a streamlined silhouette, yet its tires were disproportionately large, almost as tall as the vehicle itself. The overall hue was a deep golden, constructed from an unknown metal alloy, with a blue crystal at its center, inscribed with intricate runes that radiated a potent aura of magic, likely serving as its power source. This vehicle was evidently not the creation of ordinary craftsmen. It bore the hallmarks of both magic and alchemy. Elia smiled at IRS, ready to explain the vehicle's origin and functionality. This vehicle is also a product of the Scholars Association, a specially crafted mode of transportation exclusive to our city defense squad, which we refer to as the Galloper. Elia tapped the alloy exterior of the vehicle, producing a crisp sound. This Talker alloy is not only exceptionally strong but also remarkably lightweight, ensuring formidable protection without excessive bulk. The wheels and tires have undergone special treatment, making them durable and adaptable to various terrains, facilitating swift escape when necessary. The energy source derives from this energy-storing crystal, eliminating the need for traditional fuels or electricity. Thus, there is no concern about refueling mid-journey. Now, let us discuss the rest while on the road, she concluded, turning towards the vehicle, her hand gently pressing a switch on the door, which swung open to reveal a surprisingly spacious interior. Though the exterior appeared modest, the interior was remarkably roomy, providing ample seating for passengers to stow their equipment and weapons. Clay and Locke settled into the rear seats, while Anna and Charlotte took their places in the middle. IRS opted for the front passenger seat. Captain Elia positioned herself in the driver's seat, adjusting the rearview mirror to glance at her team, her face breaking into a radiant smile. Are we all seated? Then let us commence our journey. With both hands lightly gripping the steering wheel, she pressed down hard with her foot, and the vehicle emitted a deep, resonant hum before surging forward like a lithe cheetah awakened from slumber. A powerful thrust pushed everyone firmly into their seats. Ah, this is far too fast, Captain, could you slow down? Chapter 15 of the first arrival in the wilderness. IRS sat in the passenger seat. The vehicle's power and acceleration far exceeded anything he had previously known. Captain Alia skillfully maneuvered the charioteer, deftly weaving through the broad streets, the outlines of buildings whizzing past the window, and pedestrians flickering in and out of view. IRS watched with great interest as the captain controlled the vehicle, contemplating whether he could use the public transport for personal excursions out of the city. As for the other members, they were already feeling trepidation before even leaving the city. It wasn't so much the fear of being unable to conquer the sequential creatures of the wilderness, but rather the dread of dying in a car accident before the mission even commenced. Fortunately, after a few minutes, the vehicle began to slow down. Just when Clay and the others thought the captain was showing mercy, Alia abruptly halted the vehicle and rolled down the window. It turned out they had arrived at the city gate. IRS mentally calculated the distance. The straight line from the Blackthorn Agency to the city gate was 20 kilometers, taking into account the winding streets. The actual distance was approximately 23 kilometers. From the moment they set off, the time taken to reach the city gate was certainly no more than 8 minutes, meaning the vehicle's speed was an astonishing 170 kilometers per hour. As the charioteer approached the city gate, the guards immediately signaled for other carriages to stop, then jogged forward, thumping their right fists against their chests in a salute to Alia at the driver's seat, expressing their respect. Good day, Commander. May I inquire if you intend to exit the city? Alia nodded solemnly, signaling for the gate to be opened. The guard pounded his chest once more and promptly lowered the gate, clearing the path for Alia's vehicle. Well aware of the strict confidentiality surrounding the city guard's operations, they refrained from excessive questioning or obstruction. Alia gently turned the steering wheel, guiding the vehicle through the gate and out of Paro City. Inside the vehicle, the atmosphere was relatively quiet, interrupted only by the soft hum of the engine and the cacophony of wind outside. As the charioteer gradually left the city, the silhouette of Paro City began to fade, replaced by an endless expanse of wilderness. Seated in the passenger seat, IRS felt the vehicle become bumpy. The roads of the wilderness were far from the smoothness of the city, with undulations being perfectly normal. Through the window, he observed the vast barren landscape, nearly devoid of vegetation, with only scattered rocks and bones dotting the gray-brown earth, which was not as terrifying as the night. Moreover, the daytime wilderness was likely to be somewhat safer than at night, a comforting thought for the other new members. IRS sighed inwardly, wishing for the day when he could freely leave the city during daylight hours. As he pondered this, IRS turned to Captain Alia and asked, Captain, is it true that our city guard can come and go through the city gates at will? Alia glanced at IRS with her light blue eyes and chuckled softly. It is not entirely impossible, but you must at least be a Sequence 8. Otherwise, you cannot exit the city alone. IRS acknowledged with a simple "oh," choosing not to press further. Sequence 8, it seemed, would necessitate a more rigorous savings plan. Sunlight filtered through the gray mist, casting a faint glow upon the desolate land. The charioteer roared like a steel beast across the brown earth, stirring up clouds of dust. "Are you all right? We have now exited the city and will soon reach our destination," Alia inquired, glancing at the pale faces of her companions in the rearview mirror. "We're fine, Captain, but could you perhaps—" "I'm relieved to hear that. Now, let us hasten our journey." Before Clay could finish, Alia reached for a red button on the steering wheel, sending a chill through the group. Indeed, at the moment her finger pressed down, the charioteer's speed surged once again. This time, even IRS tightened his seatbelt and instinctively gripped the armrest beside him. The others in the back were visibly terrified, the sensation of nausea intensifying as they covered their mouths, fearful of losing their stomachs in the vehicle. Suddenly, Alia slammed on the brakes, nearly sending them careening forward, but thankfully, they had all fastened their seatbelts well in advance. "All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have arrived now, let the training commence." At her words, the group momentarily forgot their discomfort and curiously gazed out the window. "This is the wilderness?" "It truly is desolate," Clay exclaimed, unable to suppress his awe. Anna and Charlotte nodded in agreement, voicing their shared sentiments. For Clay and the others, this was their first venture beyond the safety of the city, plunging into the unknown risks of the wilderness. Their breaths quickened, hearts raced, though they appeared calm on the surface. Closer inspection revealed hints of anxiety and tension in their eyes. In contrast, IRS had faced corpse wolves and man-faced spiders the previous night and had successfully hunted them solo. He understood the dangers posed by the sequential creatures of the wilderness and knew how to confront these threats. As they set foot into the wilderness, the first sight that greeted them was one of desolation and silence. The relentless gray mist shrouded the land, preventing even the strongest sunlight from penetrating fully, let alone offering warmth. In this silent expanse, decaying corpses were strewn about, a veritable carpet of bones and putrid flesh. Alia parked the vehicle in a flat area, firmly shutting the door behind her as she approached the group, her expression serious. "Stand at attention, this is the wilderness, keep your wits about you." In the wilderness, even the slightest rustle could attract the attention of the sequential creatures, turning their surroundings into a hunting ground, so vigilance was paramount. Complacency was not an option. IRS had learned this lesson well. The surprise attack by the ghost leopard had left an indelible mark on him. In the wilderness, the sooner one detected danger, the greater the chance of survival. Anna and the others understood the truth in Alia's words, feeling no resentment as they straightened up, beginning to survey their surroundings and acclimate to the eerie and terrifying landscape. Suddenly, several massive corpse wolves sprang from the nearby underbrush, their matted and filthy fur stained with thick blood, their predatory gazes sweeping over everything. Upon their first sighting of the corpse wolves, Anna and her companions felt their hearts race, quickly gripping their weapons tightly. "Captain, is that a corpse wolf? How disgusting!" Anna exclaimed. As if sensing the presence of the living, one of the corpse wolves became visibly excited, bounding toward them with its maw agape, revealing sharp teeth, ready to pounce. "What are you waiting for? Shoot!" Alia called out, her gaze fixed ahead, raising her voice to urge them on. The most timid, Clay, was the first to react, swiftly raising his rifle and aiming at the corpse wolf. Anna and Charlotte followed suit, lifting their handguns and attempting to target the creature's head, repeatedly pulling the triggers. In the corner, Rock tightened his grip on his dagger, preparing for a face-to-face confrontation with the corpse wolf. Having undergone training the previous day, Clay and the others were well acquainted with dynamic shooting, but this was their first encounter with a genuine enemy. The sound of gunfire echoed across the wilderness, yet most bullets went astray, failing to showcase the accuracy they were capable of. Fortunately, the corpse wolf ultimately succumbed, its anguished howls fading away as it was mercilessly riddled with bullets, reduced to a nondescript corpse on the barren ground. In fact, there was hardly a body left, merely a puddle of gore. "What a waste," IRS muttered under his breath, frowning slightly at the expended ammunition. Just as Anna and her companions felt a sense of accomplishment, a radiant light enveloped them, separating them from the remaining pack of corpse wolves. Some of the creatures recoiled at the divine radiance, while others attempted to continue their assault, only to howl in agony upon contact with the light, their fur seemingly scorched, releasing thick plumes of black smoke, the intense pain forcing them to retreat. IRS, who had been observing from a distance, was drawn to the source of the divine light, which emanated from above Alia's head. "Is this the captain's ability?" IRS mused, captivated by the spectacle, completely oblivious to Alia's reprimands. After all, it wasn't directed at him, so he thought it best to remain silent and avoid further scolding. "What's this? Are you panicking? Are you afraid? The corpse wolf is one of the lowest-tier creatures in the wilderness, and yet you allow it to diminish your accuracy? If you were to encounter a more formidable sequential creature, you would be in grave danger." Alia's words were stern, but they were meant to guide them. Combat was no trifling matter, especially in the wilderness, where each mistake could lead to fatal consequences. "Rock, go retrieve the crystal from that corpse wolf." The rest of you, provide cover for Rock. As soon as Alia's command fell, the brilliant light dissipated, and the remaining corpse wolves, sensing the loss of the holy aura, resumed their advance. Having not fired earlier, Rock nodded and cautiously approached the remains of the corpse wolf, beginning to excavate the crystal. Clay and the others felt a twinge of shame but took Alia's words to heart, calming their nerves and gradually regaining their shooting precision as they readied their weapons to cover Rock. As time passed, more and more corpse wolves emerged, gunfire ringing out in waves, with Clay and his companions firing from 3 different positions, taking down one after another. Clay's aim grew increasingly accurate. At times, he could directly hit the corpse wolf's head, swiftly dispatching it. Anna and Charlotte coordinated seamlessly, one targeting the creature's joints to slow its advance while the other aimed for vital spots to end its life. Seeing that the group was adapting, IRS moved to the back, retrieving his handgun and carefully ejecting the milky special bullets, subsequently loading 7 brass-colored standard bullets into the magazine. This outing had been somewhat unexpected, and IRS had not donned suitable attire for such activity. He decided against removing his coat, simply taking off his half-top hat, as he wouldn't be engaging in close combat, opting instead to partake in simulated combat in his usual attire. After all, should a sudden mission arise in daily life, one couldn't simply shout, "Please hold on while I change my clothes." This was not a cowboy duel. Who would wait for you? With a click, IRS secured the magazine and meandered around the group, casually dispatching a few oblivious corpse wolves, hoping to encounter a few man-faced spiders to test the efficacy of the so-called special bullets, curious if they could indeed penetrate their shells. Suddenly, a dark green creature entered his line of sight, a towering figure covered in tumor-like growths, its skin a sickly shade of iron blue. Chapter 16, The Iron-Skinned Zombie. Before him stood a formidable iron-skinned zombie. Although it was not a mutated creature of the 8th sequence, it was undoubtedly one of the most challenging beings within the 9th sequence. Its skin was pallid, veined, and marred by pockmarks and grotesque lumps, emanating a repugnant odor. Its face was grotesquely contorted, with sunken, darkened eyes that glimmered with a sinister crimson light. The iron-skinned zombie's limbs were extraordinarily robust, its muscles bulging beneath a hard, metallic shell, rendering it remarkably resistant to conventional attacks and enhancing its intimidating presence. Upon seeing IRS, the iron-skinned zombie let out an ecstatic howl, akin to a famished dog encountering its prey. Its mouth split open, revealing a row of sharp teeth, with remnants of the corpse wolf's fur lingering in its foul maw, releasing waves of stench. IRS aimed for the creature's forehead and attempted to fire a standard bullet. However, the bullet merely left a shallow dent before falling to the ground. A chill coursed through IRS as he realized the formidable defensive capabilities of the iron-skinned zombie. Ordinary bullets would not easily pierce its flesh, and to his dismay, it had failed to breach even the metallic layer. Compared to the chitinous shell of the human-faced spider, this was an entirely different echelon. "This skin is far too tough." IRS furrowed his brow in concern. Just as he prepared to switch to specialized ammunition, he was halted by Elia behind him. Turning to face her, IRS raised an eyebrow, catching the glimmer of a smile that sent a shiver down his spine, igniting a sense of foreboding within him. Though the iron-skinned zombie boasted formidable defenses, the very metallic layer that fortified it also hampered its movements, providing an opportunity for practice. "I'll lend you this dagger first, just remember to return it," Elia said as she drew her blue dagger from her waist and tossed it high into the air. IRS deftly caught the dagger, feeling an immediate chill as the blade shimmered with an ethereal blue light. Gripping the dagger tightly, he turned to face the approaching iron-skinned zombie. The creature advanced slowly, its iron-like skin impervious, yet its speed was relatively sluggish. With a swift motion, IRS brought down the dagger. A flash of blue light cut through the air as the sharp blade effortlessly severed a significant portion of the iron-skinned zombie's decaying right hand. The creature emitted a deep, resonant roar, the pain igniting a fiercer desire to attack, fury burning in its eyes. Despite losing a hand, the iron-skinned zombie retained its combat prowess, relentlessly lunging at IRS. Its immense form and hardened exterior rendered it a formidable threat. The iron-skinned zombie swung its arms, seeking to grasp IRS, but its sluggishness allowed IRS to evade each strike with agility. "Damn, why does it seem like this creature can't be killed?" IRS muttered under his breath as he narrowly dodged another claw. "I must find its weakness." He tightened his grip on the dagger, his observational skills sharpening as he swiftly scanned the iron-skinned zombie, establishing it as his target iron-skinned zombie sequence level 9 objective, to crush my skull. Behavioral pattern: autonomous attack awareness, primarily reliant on hand strikes. Characteristics: extremely high defensive capabilities due to its metallic skin, joints appear somewhat inflexible, movements are slow. Soon, IRS noticed an anomaly. Regardless of the situation, the iron-skinned zombie consistently protected one area, its heart. Just as he prepared to seize the opportunity for a stealthy strike, the iron-skinned zombie abruptly ceased its movements and let out a long howl, suddenly accelerating to a speed several times greater, its arms moving with the fluidity of oil. "Damn it, has it entered a berserk mode?" The rapidity of the transformation left IRS with little time to react. The iron-skinned zombie's iron fist struck him squarely in the abdomen, the force akin to that of a speeding freight truck, sending him flying several meters. A sharp pain surged throughout his body, each breath eliciting agony, and a metallic taste of blood filled his throat. Cray and the others, initially occupied with combating the corpse wolves, turned their attention to IRS. IRS, where did this monster come from? Cray's forehead glistened with cold sweat, tightly gripping his rifle's stock. He longed to provide long-range support for IRS but feared accidentally harming him, leaving him to fret helplessly. Young Anna's eyes were filled with anxiety, her small hands clutching her clothes as she silently prayed for IRS's safety. The usually reticent Rock drew forth his beloved dagger, preparing to charge forward, only to be restrained by a mere glance from Elia. Don't worry, he can handle it. Despite their worries for IRS's predicament, the group ultimately chose to trust their captain. Meanwhile, the iron-skinned zombie drew nearer to IRS, bringing with it a foul wind, its form glinting in the sunlight like cold metal, its skin riddled with tumors and uneven muscles, resembling a grotesque, mutated demon. IRS instinctively rolled to his feet, swiftly retreating several meters to evade the iron-skinned zombie's pursuit. IRS was no fool. Rather than confront the creature head-on, he opted to maneuver around it, seeking opportunities to exploit its weaknesses. Yet the iron-skinned zombie seemed intent on denying him that chance, launching a relentless assault. This left the wounded IRS in a dire predicament as he glanced toward the direction of Captain Elia, his eyes filled with longing. Captain, I'm in this dire state, and you still refuse to assist me? Yet Elia remained languidly leaning against the hood of the vehicle, showing no inclination to intervene. IRS had no choice but to endure. Suddenly, a gap appeared in the iron-skinned zombie's onslaught, allowing IRS to dodge another fierce strike. He noted that the creature's movements had once again slowed, suggesting that its berserk state was drawing to a close. Finally, it's time for my counterattack. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, IRS squinted his eyes, a slight smile creeping onto his lips, though the motion inadvertently caused his wound to throb painfully. Even in its diminished state, the iron-skinned zombie's fury remained unabated, unhesitatingly launching Chapter 17, the taboo of potions. Upon their return to the Black Thistle Agency, Jack was already waiting at the entrance, accompanied by an elderly gentleman. This silver-haired elder, slender yet notably upright, was clad in a pristine black suit complemented by a crisp white shirt and an exquisitely crafted blue tie, exuding an air of composed elegance that marked him as a gentleman of refined upbringing. Alia halted the vehicle and tossed the 20-plus corpse wolf crystals they had collected that day to Jack. This is our harvest for today, please record it. Certainly, Captain. Jack responded. Oh, and here is a crystal from a tin zombie, which was dispatched by that lad, IRS. A tin zombie, you say? That young man has quite the marksmanship. Did he utilize any bone crow bullets? Not a single one, he dispatched it with a dagger. Alia replied, maintaining her composure as she handed over a slightly larger red crystal than the corpse wolf crystals. Oh, that certainly conserved quite a few bullets. A dagger. I thought that lad was merely an observer. Where did he acquire such close combat prowess? Jack, with his dark hair and brown eyes, accepted the tin zombie crystal, suddenly realizing he might have misheard, his expression changing dramatically after a brief pause. Alia, ignoring Jack's bewilderment, turned to the elderly gentleman beside him. Mr. Raynar, I entrust that young man in the vehicle to you. Understood, the elder replied, tipping his hat in acknowledgement. With the assistance of Clay and Locke, IRS descended from the charioteer and settled onto the agency's sofa. He removed his tattered garments, revealing skin marred by battle scars, including a prominent bruise on his abdomen inflicted by the tin zombie's iron fist, along with various other scrapes and abrasions. These are merely superficial wounds. There is no need for excessive concern, Mr. Raynar assured, producing a small vial of viscous yellow-green ointment, expertly applying it to IRS' abdomen with a gentle touch, clearly accustomed to treating such injuries. Your injuries are not severe. With some rest, you will recover. During this period, refrain from strenuous activity to avoid lingering ailments, and next time, do exercise caution. The tin zombie is not a foe to be taken lightly. Feeling the coolness on his abdomen, the pain subsided significantly, prompting IRS to nod appreciatively. Thank you, Mr. Raynar. Mr. Raynar handed over the small vial of ointment, then retrieved a handkerchief from his lapel to wipe his hands, followed by a compact pipe from his coat pocket, igniting the tobacco within and taking a gentle puff. Take this snow lotus ointment with you. Remember to apply it thrice daily, and in a few days, you'll be back on your feet, he advised. IRS nodded, his peripheral vision catching the approach of a graceful red figure. Have a cup of tea. This is brewed from purple sungrass and will swiftly replenish your strength. Alia placed a cup of faintly red tea before IRS, then turned to the new members with a warm smile. Today's training has concluded. Well done, everyone. Should you require any resources in the future, you may directly exchange military merits with Jack. Ammunition is generally available for use, but do not let me catch you trafficking arms. That is a grave offense. Once you have accumulated enough military merits, you can exchange them for potions of promotion. Sequence 8. Locke, who had maintained silence until now, paused in his cleaning to inquire, how much is needed to exchange for potions of promotion? Sequence 8. The required potion materials differ for each profession, and so do the standards for military merits. Approximately 2,000 points should suffice. The inquisitive Anna raised her hand once more. Captain, how much military merit did we earn today? Alia glanced upward, pondering briefly. About 9 points each. What? So little? How long will it take to accumulate 1,000 points? At this, Jack, standing nearby, could not suppress a chuckle. In most cases, when you have accumulated enough military merit, you may find that the potions within you have yet to be fully digested, so there is no need to rush. Remember, ensure that the potions within you are completely digested before consuming the next tier. I would hate to witness any of you losing control in my presence, Alia cautioned. Captain, can one lose control even after becoming a sequence user? Anna inquired, raising her hand. Upon hearing Anna's question, Alia gazed at the grey haze overhead, her voice taking on a somber tone as she reflected, that is indeed a profound question. Have any of you heard the legends of the Creator? Before the others could respond, Alia continued, it is said that aside from the known 7 gods, there exists a Creator. The 7 gods created demonic dragons, undead, and other sequence beings, while the Creator fashioned humanity, bestowing upon us unique wisdom but withholding sequence abilities. Yet, through their intellect and painful lessons, humanity gradually discovered a method to acquire sequence abilities. This is achieved by extracting from sequence beings, known as promotion, wherein one amalgamates the corresponding parts of various sequence beings endowed with abilities with some harmonizing materials to create potions, which one then consumes to absorb and master different sequence abilities. Alia refrained from elaborating further, as these concepts had been thoroughly discussed prior to joining the city guard squad. However, she acknowledged that the promotion process indeed entails certain risks, particularly when engaging with higher tier potions. If one consumes potions beyond their tier or fails to fully digest the powers of the previous potions, they risk losing control or even undergoing a complete transformation. Captain, what does losing control entail? Anna inquired curiously. Losing control can be categorized into mild and severe forms. Mild loss manifests primarily as a change in personality, for instance, becoming overly sensitive, cold-blooded, violent, or irritable. If a sequence user experiences a sudden drastic personality shift, it is likely they are losing control. Severe loss is more readily identifiable, often resulting in a complete mental breakdown, the dissolution of consciousness, and the individual losing all rationality. As for transformation, it is even easier to comprehend. It occurs on the basis of losing control, where the body undergoes changes, tentacles sprouting from the ears, eyes becoming filled with orifices, or the emergence of ominous red fur. These are all commonplace transformations, culminating in a being that is neither human nor ghost. Fortunately, our potion system has significantly matured, establishing a relatively safe and stable tiered advancement pathway. The only caveat is that once you choose a specific tier pathway, you must continue along that path without the possibility of reversal. Consuming potions from alternate pathways, while it may grant access to some unprecedented, bizarre, and twisted abilities, will likely result in losing control before any such abilities can be attained. However, there is no need for excessive worry. As long as you adhere faithfully to the tiered pathway for consuming potions, the likelihood of losing control or undergoing transformation is quite low. These words instilled a sense of trepidation among the group. After a moment of contemplation, IRS broke the silence. Captain, if I recall correctly, there have been instances where individuals lost control without having consumed potions. You are correct, and that is precisely why I emphasize the necessity of ensuring complete digestion of potions before consuming more. By ingesting potions, we are acquiring abilities originally belonging to sequence beings, which is inherently against the natural order, and as such, there will inevitably be some adverse reactions and psychological impacts. If higher tier potions are introduced before one has fully digested the previous potions and mastered their powers, they may serve as the catalyst for triggering these adverse reactions, Alia explained. Suddenly, she fell silent, her expression revealing a knowing look. That is truly frightening, Clay remarked, taking a sharp breath. IRS posed one final query. Captain, if one frequently experiences peculiar dreams or hears whispers, does that signify losing control? Alia raised an eyebrow, clearly taken aback by this question, yet she provided an explanation. That is a relatively common phenomenon. For sequence users, their sensory perception is heightened. The lower the sequence, the greater the degree of enhancement. Consequently, one may hear whispers or witness strange occurrences, encountering bizarre happenings. However, these peculiar events share a commonality. They seek to entice the sequence user into forming some form of agreement or contract. Some claim it is the divine seeking agents, while others assert it is demons seducing the heart. The only verifiable truth is that those who enter into contracts ultimately find themselves lost to control. As she spoke, Alia turned her gaze towards IRS, her light blue eyes locking onto his. IRS nodded, seemingly recalling something, and produced a small pouch from his pocket, which jingled pleasantly. Captain, this is the money from the ghost leopard we encountered yesterday, totaling 8 ruins. Alia glanced at IRS and then at the pouch, rising from her seat to stretch languorously, her enticing silhouette sparking imagination. Keep it. Consider it your subsidy and reward for today's training. IRS was taken aback, his mouth twitching involuntarily. Whose subsidy amounts to 8 ruins, this is a full 8,000 souls, what an astonishing captain. As IRS stumbled back to his room, the sky had already taken on a bluish-gray hue, the red moon gradually ascending into the night sky. He boiled a kettle of water, steeped some inferior tea leaves, and accompanied the bland brew with a touch of cream while nibbling on a slice of rye bread. After satisfying his hunger, he changed out of his soiled clothes, rinsed his body with clean water, and then lay down on his wooden bed, instantly overtaken by fatigue. Before long, the room was filled with the soft sounds of his snoring and his dreams. The whispers that had vanished for 3 days resurfaced. The murmurs were intermittent yet remarkably clear. Observing rather than acting recklessly. Chapter 18 The Bank and the Thieves. IRS's footsteps traversed the pathway adorned with fallen autumn leaves, the river beneath him crystal clear, its surface gently rippling. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the maple leaves, casting a shimmering golden sheen upon the water, reminiscent of glistening silk. The cypress and maple trees flanked the road, their deep greens and reds contrasting sharply yet harmoniously with the concrete path, rendering the entire scene exquisitely picturesque. After disbursing 10 sols, IRS alighted from the carriage, adjusting his coat to ensure that his revolver remained concealed beneath the fabric, while his right hand grasped a seemingly ordinary metal-tipped cane. This unassuming cane had transformed into a reliable tool for self-defense. Today was a day of respite, and IRS's purpose for venturing forth was to address a long-standing concern regarding his savings at the bank. With a significant amount of money lying idle at home, a sense of unease gnawed at him. While his current funds were modest, he pondered the implications of accumulating more in the future. Carrying heavy coin purses everywhere was hardly practical. After much contemplation, he resolved that securing his assets in a bank would be the prudent course of action. As he walked along the path, sunlight dappled his form, instilling warmth and tranquility. IRS inhaled deeply, the fresh air invigorating, as if it could cleanse him of his fatigue. The path led him over a quaint stone bridge, where the clear waters flowed gently beneath, fish frolicking merrily within. Opposite the bridge stood a wooden sign reading Bank. Proceed 500 meters. Thanks to the observer's keen eyesight, IRS caught a glimpse of the outline of St. Lyre Bank even before crossing the bridge. Lyre Bank was situated on a bustling commercial street, flanked by grandiose buildings. Above the entrance hung an imposing copper clock, while the exterior was adorned with exquisite granite, projecting an air of solemnity. No wonder it is the largest bank in Paro City, IRS mused as he approached. Upon stepping into the bank's grand hall, IRS was greeted by a subtle scent of wood, invoking a sense of calm. A towering dome loomed over the hall, allowing light to cascade from the ceiling, illuminating the expansive space with brightness. The counters were neatly arranged, crafted from glossy, dark brown wood, exuding a serene yet substantial presence. The floor, laid with luxurious marble, was embedded with intricate patterns, enhancing the elegance of the surroundings. Most patrons moved hurriedly, disrupting the otherwise tranquil atmosphere, creating ripples upon the surface of a placid lake. IRS licked his lips and glanced down at his attire, ensuring his collar was straight before approaching the counter. A young bank clerk, sporting a professional smile, inquired, "Sir, how may I assist you today?" IRS retrieved a small cloth pouch from his pocket and placed it upon the counter. "I have some money to deposit. Could you please guide me through the process?" Upon seeing the tattered pouch, the clerk's smile remained, yet a flicker of disdain was perceptible to IRS's keen observation. "Sir, may I inquire if you possess an account with our bank? If not, you will need to present proof of assets and complete an account application form to proceed with the deposit." IRS smiled silently, producing a pen and meticulously filling out his name, address, date of birth, and other requisite information. After completing the application, he extracted 2 small pouches, one large, one small, containing rylons and nylangs respectively. He opened the smaller, flatter pouch, revealing the glistening rylons within, and placed them upon the counter. After several seconds of astonishment, the clerk quickly donned a more professional smile, commencing the counting and recording of IRS's deposit. The clerk efficiently established IRS's bank account, streamlining numerous deposit procedures, and facilitated the transfer of funds into his independent account. Ultimately, IRS affixed his signature to a deposit receipt, confirming the amount deposited, after which the clerk reverently stamped the receipt with the bank's seal, presenting him with a silver account card and a deposit certificate. The entire process took no more than 30 minutes. Cradling the small card engraved with his name and account number, IRS felt an overwhelming sense of reassurance. "Sir, here is your account card and deposit certificate. You may use this to withdraw funds from any branch of our bank. Thank you." Having completed the deposit, IRS experienced a wave of relief. At last, he no longer had to live in constant anxiety. It was no wonder the wealthy often suffered from heart ailments. Surely, the strain of worry contributed to such afflictions. Upon exiting the bank, a warm breeze caressed IRS's face, and everything around him appeared so peaceful, prompting him to reflect once more. Hail to the day of rest. At least there are no zombies or spiders lurking about, he muttered as he made his way toward a bustling street corner. People flowed through the busy thoroughfare, shops lining both sides brimming with an array of goods, the air filled with a cacophony of calls, transactions, and laughter, creating a lively atmosphere. IRS navigated the market, aiming to procure fresh sustenance while indulging his body. As a wounded man, a little extravagance is hardly excessive, he reassured himself. He had no intention of purchasing particularly expensive ingredients. The small produce stall before him displayed a variety of affordable fruits, albeit somewhat less than fresh. However, with a little trimming of the undesirable portions, he could still enjoy a budget-friendly feast. With his mind set, IRS approached the fruit stall and picked up a vibrant red tomato, inquiring, "Good day, might I ask the price of these vegetables?" "Tomatoes are 50 sols each, potatoes 30 sols each. Would you care for some cauliflower, all homegrown and exceptionally fresh?" the vendor enthusiastically responded. The prices were reasonable. IRS nodded, meticulously selecting fresh cauliflower, radishes, potatoes, tomatoes, and lettuce, along with some inexpensive sea salt, oil, MSG, basil, and pepper for seasoning, before skillfully haggling with the vendor. Despite his relatively improved financial situation, he maintained a frugal mindset, especially considering the considerable costs associated with Sequence 8's recipes. The road to advancement was fraught with challenges. Ultimately, he secured the fresh vegetables for 200 sols, and the vendor placed them into a simple cloth bag before handing it to him. With his cane in one hand and the bag in the other, IRS retained several remaining silver coins of nylangs and approached a meat stall, spending 5 nylangs for a tender beef rib and a substantial fillet of nilang fish. Before departing the meat stall, IRS paused for a moment, purchasing 5 discounted chicken legs. As the saying goes, you are what you eat. IRS continued to meander, acquiring a loaf of whole wheat bread and some butter, feeling he had gathered all he needed, and prepared to return home. On his way back, his attention was absorbed by the ingredients in his possession, contemplating how to combine them to ensure a nutritious and delectable dinner. Beef stew with potatoes, pan-fried chicken legs? Blanched cauliflower. Suddenly, he heard a commotion ahead. People began surging in the opposite direction, the unexpected tumult raising alarms within IRS. Could it be a market flash sale? Surely not. I've just completed my shopping, he mused. But why are they all fleeing in the opposite direction? That's where St. Liar Bank is. In the midst of the chaos, IRS tightened his grip on his cane, furrowing his brow as he moved against the tide, swiftly approaching the vicinity of St. Liar Bank, where a scene of pandemonium unfolded before him. In the mere hour since IRS had left, St. Liar Bank had undergone a complete transformation. The once pristine white exterior was marred by graffiti and signs of destruction. Shards of glass and porcelain littered the formerly immaculate marble floor, and the stained glass windows and oil paintings had been smashed to pieces. In the desolate hall stood several individuals clad in black leather jackets, each wearing a clown mask, wielding clubs or chains. These individuals were clearly not jesters here for entertainment. This was unmistakably a band of ruthless bank robbers. Faced with this predicament, IRS knew he could not remain an idle observer. However, he was also acutely aware of the need for caution. Though endowed with the strength of a sequence user, it would be folly to charge in brazenly and shout, "Raise your hands and take cover." Such a situation demanded more than mere individual effort. He could delay the thieves until the police and other sequence users arrived. Before long, IRS discerned that these robbers operated with a level of organization and coordination that set them apart from typical criminals, functioning like a well-oiled machine executing precise commands. Most alarmingly, they seemed entirely indifferent to the coins scattered at their feet. IRS pondered, were he in their position, he would undoubtedly find it impossible to ignore such riches. After all, was not the essence of a bank heist the pursuit of wealth? If they were disinterested in money, what could possibly motivate them to rob a bank, unless they sought something beyond mere monetary gain? A fleeting thought struck IRS, illuminating a potential blind spot. What if they were searching for something specific? Following this line of reasoning, IRS contemplated various scenarios, roughly formulating a plan as his thoughts crystallized. Taking a deep breath, IRS concealed his pistol beneath his coat, quietly blending into the surrounding crowd, his gaze vigilant and composed as he observed the dynamics within the bank, hoping to glean more information while seeking any opportunity to act. After a short while, IRS intended to remain a passive observer, eager to ascertain the robbers' true objective. Suddenly, the leader of the group brandished a pistol, seizing the bank manager by the collar, pressing the barrel against his forehead, causing the manager to sweat profusely. How did IRS recognize him as the bank manager? Not solely due to his somewhat portly physique, his slicked back hair, and the expensive watch adorning his wrist, but rather the clearly labeled manager badge upon his chest. Moreover, IRS noted that the pistol brandished by the robber was not a standard military model but rather a modified weapon commonly found on the black market. The bank manager's hands flailed desperately, seemingly provoking the robber leader's ire, resulting in a blow to his forehead that drew blood. In quick succession, the robber leader fired a shot into the ceiling, the deafening gunshot nearly prompting IRS to intervene, as several patrons who had yet to escape were now screaming in terror. The bullet had not struck the corpulent bank manager, however, he theatrically screamed, subsequently pointing toward a secure door behind the counter. IRS felt a surge of anxiety, cursing the manager for his lack of courage. It was evident that he needed to devise a plan to stall these criminals. Wait, what is that smell? Suddenly, IRS's nostrils flared as he discerned an unusual odor. The air was permeated with the acrid scent of gasoline. Indeed, within the bank, one of the robbers was pouring gasoline from a canister, dousing the premises in the flammable liquid. Damn it, these lunatics intend to set the place ablaze. IRS's expression grew grave. The situation was evidently dire, as the robbers appeared prepared to escape post-haste. If he continued to remain idle, who could predict whether these madmen would torch the bank? Damn it, they truly are deranged. IRS understood he could no longer afford to stand by idly. He set down the cloth bag in his hand, gripped his cane firmly, and concealed his left hand beneath his coat. Ready to draw his pistol. Once prepared, he stepped into the bank's grand hall. Chapter 19 of The Man in Black in Business. Good day, esteemed gentlemen. Ears attempted to adopt a nonchalant tone, striving to capture the attention of the ruffians. Is there anything I can assist you with? If not, I kindly request that you surrender your weapons and assume a crouched position with your hands atop your heads. Ears had intended to deliver a more intimidating proclamation, but instead, an awkward phrase that had just come to mind slipped from his lips. The moment his words echoed through the hall, an eerie silence enveloped the space. With every gaze turning towards him, the air felt thick and viscous, laden with an overwhelming silence and palpable awkwardness. Gazing at the jester masks worn by the criminals, Ears suddenly felt as if he were the true fool in this scenario. A sense of inexplicable shame washed over him. The leader of the gang regarded Ears with initial surprise, followed by a raucous laugh, declaring to his accomplices, "Ha! Did you hear that? This kid thinks we should surrender our weapons. It's absolutely hilarious." He laughed heartily for a time before gradually composing himself, his mask revealing eyes that glinted with mockery and disdain. Raising his handgun, he aimed it at Ears and said, "Kid, this is none of your concern. Run along now and have your milk." With a sigh, Ears stepped toward the ruffian holding the bank manager hostage, swinging his metal cane with great force, producing a dull thud as it struck the ruffian's leader, sending him flying 3 meters away. You don't appreciate a civil conversation, do you? Think it's a joke? Do you? Then allow me to truly entertain you. The remaining criminals widened their eyes in shock, staring at Ears. By the thick crab, could he be a superhero? Have you lost your mind? That's a damn sequence user, run for your lives. They had initially presumed Ears to be merely a brash youth seeking heroics, but now it was clear that he was anything but ordinary. How else could a mere civilian possess such formidable strength and reflexes? If they lingered any longer, their leader would serve as a stark example. Observing the ruffians attempting to flee, Ears swiftly brandished his cane, delivering a decisive blow to the thigh of the nearest thug, followed by another swift strike that felled another ruffian with brutal efficiency. At that moment, the ruffian leader scrambled to his feet, aiming his handgun at Ears, resolutely pulling the trigger. Ears had already anticipated his move, bending low to evade a volley of bullets. Witnessing that even a gun posed no threat to Ears instilled a flicker of panic in the leader's eyes, yet, he maintained a facade of composure, bellowing to his gang, "What are you running for? If we don't secure that item, we're all dead." Upon hearing this, the previously fleeing thugs halted in their tracks, fear evident in their eyes as they hesitated, turning back to encircle ears with their weapons, intent on overwhelming Chapter 20. A pleasant cooperation. IRS gently lowered his ironwood cane. He recognized the man before him, having encountered him within old Doobie's residence. However, the piercing gaze of this individual made IRS feel as though he were being scrutinized from head to toe, causing a tightening in his nerves. "Rest assured, my intentions are quite normal," the man rasped, seemingly reading IRS's thoughts, as a faint, dry smile crept across his lips. The figure clad in black leisurely sat beside the carriage, his face obscured by a dark mask, rendering his expression inscrutable, save for a pair of sharp eyes that exuded an unfathomable aura. "Business? What sort of business?" IRS endeavored to maintain his composure, striving to mask any excessive emotional display. The man in black nodded slightly, fixing his gaze on IRS. "IRS, if I recall correctly, you are a member of the Blackthorn Squad, am I not mistaken?" "Indeed, what of it?" IRS furrowed his brow, perplexed. Could old Doobie have divulged his information? In this conversation, he clearly found himself at a disadvantage, as the other party seemed to possess an intimate understanding of him, while IRS knew little about the man in black. Yet, if old Doobie had shared his details, it suggested that this individual was unlikely to harbor ill intentions toward him. Then, with a snap of his fingers, the air around them abruptly stilled, and an invisible membrane expanded from his fingertips, enveloping the two men entirely. IRS remained silent, yet he could sense the external sounds being muted by an unseen barrier, as if he were submerged in a vacuum. His wariness surged anew. This was undeniably an extraordinary ability. What was this man plotting? First, he had followed him, and now he was isolating them from the outside world. There was no denying the sinister undertone of his actions. Such a series of peculiar maneuvers compelled IRS to be on high alert. Noticing the tense atmosphere, the man in black explained, "This is merely a minor ability to prevent unnecessary disturbances. There is no need to be alarmed. I must admit, at times this power proves quite useful. For instance, we may now proceed to discuss our collaboration." IRS's expression grew increasingly skeptical, struggling to grasp the man's intentions. "So, you are also a sequence practitioner, then?" The man nodded with calm assurance, affirming his identity. "Indeed, as you can see, I am a sequence practitioner, and my rank surpasses yours. Therefore, I suggest you set aside any lingering doubts and allow me to finish speaking." Old Doobie described you as a trustworthy individual, and I, too, am inclined to trust the judgment of the arbitration in selecting talent. Otherwise, I would not have sought you out. Although the man's voice was raspy, IRS could discern a tone of confidence, as if he felt secure in his position. Let us return to the matter at hand. Regarding the recent incident at the bank, I trust you must have some questions. Fortunately, I possess certain clues, and I advise you to listen to me before making any decisions. IRS began to take an interest in the man's words. Even though he was encountering such unforeseen events for the first time, he sensed a whiff of conspiracy in the AI or die in the tightly controlled city of Paro. Robberies of this nature were exceedingly rare. Furthermore, the bandits had dared to attempt a bank heist without even a firearm, armed solely with explosives. This was undeniably unusual. With this in mind, IRS couldn't help but inquire, "Do you know who is directing them?" "Regrettably, I cannot divulge too much here. Should you be willing to assist me in my investigation, I can provide further information, and I would be prepared to offer you a reward." As the black-clad man spoke, his gaze drifted to IRS's coat pocket, where a gold coin lay quietly. IRS feigned ignorance and lowered his head, contemplating. After a moment's thought, he recognized his limited knowledge of this enigmatic figure, but his curiosity about the matter compelled him to nod in agreement, indicating his willingness to hear more. Seeing IRS lower his guard, the man in black cleared his throat and continued, "I trust you have noticed that the bandits' objective was not merely monetary." IRS acknowledged with a nod. "If I am correct, they were in search of a particular item we refer to as a forbidden object." Upon hearing the term forbidden object, IRS's brow furrowed in instant recognition. Forbidden object? Isn't that under the jurisdiction of the arbitration? Clearly, he was not entirely unfamiliar with the concept. In this world, not every inch of land was inhabited by humanity. Those areas deemed inaccessible to humans were known as forbidden grounds. The term forbidden object derived from this, as both were rooted in the concept of sequence practitioners. A forbidden object pertains to items associated with mysterious powers, which are often left behind by sequence practitioners of rank 6 or higher upon their demise. Almost every sequence practitioner of rank 6 or above bequeaths an object upon death, an item that typically embodies the power they accumulated throughout their lives, possessing various capabilities and effects, indestructible and everlasting. When a sequence practitioner or a sequence being meets an untimely end, the the blood that seeps into the earth and the power that permeates the air grants evolution to all living beings, be they insects, animals, birds, plants, or even microorganisms existing within that space, while also imposing certain rules, rendering the site of death a forbidden ground, a place where ordinary individuals dare not tread. Among the most renowned of these is the Forbidden Sea beyond the Wall of Sighs. Each forbidden object and forbidden ground is unique. Some powerful forbidden objects that emerge from formidable practitioners may even carry the will of the practitioner in life. However, this very allure renders them highly coveted, with many individuals willing to go to great lengths to acquire these forbidden objects. Among the forbidden objects known to IRS, the most formidable would be the spear named Heaven's Punishment, held by the arbitration. It was said to have descended from the heavens, obliterating a city under the control of a cult in an instant. Indeed, it was rumored that not even ashes remained. With this realization, IRS began to comprehend why the bandits were so fanatical in their pursuit of the forbidden object within the bank. The power of these objects was simply too enticing.
Oh, you are familiar with forbidden objects? The man in black raised an eyebrow.
Then you should understand that different forbidden objects serve various purposes. However, every forbidden object requires containment before it can be utilized, yet, if you are unaware of how to properly wield a forbidden object, it can become exceedingly perilous. To put it in simpler terms, a forbidden object is akin to a wild beast. If you know how to tame it, it will become your ally. Conversely, if you fail, it may turn against you. Fortunately, as the number of these beasts has increased, we have developed methods of taming them, and we have even classified these creatures, gaining experience in the art of taming. Once we learned to tame beasts, there arose a need for individuals to manage them, leading to the establishment of the arbitration. They are tasked with overseeing those beasts that can be tamed and uphold the belief in the just wheel of order, thus earning the trust of the populace. The man in black paused, his gaze sharpening as he looked at IRS. However, IRS, you must understand that the number of wild beasts is not a fixed quantity. New beasts will inevitably emerge from the forests, and at the same time, hunters will arise, seeking to claim these beasts as their own.
IRS, captivated, blurted out, so the one in the bank is a forbidden object that has yet to be contained by the arbitration?
Precisely. The individual tasked with seizing this forbidden object is still en route. Had you not arrived in time, this object might have vanished without a trace. The man in black adjusted his cloak and settled into a more comfortable position, his hands resting on his abdomen.
If I am not mistaken, that midnight poet, Mr.
Blake, along with your companion, Rune, should currently be escorting it to the Judgment Square.
What more do you require of me?
IRS furrowed his brow, casting a skeptical glance at the man opposite him, his displeasure apparent.
Are you mocking me?
Uncertain of the man's sequence rank, IRS was taken aback by his ability to discern his thoughts, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. Rest assured, I would not send a sequence 9 to confront them and merely instruct you to shout, hands on your head, crouch down.
Noticing IRS's scowl, the man in black found amusement in his discomfort but pressed on with the matter.
Of course, we are unaware of the identity of the mastermind behind this scheme, nor do we know their hideout. That is precisely what you are needed for.
As far as I know, uncovering every clue is the forte of an observer, is it not? Suddenly, IRS interjected, and what about you? Why don't you investigate this yourself, Mr. Undertaker of Sequence 7?
The man in black, having had his sequence title exposed, was not particularly surprised. After all, he had just demonstrated his ability to isolate sound in front of this young observer. Perhaps this was his intention all along. IRS suspected that the latter was more likely.
I have other matters demanding my attention and cannot spare the time.
Moreover, every field has its specialists, and at present, I cannot find a Sequence 7 detective to assist me in this investigation. Hence, I require your help. It may sound perilous, but I have faith in your capability to succeed, do I not? IRS remained contemplative, meeting the gaze of those eagle-like eyes, and extended his right hand.
Pleasant cooperation.
The owner of those keen eyes extended a hand marred by grotesque scars in return.
Pleasant cooperation. Chapter 21. Mr. Reyna and the alchemy chamber. 10 minutes later, only Eels remained in the carriage, the cloaked figure having silently departed. He idly toyed with the 2 gold coins in his hand, lost in thought. According to the man's assertion, any commission task necessitated a deposit, and this coin, the Raylong, served as the fee for Eel's investigation. Contemplating this, Eels could not help but mentally scoff. If he had money, why not pay for the carriage first? Eels settled the fare for both himself and the driver, even offering an additional sum, before instructing him to head in a different direction. He intended to visit the Blackthorn Agency first. To unearth the mastermind behind the band of rogues. He undoubtedly required further information. However, as a mere nobody in the city of Parlo, Eel's network of information was virtually non-existent. Thus, he resolved to report his day's experiences to Captain Alia and, in the process, inquire about any intelligence. He was confident Alia would find the news intriguing. Eels contemplated visiting Old Doobie later that evening. After all, as the gatekeeper of the black market, he had consistently been one of the most well-informed individuals in Parlow, and given Eels recalled the previous encounter between Old Doobie and the cloaked figure, he believed Doobie must possess some secret knowledge as well. Soon, the carriage arrived at the doorstep of the Blackthorn Agency. Upon entering, Eels found Jack still seated at his usual spot, sorting through documents, while Captain Alia was present too, sipping a cup of red tea and casting a raised eyebrow at the young man standing at the door. "What brings you here? Today is a rare day off. Didn't you practice enough yesterday, and what as with your attire?" Faced with Alia's barrage of questions, Eels felt somewhat overwhelmed, opting to sidestep the more pressing inquiries by recounting in detail his recent encounter with the robbers during his attempt to save money. However, he deliberately omitted the subsequent conversation with the cloaked man, slightly altering the dialogue to fit his narrative. After hearing him out, Alia frowned slightly, lifting her gaze after a moment, her blue eyes meeting Eels as she smiled. "That area should fall under the jurisdiction of Blake's team. Let them handle it. We need not worry." Eels hesitated, wanting to voice his concerns. "Captain, this is a matter concerning prohibited items. Is it truly wise for us to remain aloof?" Just as he prepared to turn away, Alia called him back. "By the way, since you're here, there is something I need to assign to you." Setting down her teacup as if recalling something, she seemed to remember a task. Eels, recalling the captain's previous attentiveness, felt a twinge of unease as he withdrew his foot from the threshold. "Captain, do you have a task for me? Although today is a day off, I am more than willing to serve you." He expressed his doubts and polite refusals with due decorum. "Rest assured, it's not a task nor will you undergo extra training. It just so happens that Mr. Reina is here today, and I plan to have him teach you some tips for auxiliary practitioners," Alia said, smiling as she turned her gaze out the window. "Of course, if you're not interested, just pretend I didn't say anything." Eels immediately donned a resolute smile, hastening to the sofa to prepare tea for his captain, presenting it before her with both hands. "For the continuous improvement of our squad, I shall gladly accept." After enjoying a hearty meal provided by the agency, Eels followed Mr. Reina down the spiral staircase. Mr. Reina, though advanced in age, possessed eyes brimming with wisdom and experience. His attire today was rather peculiar, featuring a long black robe draped with a grey cloak, adorned with a bracelet of various colored crystals. This appearance evoked images of an ancient sorcerer in Eels' mind, filling him with anticipation for the upcoming instruction. Upon reaching an underground junction, Mr. Reina did not head towards the training grounds but instead led Eels down the left pathway, which housed the materials repository. Halfway along the route, Mr. Reina halted, activating a concealed stone panel that revealed a discreet hidden door. Were it not for his keen observational skills, Eels would have overlooked the minuscule crack between the door and the stone wall. If someone were to lie in wait behind that door, ready to strike, he might have thought it was a ghostly encounter. Eels marveled inwardly, affirming that joining the city guard had indeed been a prudent choice. The organization's depth was unfathomable. Upon entering the alchemy chamber, Eels was immediately captivated by the various objects and decor within. This room resembled the workshop of an alchemist, exuding an air of mystery and magic. The chamber's walls, constructed from sturdy stone blocks, emanated a faintly damp ambience, appearing airtight yet not oppressive. Ancient alchemical symbols and peculiar sigils were etched into the walls, glimmering with a subtle light, perhaps possessing some hidden function. In the center of the room stood a massive furnace, above which hung an intricate astronomical clock, marking the passage of time. Blue flames flickered within the furnace, casting a gentle glow, seemingly imbued with wondrous energy. Eels wandered curiously along one side of the room, where a row of potion vials in an array of colors awaited, each meticulously labeled with their components and uses. The liquid within these vials flowed continuously, emanating delicate fragrances that intoxicated the senses. In a corner of the dim chamber stood an ancient wooden workbench, cluttered with various alchemical tools, including tweezers, crucibles, and measuring cups. The entire alchemy chamber was steeped in an aura of enigma, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Eels, intrigued, surveyed the surroundings but refrained from touching anything without permission. Observing Eels' fascination, Mr. Reina spread his hands in a gesture of welcome. "Welcome to our squad's alchemy chamber, the very place where we shall embark on our lessons. Here, you will uncover the mysteries of alchemy, learn to concoct potions, and acquire various alchemical skills." Alchemy is a powerful knowledge, always ready to offer us assistance in unseen corners. As he spoke, Mr. Reina approached a bookshelf against the wall, laden with hefty tomes and scrolls on alchemy, each adorned with gems and magical symbols on their covers. He retrieved several of the weighty volumes, gently dusting them off before handing them to Eels. "Please wait here and do not wander. I will fetch some materials from the repository and return shortly. These are introductory books on alchemy. You may peruse them in the meantime." Stepping out of the darkroom, Mr. Reina leaned back in, offering Eels a few cautionary words. Be careful, and remember not to touch the items here lightly, they are rather expensive for our weekly wages. Of course, also be wary of the potions in the furnace. I would prefer not to return to find a puddle of sludge or a heap of ashes. Eels instinctively took a few steps away from the furnace. Chapter 22, The Eye of Spirit Observation. After a while, footsteps echoed as Mr. Raynor entered the room, his dark robe casting profound shadows under the feeble light of the alchemical candle, a quaint silver box held delicately in his hands. IRS laid aside the alchemical introductory guide, glancing sideways at the silver box, which appeared both ancient and exquisite, its surface adorned with time-worn patterns, as if meticulously crafted from fragments of venerable wood. The clasp of the box was fashioned from brass, inlaid with turquoise, and each of the four corners bore copper studs, each exuding an aura of antiquity, seemingly imbued with the essence of countless ages. Mr. Raynor placed the box upon the table and beckoned IRS with a gesture. Mr. Raynor, this is. Mr. Raynor did not respond to him, merely setting down the box with care and then posing a question to IRS. Mr. Liquorit, are you aware of the Eye of Spirit Observation? IRS immediately recalled the phrase he had encountered in the alchemical guide moments earlier, just a single sentence. In the realm of alchemy, the Eye of Spirit Observation is a unique perceptive ability that allows the observer to glimpse the truths and mystical forces that lie beyond the veil of reality. Mr. Raynor began to elaborate, stating that the Eye of Spirit Observation represents an alternative perception of the world, a capacity to peer into the essence of things. It transcends our ordinary senses, enabling us to perceive truths that lie beneath the surface of reality, unfettered by the constraints of time and space. IRS sat attentively at the table, his gaze fixed upon Mr. Raynor, striving to comprehend this concept. The effects of awakening the Eye of Spirit Observation varied among different observers. Mr. Raynor continued to explain. In this awakened state, the observer's perception is profoundly heightened. Some can discern the connections between things, others can grasp the trends of unfolding events, some can sense concealed information through objects or environments, and some can even perceive fluctuations in the powers of the sequences. For an observer, the Eye of Spirit Observation is undoubtedly a remarkably advantageous tool. Mr. Liquorit, I shall now attempt to awaken the Eye of Spirit Observation within you, Mr. Raynor said, his gaze fixed upon the mirror, before turning to IRS with a smile. Though I cannot be certain if an observer can possess this ability, not every observer awakens the Eye of Spirit Observation. For instance, the captain, who serves as an arbiter, and Jack, the supplicant, cannot awaken it. IRS wore a look of confusion and astonishment. So, you mean I am to be your guinea pig? Mr. Raynor waved his hand reassuringly. Fear not, even in the event of failure, there shall be no adverse effects. At worst, you may merely sleep for 10 days or a fortnight. IRS felt a sense of foreboding, yet before he could voice a refusal, Mr. Raynor continued, trust me, only by mastering the Eye of Spirit Observation can you truly experience the wonders of being an observer. As he spoke, Mr. Raynor opened the box, his fingers traced the edge of the box gently, as if inscribing a symbol, before he cautiously lifted the lid to reveal its contents. It was a mirror. The mirror was crafted entirely from pure silver, its edges intricately engraved with complex patterns, its surface smooth and brilliant, reflecting a faint silver light, as if it could lead to another realm. On the back of the mirror, a radiant emerald was embedded within, its shimmering glow irresistibly captivating. What must I do? IRS inquired, gazing at the mirror, hesitating for a moment before asking. Quite simple, you need only meditate before this mirror, Mr. Raynor replied nonchalantly, as if this were as effortless as blinking. However, he soon realized that IRS remained still. My memory fails me. I ought to first teach you how to meditate. Mr. Raynor remarked with a smile that revealed no hint of embarrassment. Meditation is a state that transcends the senses, akin to the act of sleeping each night, and for us observers, it is even more so, Mr. Raynor elucidated. First, you must find a tranquil space, sit down, and close your eyes. IRS complied, taking a seat in a chair within the room and shutting his eyes. Mr. Raynor continued, next, breathe deeply and slowly, focusing your attention on your breath. Feel the air entering your body, and then exhale gradually. IRS followed the guidance, inhaling and exhaling slowly, gradually relaxing. Excellent. The simplest form of meditation involves the visualization of a specific object, which is also the easiest way to concentrate your mind. Now, you may begin to envision an object in your mind. IRS closed his eyes and began to outline the shape of a dagger, the very weapon used by Captain Elliot just the day prior. As his consciousness deepened, the dagger's sharp blade, its ancient hilt, and even the intricate textures and gleam began to clarify. IRS sensed that his focus was sharper than ever before. Very well, now, allow your mind to slightly empty, enveloping that object with an environment that does not exist in this world, one conjured by your imagination, Mr. Raynor said in a soothing tone. This process may invite distractions. Maintain your concentration. An environment that does not exist in this world. IRS soon found his choice. It was that void from his dreams. Under Mr. Raynor's guidance, IRS closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and began to sketch the void from his dreams. He immersed his thoughts into an open expanse, envisioning an endless wilderness, devoid of sky and earth, only infinite nothingness. The distractions Mr. Rayner mentioned seemed non-existent as IRS fluidly conjured that void in his mind. It was as effortless as reaching into water, with no hindrance whatsoever. This void lacked direction, gravity, or rules. Everything was uncertain. IRS felt himself drifting within, like a floating leaf. This place was devoid of sound, color, only an endless silence. In this void, only the dagger floated alongside him. The dagger seemed both near and far. IRS gazed at it quietly, attuning himself to its presence. His perception began to extend gradually, unfolding inch by inch. Soon, IRS felt his mind becoming clearer, as if liberated from all constraints, capable of endless thoughts and insights, seeking answers and revelations. His thoughts began to drift, and he felt increasingly weightless, transcending the confines of his physical form, his perception seemingly expanding to its limits in an instant. Excellent, truly. As an observer, the process of entering meditation is remarkably seamless. Mr. Rayner chuckled. Remember this sensation. From now on, this imagined place shall be your meditation realm, and the object you have visualized in reality shall serve as your anchor back to the real world. Standing before IRS, Mr. Rayner directed the mirror towards his head, and the mirror reflected IRS's meditative imagery. Now, maintain this state of perception and slowly open your eyes. Mr. Rayner's voice resonated in IRS's ears. IRS followed Mr. Rayner's guidance, attempting to open his eyes, his dark irises deep as abysses. The power of the observer stirred quietly, a glimmer of silver emerging within the depths of his gaze. As his eyes met the reflection of himself in the mirror, a profound impact surged through him, as if a grand door had swung open, and his perception expanded to a new echelon. He began to sense everything within the room. Mr. Rayner's presence in every corner, every book, every wall, even his own thoughts and emotions became transparent and clear. The eye of spirit observation, belonging to him as an observer, had indeed been awakened. Chapter 23. The Calming Elixir. Mr. Rayner reached out and gently twisted the knob of a nearby oil lamp, allowing its light to gradually extinguish. He then proceeded to snuff out the remaining lamps in the alchemical chamber, plunging the entire room into an eerie dimness. Only the furnace, with its flickering blue flames, remained, casting a faint glimmer of illumination. In the enveloping darkness, the use of the spirit eye proved to be far more effective, as it aided in the perception of energies and subtle shifts in the environment. This capability was also a vital instrument for the seers when navigating the unknown and confronting peril. Iris gradually acclimated to the shadows, his spirit eye appearing to gain clarity amidst the gloom. Mr. Rayner's voice resonated once more. Very well, maintain this state and tell me what you perceive. Under the faint glow of the furnace, Iris's vision did not seem obscured. Instead, he could discern every corner of the room, every outline of the objects within. The spirit eye unveiled a breathtaking panorama within the darkness. The world transformed into shades of black and white, yet he could perceive the vibrant energy auras surrounding each item, akin to the strokes of a divine artifact's canvas. The flames within the furnace danced, radiating hues of red and orange, while the walls and floor exuded a yellow-green luminescence. All of this unfolded with remarkable clarity and order under his spirit eye. Iris cast his gaze downward and noticed a halo of white light enveloping his own body. Do you see something unusual about yourself? Mr. Rayner chuckled. Indeed, I perceive that I am glowing. That is the energy field within you. Every individual possesses such an energy field, though only a select few can sense and harness it. Mr. Rayner elucidated with a smile. And even I exhibit differences, do I not? He gestured for Iris to observe himself more closely. Iris's attention shifted toward Mr. Rayner. In the darkness, the latter's form radiated a brilliant green luminescence. This light seemed unbound by physical barriers, penetrating every object in the room. Mr. Rayner, are you the natural sovereign of the third sequence? Iris blurted out, though he was unsure why he posed such a question. Mr. Rayner raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. What do you see? He stood before Iris, his eyes reflecting the same verdant glow. He nodded gently, encouraging Iris to continue his perception. Iris scratched his head, feeling he may have been somewhat impolite earlier. I see that the light surrounding you differs from mine. Yours is green, while mine is white. Perhaps this is the uniqueness of an observer. Mr. Rayner nodded in agreement. It is quite possible. Indeed, the capabilities of the spirit eye vary among different seers, much like how a diviner perceives certain trends, while I, as a physician, can discern the state of a person's body. However, under typical circumstances, the spirit eye can only sense the environment and energies, yet yours seems to penetrate the surface and directly access the sequence. This is an unprecedented ability. Iris furrowed his brow. Does this imply that I can discern the sequences of others? Mr. Rayner pondered for a moment. You are correct, your spirit eye grants you profound insight into the attributes and abilities of other seers, as well as their potential weaknesses. This will prove invaluable in your future confrontations. Iris resolved to later examine the colors of Captain and the others, anticipating he would draw a general conclusion. He then realized a crucial question. Mr. Rayner, how do I exit this state? It is quite simple. To withdraw from the spirit eye state, simply close your eyes and gradually disperse the envisioned environment in your mind. leaving behind a tangible object from reality, Mr. Rayner explained, his voice soft and patient. This process may not be easy, take your time. Within 3 breaths, Iris reopened his eyes. Did I fail? Not at all, just try again a few more times, Mr. Rayner's lips fell silent as he noticed the silver gleam had vanished from Iris's gaze. Usually, many require considerable time to master this process, but you, Iris, seem remarkably astute, accomplishing it in an instant, Mr. Rayner remarked, a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. Iris humbly responded, perhaps my mind is rather empty, making it easier to control. Should I prepare a mirror the next time I activate the spirit eye? There is no need for that, the mirror merely assists seers in stabilizing their minds, preventing any disorientation upon awakening from meditation. If you wish to reopen your spirit eye, simply reimagine the environment you previously envisioned. Initially, both activating and deactivating the spirit eye may require some time, but with practice, it will become as effortless as opening and closing your eyes. After Iris successfully mastered the spirit eye, Mr. Rayner approached the table and gently returned the mirror to its place. With a delicate flourish, he sketched a pattern and then closed the silver box, placing it into a specially designed drawer. He appeared quite familiar with this area, evidently it was his private domain. Next, let us delve into some basic alchemical knowledge, he declared, retrieving several withered herbs, a bright orange flower, and a small mound of snow-white powder. I have recently been plagued by insomnia, so today we shall concoct a calming elixir. If my memory serves me right, this was also the first potion I ever crafted. We require 3 stems of mountain heartgrass, 1 sunflower, and an appropriate amount of night fox bone powder. Mr. Rayner carefully arranged the herbs and materials, commencing his explanation. Mountain heartgrass is a plant that flourishes near valleys. Its roots are rich in calming and soothing properties, making it ideal for soothing the nerves. The sunflower aids in alleviating tension and anxiety. As for the night fox bone powder, while it may sound ominous, it actually enhances sleep quality, facilitating a quicker descent into slumber. Of course, it is not to be consumed by non-seers, Mr. Rayner added with a playful smirk. Now, let us proceed, I'll instruct, and you shall execute. Iris was momentarily taken aback. Mr. Rayner handed him a mortar. Fear not, it will not explode. First, grind the mountain heartgrass stems into a fine powder, ensure it is finely milled, for I would not wish for it to become lodged in my throat, as that would be of no benefit to sleep. Iris accepted the mortar and, adhering to Mr. Rayner's instructions, picked up the 3 stems of desiccated mountain heartgrass, grinding them gently with focus and care. Mr. Rayner observed Iris's movements quietly, occasionally reminding him to grind finely. This process demanded some effort, as the fibers of the mountain heartgrass were rather resilient. Gradually, the stems transformed into a small heap of delicate powder. Excellent, Iris, now, let us attend to the sunflower. Mr. Rayner plucked the orange flower and handed it to Iris. We shall only use the petals of the sunflower, as the potency of its stem is somewhat overwhelming. An old man like me cannot endure it. Iris took the sunflower and meticulously tore off the petals. These petals shimmered with a vibrant orange hue and exuded the fragrance of fresh blooms. As he beheld these petals, he felt their vitality and energy coursing through them. Splendid, Iris, Mr. Rayner continued. Now, we need to extract these sunflower petals with an appropriate amount of water. He pointed to a flask the width of a thumb, filled to the brim with water. Iris gently placed the sunflower petals into the flask, sealed the mouth, and positioned it over a spirit lamp, angling the flask slightly upward. In less than 10 minutes, the sunflower petals began to dissolve in the water, leaving behind a pale yellow liquid. Very good, Mr. Rayner nodded approvingly. We have successfully extracted the essence of the sunflower. The next step is the simplest. Combine the mountain heartgrass and night fox bone powder into the sunflower extract and stir. Mr. Rayner appeared quite pleased, clapping his hands and handing Iris the mountain heartgrass and night fox bone powder. And now, add them to the sunflower essence, he reminded. Remember to do so cautiously and evenly. Iris carefully measured and added the mountain heartgrass and night fox bone powder to the sunflower extract. The mountain heartgrass powder was light, while the night fox bone powder was somewhat coarse. However, upon entering the sunflower extract, both began to dissolve rapidly before his eyes. The pale yellow of the sunflower intertwined with the light green of the mountain heartgrass, creating a mysterious orange-green liquid that emanated a refreshing aroma. Yet, as Mr. Rayner did not signal to stop, Iris dared not slow his pace. After a period of stirring, Mr. Rayner finally nodded, signaling Iris to cease. Iris cautiously poured the orange-green liquid into a glass vial, ensuring not a single drop was wasted. Congratulations, Mr. Lycorette, you have crafted your very first potion. Mr. Rayner applauded gently. As he grasped the flask, Iris felt a swell of accomplishment. This was the first alchemical concoction he had ever created with his own hands, and it was a resounding success. Thank you, Mr. Rayner, Iris expressed with heartfelt gratitude, bowing deeply. Be ye careful not to spill my elixir of the evening, Mr. Rayner jested. This is merely a fraction of alchemy. Iris, you have a long journey ahead. A glimmer of mystery danced in his gaze. Chapter 24. After the lesson in the underground alchemical chamber of the Blackthorn Agency, Mr. Rayner and IRS sat across from each other at a table adorned with an array of bottles and books.
IRS, do you know what the fundamental principle of alchemy is? Mr. Rayner inquired, delicately flipping through the pages of an ancient tome. After a moment of contemplation, IRS responded, in my view, alchemy is a discipline that seeks to achieve various effects by altering the very essence of materials. Is that not so?
Mr. Rayner nodded affirmatively. Indeed, however, alchemists believe that the essence of alchemy can be distilled into two words: transformation. IRS's interest was gradually piqued. Transformation, as it is known, involves altering the form of matter through various means and creating new substances through the amalgamation of different materials. For instance, we can transmute ordinary metals into precious ones or transform common stones into gemstones. This embodies the legendary alchemist's quest for the philosopher's stone. Mr. Rayner continued, of course, alchemy encompasses much more than this. It includes a vast array of knowledge such as potion preparation, energy manipulation, and the drawing of runes. Each alchemist may choose their field of study based on their interests and strengths. IRS listened intently, gaining a deeper appreciation for the breadth and depth of alchemy. Mr. Rayner then produced a vial containing a clear liquid. This is but ordinary water, yet in the realm of alchemy, it holds infinite possibilities. We can employ alchemical methods to transform it into a healing elixir or use it for divination and prophecy. Subsequently, Mr. Rayner elaborated on some fundamental principles of alchemy, including the selection of materials, rune drawing, and energy regulation. He also shared anecdotes and experiences from his own practice of alchemy, enriching IRS's understanding of this arcane art. The afternoon slipped away swiftly, filling IRS's mind with newfound knowledge and ideas. As the sun began its descent, Mr. Rayner rose, brushing off his robe with a smile. Well, Mr. Lakehart, our lesson concludes here for today. Although you possess considerable talent, mastering alchemy is not an endeavor that can be accomplished in a single day. It necessitates continuous practice and exploration.
IRS promptly stood and bowed deeply. Thank you, Mr. Rayner. Mr. Rayner nodded with a smile, his gaze filled with admiration for the gifted and courteous young man before him. Should you have any inquiries or require assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out. Now, you may return to rest. We shall continue our studies tomorrow. The two exited the alchemical chamber in succession, Mr. Rayner tapping the stone floor, causing the portal to the chamber to vanish into the stone wall. Upon returning to the main hall of the Blackthorn Agency, they found the captain and Lilia, conspicuously absent from her favorite spot on the sofa, a position she typically occupied whenever present in the agency. At that moment, it appeared she had stepped out. Only Jack remained, seated beside the counter, perusing a newspaper with an expression of palpable boredom. You finally emerged. I thought I might suffocate from the tedium, Jack lamented. Mr. Rayner chuckled, playfully responding, Is that so, Jack? If your boredom is so unbearable, I would not mind advocating for your reinstatement as a combatant, thereby liberating you from these dreary documents. Observing Jack's glum visage instantly reminded IRS of something. He promptly closed his eyes, then reopened them. The void materialized in his mind, and the eye of the spirit began to operate silently, a silvery hue flickering across his otherwise dark pupils. Peering through the haze, IRS discerned that Jack's aura was a dark blue, its luminosity comparable to that of Mr. Rayner, slightly surpassing his own. Mr. Rayner, catching a glimpse of IRS from the corner of his eye, inquired, What color? Dark blue. That should confirm his status as a storm sequence gladiator, IRS softly replied as the silver tint in his eyes faded away. Jack, utterly bemused, could not fathom the cryptic exchange taking place before him. Just as he was about to voice his confusion, Mr. Rayner preempted him. Jack, after a taxing day, would you care to join me for a drink? Jack was taken aback. What on earth? You know I'm on duty. Ah, I nearly forgot, Jack, you are indeed tasked with guarding the agency today. Such a pity, Mr. Rayner lamented, shaking his head in mock regret as he turned to IRS. And you, Mr. Lakehart, would you care to join this old man for dinner? IRS initially considered accepting the invitation but suddenly recalled pressing matters awaiting his attention that evening, and thus politely declined Mr. Rayner's offer. The two then departed the agency, boarding separate carriages heading in opposite directions. Upon arriving at his modest apartment, IRS felt a sense of fatigue mingled with fulfillment. Perhaps it was time to consider a larger living space. He muttered to himself, lamenting his inability to accommodate a larger storage cabinet within his current quarters. Determined to prepare a delectable dinner for himself, he decided to utilize the fresh lettuce, potatoes, and a reasonably good steak he had purchased that morning.
Entering his small kitchen, he commenced the culinary preparations of first. IRS sliced the potatoes into thin rounds and placed them into a heated pan, drizzling in some inexpensive olive oil. The pan erupted with a sizzle as the potatoes began to fry, releasing an enticing aroma. He delicately turned the potato slices, ensuring even cooking until they achieved a golden crispness. Simultaneously, he began preparing the steak. Removing it from the refrigerator, he gently patted dry with a paper towel. In a bowl, he mixed salt, black pepper, and garlic powder, evenly sprinkling the blend over both sides of the steak with nimble hands. IRS held the steak and heated some olive oil in the pan until it began to emit a faint white smoke. As he gently placed the steak into the pan, it sizzled, filling the air with a mouth-watering fragrance. While the steak seared, IRS used a spatula to press it lightly, ensuring that every inch made contact with the bottom of the pan for even cooking. The steak began to change color, transitioning from pink to deep red, its exterior gradually turning golden and crisp. IRS flipped the steak until both sides achieved a perfect golden hue. He then carefully removed it, placing it on a plate to rest. The final step of preparing the lettuce was far simpler. IRS meticulously washed the lettuce leaves and allowed them to drain in a colander. He prepared a simple salad dressing, combining olive oil, lemon juice, salt, and pepper, which he whisked together before drizzling it over the lettuce. A refreshing lettuce salad was thus completed, sufficiently providing the dietary fiber IRS required for the day. Arranging the ingredients on a plate alongside the salad, a sumptuous dinner was ready. IRS placed the cooked steak on the plate, accompanied by the fresh lettuce salad and boiled potatoes. He gently sliced into the steak, the knife gliding through the tender meat, revealing its succulent pink interior. As the aroma enveloped him, IRS savored a piece of steak, the juicy flavor bursting in his mouth, prompting him. Indeed, there was a reason for the price. This steak was exquisite and justified its cost at Sani Rang. He even contemplated whether to treat himself to such a meal daily, reasoning that after rigorous training, one ought to replenish their nutrition.
So be it, IRS murmured to himself.
After dinner, IRS took a brief respite, allowing his body to adjust to the satisfaction of a fulfilling meal. Feeling his energy renewed, he prepared to continue with the tasks that awaited him that night. Standing up, he extinguished the lights and donned his coat. Approaching the front door, he hesitated for a moment before pulling on a large hooded cloak that obscured much of his face, then gently opened the door to step into the night. The cold wind brushed against his face, and the star-speckled sky twinkled overhead. IRS inhaled the refreshing air, sharpening his thoughts. He hadn't checked in with old Doobie tonight. He wondered if anyone would be there. Navigating through the city streets, IRS swiftly arrived at old Doobie's residence. He knocked lightly on the door and awaited a response. Moments later, the door creaked open, revealing old Doobie on the threshold. The door opened, he entered, and it closed behind him. Their movements were fluid, devoid of unnecessary words. Inside, old Doobie gestured toward a table, inviting IRS to take a seat.
IRS, what brings you here so frequently of late?
Old Doobie inquired, seated at the table in a tattered coat that appeared to have seen many years, a pipe in hand, his expression calm yet his gaze sharp.
Understanding old Doobie's preference for straightforwardness, IRS replied directly, I require some intelligence. Oh, aren't you part of the city guard? Why not ask your captain?
Old Doobie retorted, clearly still miffed about their previous encounter. IRS sat across from old Doobie, focusing intently on his solitary eye, clearing his throat to convey the seriousness of his inquiry.
You must have heard about the bank attack this morning?
Old Doobie nodded, a faint smile creeping onto his lips as he removed the pipe from his mouth, igniting it with one hand and inhaling leisurely.
That means you've already conversed with that fellow, Haven TU? IRS nodded, awaiting old Doobie's next words. That fellow goes by the name of Hartsill.
He is somewhat enigmatic. He is not a conventional sequence practitioner but an independent investigator, specializing in matters pertaining to the sequences. IRS listened attentively, his brow furrowing slightly as his curiosity about Hartzell's background deepened. He mentioned that there is a forbidden object within the SA.
Liar Bank, is that true? He divulged that to you?
Old Doobie exhaled a thick plume of smoke, his expression turning serious. You know, forbidden objects are exceedingly unique items left behind by high-level practitioners upon their death. They hold considerable allure for sequence practitioners. These items are imbued with mysterious powers that can influence or even alter one's fate. They possess immeasurable value, albeit accompanied by significant risks. IRS pondered, his mind swirling with more questions.
For instance, what precisely is that forbidden object? Why did the man in black summon me to investigate this matter? Could he not simply instruct the city guard to look into it? Yet ultimately, IRS posed the most crucial question: what role does the black market play in this incident? Old Doobie smiled knowingly, seemingly anticipating IRS's query. I can assure you that the black market did not intervene at any stage in this affair. You can shelve those little suspicions of yours.
Chapter 25. A foray into the black market. Within the confines of Old Doobie's abode, IRS stood up. Old Doobie, presuming he was about to venture into the wilderness, remained seated and motionless.
Yet, IRS did not move. "What are you doing? Are you lost? Do you expect me to assist you in moving the cabinet?"
Old Doobie retorted with irritation. Noticing IRS's continued inaction, Old Doobie finally discerned the young man's intentions.
"You rascal, you aren't contemplating a trip to the black market, are you? Let me make it clear, entertain such thoughts at your peril."
Old Doobie adopted a tone that brooked no argument. IRS, upon hearing this, grew displeased.
"Why not? Do you believe I want to have my captain come and shut down your little hovel?" he jested. Old Doobie's remaining eye widened in disbelief. "You've truly grown bold, threatening me, have you?" However, IRS chose not to persist in teasing Old Doobie and assumed a serious demeanor. "I am indeed serious. I require certain items." "You better be," Old Doobie replied, still skeptical, scrutinizing IRS several times before finally relenting. "Just don't bring trouble my way, or next time, you can forget about entering my quarters." He gestured towards a corner of the room, pulling aside a tattered curtain to reveal a hidden door. "Remember, do not divulge your true identity lightly. The black market is a lawless realm, where rules and morals are obscured." IRS offered a faint smile, nodding to indicate his understanding, then turned to bid Old Doobie farewell as he stepped through the small door. Behind the door lay a tunnel, descending steeply, flanked by oil lamps. It was not particularly wide, allowing passage for only one person at a time. However, should the manager of St. Leo Bank come by, he would likely find himself stuck. As IRS ventured deeper underground, the surroundings widened, accompanied by a pungent aroma of bitter herbs. Relying on his keen observational skills, IRS quickly surveyed the entirety of the black market. This place was, in essence, a modest underground corridor, with a low ceiling that permitted only standing individuals. Some antiquated oil lamps emitted a dim glow, illuminating the narrow streets and casting mottled shadows. The atmosphere of the black market was cold and disorienting, instilling a sense of oppression. On this day, the clientele was sparse, with only a few silhouettes flitting about the alleys. In this subterranean bazaar, all manner of creatures could be found, including some respectable individuals who concealed their identities, each seeking to fulfill their own needs. As a member of the city guard, IRS could indeed be considered one of the respectable ones, as Old Doobie would put it. Ultimately, as long as no significant disturbances arose, such grey transactions were tolerated in this environment where everyone lived in trepidation. This was also the reason why Elia had chosen to turn a blind eye last time. IRS pulled down his hood, partially obscuring his eyes, and from an angle hidden from others, a glimmer of silver flashed. In the next moment, the already dim corridor transformed into a dull gray, and the outlines of the figures shifted accordingly. Only 3 individuals radiated a faint glow, while the rest remained dull and lifeless. The trio comprised a gaunt elderly woman, a finely dressed blonde man, and a tall figure cloaked in a hood, rendering their face indistinguishable. The flickering lights were green, silver, and blue. Green signified the nature sovereign sequence, blue represented the storm and thunder sovereign sequence, both of which IRS was already aware of. The silver, however, remained a mystery yet to be uncovered. IRS speculated that it was unlikely to belong to the Fallen Triad's Eternal Moon sequence or the Judgment Will sequence. The remaining possibilities were the Hunter Triad and the Technological Gate sequence, with the latter being the more probable. As IRS made his way into the corridor, he attracted no one's attention, as if this scene was a common occurrence for those present. Just as he was about to proceed further, a snippet of conversation caught his ear. "How much for this scroll?" IRS turned ponderously towards the source of the voice. It was the blonde man engaging in dialogue with the elderly woman. Both were sequence bearers, prompting IRS to unconsciously draw nearer. Upon approaching, he could see that the lean old woman had set up a small stall, which was essentially a few feet of canvas crowded with various sequence materials. She wore a tattered hat and faded garments, her hands lined with the wrinkles of time, yet her eyes sparkled with shrewdness. Lowering his gaze, IRS discerned the item he sought. The throat bone of a howling wild boar. Externally, it appeared merely as a dry, dark red lump, utterly unremarkable, yet it was one of the primary ingredients for crafting a frenzy elixir. The frenzy elixir was a low-tier potion IRS had encountered in the alchemical manual, containing a series of biologically active components capable of inducing physiological changes within the human body. Once ingested, the elixir rapidly entered the bloodstream, affecting the brain and muscle systems. The active components within the elixir could stimulate muscle contractions and enhance energy output of muscle fibers. This led to a temporary surge in strength for the user, enabling them to lift heavier objects or run at greater speeds than usual. Such an effect could prove invaluable in urgent situations requiring an immediate boost in physical capabilities, especially for someone like IRS, whose combat prowess was not particularly exceptional.
It could serve as a vital trump card for survival. As his gaze swept the scene, IRS noted the young blonde man who had inquired about the scroll. He stood before the stall, dressed in white formal attire that seemed out of place amidst the black market's filth, holding an exquisitely crafted silver-tipped cane. The single lens of his glasses reflected a slight glimmer, exuding an air of scholarly sophistication. Between his long fingers, he held an ancient scroll, its paper emanating a bronze hue, as if it had weathered centuries of storms. The scroll was densely inscribed with peculiar symbols and patterns, and the young man meticulously examined the runes, seemingly oblivious to IRS's approach. IRS chose not to disturb the blonde gentleman, instead silently positioning himself at the elderly woman's stall. The assortment of sequence materials on display ranged from an array of bizarre magical herbs to peculiar magical talismans. As he noted the lack of suitable materials, IRS raised his head, meeting the elderly woman's gaze, a smile gracing his features.
These items appear quite intriguing.
However, what are their prices? He inquired. The elderly woman's eyes softened with kindness, and a warm smile graced her lips. With a slightly trembling finger, she gestured towards the sequence materials, responding gently, "Dear child, you must understand that all I sell here are sequence materials, each holding significant value.
Naturally, the price depends on the items you desire and the cost you are willing to bear."
Feigning contemplation, IRS surveyed the array once more, then pointed to the throatbone of the howling wild boar.
"What is the price of this item?"
The elderly woman maintained her benevolent demeanor, extending her gnarled, wooden-like palm.
5 Nyren? IRS thought it improbable that it could be so inexpensive.
After all, the howling wild boar, though merely a sequence 9 creature, was loathed by countless sequence bearers. With its tough hide and substantial bulk, it was notoriously difficult to slay, and yet it was timid as a mouse. Upon sensing danger, it would emit a sharp, piercing scream capable of traveling great distances, drawing the attention of other sequence creatures, a trait from which it derived its name. Should a hapless individual linger too long, they would be swiftly besieged and potentially killed by a horde of sequence beings. The elderly woman chuckled softly, shaking her head. "If I were to sell it at that price, I would surely face destitution. As I previously mentioned, its value is not trivial. It is yours for 50 Nyren. At this moment, IRS felt a wave of dismay wash over him, regretting his hasty inquiry. Had he known, he would have consulted old Doobie beforehand. Now he feared he might be duped without realizing it. However, just then, the blonde gentleman beside him lifted his gaze from the scroll, his voice rich and magnetic. "While the howling wild boar is indeed difficult to kill, many sequence 8s choose to hunt them when venturing outside the city, often returning with bountiful catches.
Surely, it ought not to be priced so high?"
He paused, adjusting his glasses before continuing. "If memory serves, someone purchased a piece just last week for less than 20 Nyren, if I'm not mistaken?"
Upon hearing this, the elderly woman's expression darkened considerably.
She muttered under her breath, "Prices are determined by supply, demand, and the rarity of the item. This young man is a first-time visitor to the black market and knows not the rules.
Why must he ruin my business?"
The blonde gentleman smiled faintly.
"However, since this friend is now aware of the market rate, shall we renegotiate the price?"
The elderly woman furrowed her brow, pondering for a moment, then clapped her hands on the table as if weighing the pros and cons.
Finally, she sighed, "Very well, for this throat bone, it shall be 20 Nyren, non-negotiable."
IRS let out a sigh of relief, promptly retrieving 20 silver coins resembling Nyren from his pouch, purchasing the throat bone from the elderly woman's stall.
Upon witnessing the transaction's completion, the blonde gentleman turned to the elderly woman, inquiring, "And what of the price for this scroll?"
Immediately, the elderly woman quoted a figure that left IRS utterly astounded, 5 roelum, and still no room for negotiation. She crossed her frail arms, murmuring softly, "I assure you, this time, I have not inflated the price."
Yet, to IRS's greater astonishment, the young man appeared to concur with the scroll's value, producing 5 gleaming gold coins from his possession.
The elderly woman accepted the coins, her face alight with joy, fearful that the young man might reconsider. The blonde gentleman offered no further words. He carefully rolled up the scroll and stowed it away in his pocket, seemingly satisfied with the transaction.
"Ah, it seems I have encountered yet another affluent individual." Chapter 26. Jadback. After departing from the elderly woman's humble stall, IRS prepared to meander through the black market at his leisure. He slightly turned to the side, lowering his voice to express his gratitude to the golden-haired man. Unexpectedly, this seemingly aloof and handsome individual turned out to be quite the conversationalist. He insisted on keeping pace with IRS, chattering incessantly in his ear. "My friend, you don't appear to be a regular here, do you?" IRS, with his hooded head, nodded slightly. "I had a feeling," the man continued, "that anyone who has visited the black market a few times would be well aware of the prevailing prices.
Fortunately, you encountered me this time, otherwise, you might have found yourself in quite a financial bind. Though the 30 Nero difference may seem trivial, it is still a significant sum. Earning money is no easy feat. IRS was genuinely taken aback that such a dashing and affluent individual could be so loquacious. Moreover, this person dared to speak so openly in the black market, even exposing the elderly woman's secrets, clearly unafraid of potential reprisals. He appeared to be a familiar face in these parts, possessing a certain degree of capital. He was either a young scion from a wealthy family or a person of considerable capability with some unique skills, otherwise, he would not be so audacious in his conduct here. However, IRS himself dared not speak too freely, being from the legitimate side. If he were to act like this golden-haired man, he might very well end up in dire straits. "My friend, I take it you are also a member of the ranks?" the man suddenly inquired. IRS's hair stood on end, nearly breaking into a cold sweat. How did he discern that? Nevertheless, IRS quickly regained his composure, maintaining his stride. "Why do you ask?" he thought, regardless of whether the man had genuinely figured it out or was. This was the black market, not an interrogation room. There was no need for excessive honesty. Originally intending to tease IRS, Jadback was momentarily taken aback, seemingly not expecting such a direct evasion of a straightforward question. However, he swiftly recalibrated his demeanor, offering a polite chuckle. "Oh, it's nothing, just a casual inquiry. I must apologize for my presumption." IRS remained silent, seemingly accepting Jadback's apology. The two continued forward in silence. In truth, there was little of interest to explore in the black market that day. The crowd was sparse, and the wares unremarkable, save for the elderly woman at the entrance selling a few non-rare sequential materials. Aside from IRS, the other patrons were mostly clustered in small groups, suggesting prior transactions. IRS refrained from mingling, not even casting a glance in their direction, merely slowing his pace as he passed by. Perhaps due to the scarcity of figures, IRS felt the black market corridor was somewhat desolate. The left side of the corridor housed several small shops, appearing cramped yet securely locked, obscuring the view of their interiors. Suddenly, after a brief silence of less than 2 minutes, Jadback could no longer contain himself. "There's a tavern up ahead, shall we take a look?" "A tavern?" IRS raised an eyebrow, nearly failing. The two proceeded deeper into the black market corridor, where the atmosphere grew increasingly quiet and the lighting dim, as if a specter might emerge at any moment to greet them. However, the darkness did not last long. After walking approximately 300 meters, the light suddenly brightened. The dim illumination filtered through a thin layer of dust onto the wooden bar, where bottles and glasses lay scattered. A brown-haired man was sprawled there, snoring thunderously, clearly in a deep slumber, his unkempt beard exuding a faint scent of alcohol. The tavern sign had faded, revealing only the faint inscription of Bloody Midnight. "Shall we sit?" Jadback gestured to a few small chairs outside the tavern. IRS evidently found no reason to decline. "Would you like to have a drink?" Although the owner seemed somewhat indisposed, "I can mix a drink or two." "Not necessary." IRS declined the suggestion outright. He was not one to indulge in heavy drinking, especially at this moment, preferring to maintain a clear mind. "Look at my memory, I nearly forgot to introduce myself." The golden-haired man lightly tapped his forehead with a knuckle. "I am Jadback, a member of the Scholars Association. My daily work involves tracing history, interpreting artifacts, and studying ancient relics and magical knowledge." His finger paused before he continued. "Though I am not a member of the ranks, I have always been fascinated by the secrets of sequential beings and magic, which is why I find myself here." Suddenly, Jadback's tone shifted. "And you, Mr. Mysterious, what brings you to this place?" In this realm, those who concealed their identities were typically individuals of some prominence. "Let me guess, you are a government official, or perhaps a notorious fugitive on the wanted list? Or a member of the Arbitration Bureau?" Jadback's words were laced with intrigue, causing IRS's heart to tighten. IRS subtly recoiled, lowering his hood further to obscure most of his face. "Like you? Like me?" This unexpected response caught Jadback off guard, and he squinted his alluring peach blossom eyes, fingers interlaced over his abdomen, awaiting IRS's explanation. "I am here to procure some odd trinkets for research purposes." IRS replied, "But you are correct. My identity must remain confidential, so I advise against further inquiries." IRS spoke each word with a hint of threat. After a deliberate pause, he added, "As for my public identity, that remains a mystery." His voice carried a note of amusement, almost teasing Jadback, yet he revealed little information. IRS knew he needed to maintain his air of mystery, preventing others from easily discerning his true identity. In the perilous and enigmatic black market, keeping secrets was vital for survival. In this cramped and disordered tavern, their thoughts diverged. The two sat in silence for about 10 minutes, the tavern owner snores persisting. Eventually, it was Jadback who broke the stillness. It seems the owner won't be waking up anytime soon. We should return to our rest. IRS nodded in agreement. He had no desire to squander his time here. The two rose and exited the tavern, retracing their steps back into the grim and eerie black market corridor. The black market corridor remained dim and unsettling, their footsteps echoing in the empty underground passage. They traversed the shadowy corridor until reaching the fork at the entrance. IRS halted, and Jadback, initially curious, quickly grasped the situation. The black market boasted more than one entrance. Clearly, this enigmatic individual had not entered from the same location as himself, and now seemed reluctant to allow IRS to accompany him. Jadback shrugged, maintaining his politeness. It appears we must part ways here. It was a pleasure meeting you, Mr. Mysterious. Should the opportunity arise, I hope we can cross paths again. With that, Jadback stepped into the left passage, his golden hair gradually disappearing into the shadows. After parting ways with Jadback, IRS remained uneasy and stood in place for nearly 10 minutes, carefully observing his surroundings. Once assured of his safety, he knocked on the door to Old Doobie's exit. Old Doobie promptly opened the door. So, did you find what you were looking for? IRS nodded, removing his hood to reveal a small, dark red lump. The throat bone of a howling boar? What do you need this for? IRS pondered for a moment before explaining. I needed to prepare a potion for potential future use. It pertains to sequential abilities, and I have some basic knowledge of alchemy. I wish to experiment. By the way, Old Doobie, do you know anyone from the Scholars Association in Paro City? Old Doobie looked at IRS quizzically, asking, What, have you made a friend? IRS shrugged, responding with mild exasperation, Friend? Just a passerby who claimed to be a member of the Scholars Association. He helped me with a small matter but has been quite persistent. Old Doobie's eyes sparkled with mischief, a grin revealing his large yellow teeth as he mockingly regarded IRS's still handsome visage. Persistent? Might he have taken a liking to you? Come on, let us get serious. IRS's face flushed with embarrassment, and he adopted a stern expression. Old Doobie, please, let's focus on the matter at hand. Old Doobie laughed heartily. IRS couldn't help but quip, Aren't you a tad older than him? Old Doobie, oblivious, continued, the tavern's owner is actually a member of the ranks. While I can't disclose his exact rank, he holds a certain status within the black market. He is a decent fellow. Sometimes he provides useful information. Those inquiries you made earlier, and your friend's identity, might be worth asking him about. You may glean some beneficial clues. Though IRS hadn't spent much on the howling boar's throat bone, if he ever needed to acquire other sequential materials, he could compile a list to give to Old Doobie, who would facilitate the purchases on his behalf. IRS nodded silently, contemplating a future visit to that tavern. Old Doobie lit a cigarette. Instead of pondering others' affairs, you ought to focus on your own. A sense of foreboding washed over IRS. Old Doobie exhaled a plume of smoke, slowly stating, it's regarding the potion formula for your observer's follow-up. What, has the price gone up? IRS frowned. Old Doobie, reclining with his legs crossed, scoffed, if it were merely a price increase, that would be manageable. The real issue is that it cannot be obtained at all. As it stands, only the Arbitration Bureau would possess subsequent formulas, thus you must excel with the City Guard to earn military merits for exchange. IRS nodded, acknowledging the logic. This was a scenario he had considered, and it did not surprise him overly much. If you need to purchase additional sequential materials, jot down a list, and I can assist you in procuring them. It should save you quite a bit of effort. Old Doobie glanced at the throat bone in IRS's hand, his meaning clear. Alright, I'll trouble you with that. Once I acquire the formula, I'll prepare a list for you. Old Doobie laughed, patting IRS's shoulder encouragingly. No need to be polite. I am counting on you to become a key figure in Paro City soon, as my retirement depends on you. IRS grinned, lightly thumping his chest with his fist. You can count on me. I may even secure you a small official position someday. The two exchanged a few more playful jests before heading towards the iron door of the room. By the way, I must remind you, the forbidden item Hartzell mentioned seems rather unusual, though I can't provide specifics. Old Doobie suddenly grasped IRS's arm. Perhaps in your next meeting with him, you'll learn more. Just ensure you proceed with caution. Dealings involving forbidden items are typically fraught with peril. IRS nodded, then donned his hood and slipped into the shadows. The long night continued, the night air tranquil. Through the grayish mist, the hazy crimson moonlight could be faintly discerned. Chapter 27, The Slums of Paro City. The following day, IRS arrived at the Blackthorn Agency. Apart from Jack, no other figures were in sight. IRS greeted the lethargic Jack and was about to inquire about the whereabouts of the others when Captain Elia emerged from the tea room, holding a steaming cup of tea.
"You're here? It is not too early for you today," she remarked, glancing at the cup in her hand. IRS instinctively checked the time. "Goodness, it's not even 8 o'clock, and you say I'm not early? Rest assured, we don't have a policy of deducting wages for tardiness here.
As long as you arrive before noon, you're just fine. Would you like a cup of tea? It's freshly transported from the tea gardens of Treat City," Elia inquired, lifting her cup slightly.
"Treat City's tea? Captain, don't you usually prefer the tea from neighboring Kodo City?"
"Something's amiss in Kodo City lately. It seems their tea won't be making it here anytime soon." Upon hearing this, IRS instinctively turned his head, recalling the warning from old Doobie the previous night about being cautious when leaving the city, as there were rumors of a beast tide emerging from Kodo City.
"Is it due to the beast tide?" IRS asked cautiously.
With her blue eyes fixed on him, Elia set down her cup and nodded.
"You seem quite well informed. Was it that black market gatekeeper who tipped you off?" IRS acknowledged her assumption.
"Indeed, there is a trend of a beast tide forming over there, though it could also be that a wild sequencer has stirred up trouble, leading to a congregation of sequenced creatures. Perhaps it won't be long before they clear things up. We need not worry overly much, just avoid venturing too deeply when you go out." IRS nodded in understanding and was just about to head to the underground training ground for some physical training when Elia called out to him.
"Captain, don't we have training today? Should I find Mr. Raynar instead?"
Elia smiled and replied, "No, we have a task today, and I require assistance. Currently, aside from you, there isn't anyone capable here. We are in dire need of manpower." Elia cast a meaningful glance toward Jack, who was feigning sleep with his disheveled hair.
"Capitan, are you certain you're referring to me? I am merely a support sequencer."
"Exactly," Elia said, leaning slightly forward and listening intently.
"Thus, I need you to accompany me on this task."
Receiving a firm confirmation, IRS nodded, albeit perplexed, yet he complied with the captain's directives. 10 minutes later, the two exited the agency and summoned a carriage station nearby. The driver took up the reins, and the carriage set off slowly toward the outskirts of the city.
"Captain, where are we headed?" "To the slums. Paro City is divided into 5 main districts.
The first district is small, primarily housing government offices and the headquarters of organizations such as the Arbitration Institute and the Scholars Association. The second district serves as the affluent residential area, encircling the central zone of the first district, close to various sequencer organizations. It is not only prosperous and clean but also boasts a high degree of safety. The third and fourth districts are ordinary civilian residential areas. While they lack the security of the second district, the law and order is still relatively acceptable, with the only distinction being the slight disparity in housing and commodity prices. IRS resides in the fourth district. The fifth district, however, is characterized by extremely low prices, poor conditions, and rampant disorder, earning it the moniker of the slums among the other 4 districts. Before long, IRS and Elia arrived at the slums of Paro City, the most dilapidated and impoverished area of the city. The environment here was filthy and decrepit, with buildings largely composed of old stone, their walls mottled and roofs leaking. The streets were exceedingly narrow, littered with scattered stones and dirt, showing no signs of maintenance. The carriage could not proceed, so IRS and Elia were compelled to continue on foot. Upon entering, several phrases sprang to IRS's mind of filthy, chaotic, and foul-smelling. These simple 3 words seemed to encapsulate this area perfectly. The narrow streets were littered with garbage and debris, dilapidated buildings leaning precariously as if they might collapse at any moment. The air was thick with a noxious stench, making it nearly unbearable. The walls on either side of the streets were adorned with various graffiti and markings, indicating that this was a realm of chaos and disorder. The residents of the slums fell into 2 categories. One group moved swiftly, as if in pursuit of something, while the other trudged slowly, seemingly weighed down by invisible burdens, yet they shared a common expression of resignation and exhaustion. Children scurried through the streets, their faces displaying hunger and helplessness. Elderly individuals sat before their doorsteps, their eyes vacant and spirits low. Vendors in the marketplace hawked their wares, shoppers busily selecting their needed items, the sounds of bargaining and haggling permeating the air. A group of children darted past, weaving through the crowd and brushing against passers-by before vanishing into the throng. IRS observed these children with a flicker of sympathy and helplessness, while Elia remained focused, striding toward an old residential building. A crowd had gathered at the entrance, some faces revealing concern and fear. A sudden unease surged within IRS. The cramped dwelling felt congested, particularly in the living room area, where 4 police officers were seated around a rickety table, taking statements. The deceased's wife sat on one side of the table, dressed in simple clothing, her eyes swollen and tear-streaked. She clutched a handkerchief tightly, dabbing at her tears while her voice trembled as she recounted her husband's demise, interspersed with sobs. A female officer diligently recorded her statement, attempting to piece together the events. Beside her sat a stout middle-aged woman, her face lined with wrinkles, emanating a kind yet worried demeanor. The middle-aged woman sought to comfort the deceased's wife while also relaying her observations to the officers during the incident. In the corner of the room, a young officer was conversing with a gaunt man, who was equally anxious, his hands trembling uncontrollably, clearly fearful. Suddenly, Elia and IRS entered. The four officers immediately ceased their work, rising respectfully, their demeanor showcasing their deference to the two. A middle-aged officer in a crisp uniform approached Elia, his expression grave, clearly showing respect for the arrival of the two sequencers. He stood a meter from Elia, slightly bowing as a gesture of respect. IRS keenly noted the 2 stripes and 3 stars on the officer's shoulder, indicating that he was a first-class officer on the verge of promotion to police inspector. His name was inscribed on the badge affixed to his chest, Thompson Hobart. Elia nodded, signaling the officer to report. Officer Thompson handed his notebook to Elia and began detailing the circumstances of the incident.
Captain Elia, this case arose from a report concerning an unusual event in the slums.
According to the report, a resident was found dead in this dwelling, yet our forensic examination revealed no apparent wounds or signs of asphyxiation on the deceased, categorizing this incident as an extraordinary event. He continued to elaborate on the police department's actions, including their arrival at the scene to collect evidence and take statements. After a moment, Thompson wiped his brow, exhaling deeply. As of now, we have not uncovered any definitive leads to ascertain the cause of death. However, we shall continue our investigation in hopes of unraveling this mystery.
After listening to the report, Elia furrowed her brow, contemplating for a moment before asking, "Where are the deceased's family members?"
"Here. This is the wife of the deceased, Norman Clinton, Wendy Clinton," Thompson indicated to the woman seated at the table behind him. Wendy Clinton appeared pale, her eyes filled with sorrow and confusion, her hair disheveled and clothing somewhat tattered, clearly indicating a life of hardship. Elia approached with a smile, saying, "Hello, I am Elia from the City Guard team, and this is my teammate, IRS. I have some questions I need to ask you, and I kindly request your honest responses." Wendy nodded. Though she was evidently in deep grief, she remained courteous.
The female officer stood by, ready to take notes. Wendy inhaled deeply, her voice hoarse as she began. "Last night, my husband returned home, had dinner, and then sat in the chair reading. He just lay there, and I initially thought he had merely fallen asleep, so I did not wake him. It wasn't until this morning that I realized he hadn't gone out to work. When I attempted to rouse him, I discovered he had." Wendy could not contain herself any longer, letting out a sob. IRS and Elia exchanged glances, grasping the gravity of the situation. Yet, they needed further details to conduct a thorough investigation. IRS gently inquired, "Can you tell us more about your husband? What did he do last, and did anyone have close contact with him?"
Wendy bitterly recollected. "Upon discovering he had no heartbeat, I quickly called our neighbor, Mrs. Smith, but by then, he had already ceased breathing and had no pulse. I had no idea what had transpired." She proceeded to share her husband Norman's habits and relationships but provided no further useful information. Elia and IRS exited the dilapidated dwelling, both with furrowed brows. The absence of any signs of struggle at the scene, coupled with the forensic examination ruling out the possibility of poisoning by Wendy, suggested that the deceased, Norman, had seemingly fallen into a deep slumber from which he did not awaken. IRS, somewhat uncertain, cautiously asked, "Captain, having ruled out natural causes for the death, it appears that a sequencer must have been involved, correct?" Elia's expression turned serious as she nodded in affirmation, replying, "It is indeed likely that a sequencer's ability was involved, but whether it was intentional remains uncertain." IRS took a deep breath, understanding the seriousness of the task at hand.
Chapter 28. With the death of Norman Clinton, in the slums, beneath the apartment building, Elia lightly tapped her palm. "Right. I still haven't seen the corpse of the deceased. I heard Mr. Rayner mention that your spirit-gazing eye seems rather unusual." She tilted her head towards IRS. IRS met Elia's azure gaze and nodded. "Shall we give it a try?" Elia raised an eyebrow, beckoning IRS with a finger. Without further ado, IRS closed his eyes, and the image of that blue dagger instantly appeared in his mind. He discreetly licked his lips, feeling a rare sense of unease, yet he could not identify the source of this discomfort. Perhaps it stemmed from the fact that his anchor object belonged to another, hinting at his own nefarious thoughts towards the dagger? Noticing IRS's prolonged silence, Elia could not help but ask curiously, "What's the matter?" Still not quite adept, IRS abruptly opened his eyes, feeling a subtle dampness on his back. No, it might just be the environment here. "Let me try again." He fabricated an excuse, shifting his gaze elsewhere to avoid the disquieting eyes. "Buck up, IRS, don't let the captain look down on you."
With this thought, IRS quickly gathered his focus, immersing himself in his mind, as the void gradually formed around the dagger, enveloping his consciousness like a comforting cradle. Within his consciousness, IRS gently brought his hands together, his fingers caressing an invisible string, each movement imbued with elegance and harmony. It was as if he were playing a silent symphony, perfectly merging the order in his mind with the chaos of the external world. Thankfully, nothing went awry. A smile graced IRS's lips. Exhaling softly, IRS opened his eyes to reveal a silvery sheen. "Captain, I'm ready. Let me see." Elia's curiosity was piqued, her gaze involuntarily drawn to IRS's profound eyes. His eyes resembled the starry sky of an autumn night, deep and boundless, with a silver luster akin to stars scattered across the infinite night, both mysterious and beautiful. Opposite him, IRS was intently gazing at Elia through the spirit-gazing eye. He perceived a powerful radiance emanating from her, which seemed to render her even more noble and authoritative. It was not the vulgar golden glow of Rylon, but a sacred, bright, and fervent light akin to the sun, its intensity surpassing that which he had observed from Mr. Raynor. Is this the seventh sequence? IRS spoke aloud without lowering his voice, and Elia, who was close enough, naturally heard him. "What? Your spirit gazing? I can not only perceive sequence fluctuations but also discern the strength of the sequencer?" IRS was taken aback by Elia's inquiry, instinctively closing the spirit-gazing eye. Upon exiting the black and white realm of the spirit-gazing eye, he realized that those azure autumn eyes framed by crimson hair were alarmingly close. The two were nearly nose to nose, close enough to count the eyelashes bordering each other's blue autumn eyes. IRS, momentarily stunned, instinctively took a few steps back, his face slightly flushed. Yes. IRS stammered. Elia's crimson hair swayed gently in the breeze, silky smooth, while a playful smile danced upon her fair visage. "Let us go inside and see that corpse. There must be something peculiar about it." Elia tossed the remark over her shoulder and turned to leave. IRS acknowledged her and slapped his face lightly, jogging to catch up. As IRS walked briskly, his mind replayed the golden light he had just seen, still unable to suppress his astonishment. That golden radiance was truly dazzling, to the extent that IRS could foresee that once this power erupted, it would be as spectacular as a volcanic eruption. The seventh sequence this powerful? What if those of even higher sequences appeared? Wouldn't they blind me? Upon seeing Elia and IRS enter, the middle-aged Officer Thompson immediately approached. "Officer, is there anything I can assist you with?" Elia surveyed her surroundings and inquired, "Where is the corpse of the deceased?" Thompson hesitated for a moment before truthfully responding, "In the storage room." Upon hearing this, IRS could not help but repeat in a questioning tone, "The storage room." Thompson glanced at IRS, his eyes seeking Elia's confirmation. "This is the new member of my team, IRS Lycolith. Whatever you need to report, feel free to share with him. He is an observer." Hearing the term observer from Elia, Thompson's demeanor shifted, becoming more respectful. "Mr. Lycolith, it is a pleasure to meet you. I look forward to your guidance." The middle-aged Officer Thompson extended a broad hand, shaking IRS's, and then commenced his report. "We have gathered the necessary records. Once you have examined the deceased, they will be taken for processing." "Processing? How will that be handled?" "Cremation." IRS was curious about the term processing. How could that be? They would simply be taken outside the city and buried. Thompson spoke softly of the Clinton family lives in dire straits, with very limited income, and they face exorbitant rent and food costs. In fact, we suspect he may have died from overwork, as his body was worn down from prolonged labor, yet he still had to work 11 hours a day just to barely support his family of 3. Cremation costs at least 1 Niren, but sir, do you understand what that 1 Niren signifies? IRS was acutely aware, as he had nearly belonged to the impoverished just days prior. However, he had no family to support. He was one who could eat his fill while leaving others hungry. His parents had left behind a meager savings, and with Mrs. Mia, the landlord, charging nearly half the rent compared to others, he could afford the rent and reside in the 4th district of Pero City. Yet, he silently shook his head. "1 Niren might equate to a meal for us, but in this 5th district, it could represent their entire week's food expenses." As he spoke, Officer Thompson placed a hand over his face, rubbing it vigorously. After all, this is the slum. Being able to eat to satiety and afford rent is already fortunate. There is simply no extra money for cremation fees." Elia stood quietly by, her head bowed in silence. IRS pursed his lips, feeling a surge of sympathy. He knew the residents of the slums struggled, but he hadn't anticipated they would even find it hard to cover such fundamental costs. The middle-aged officer shook his head helplessly, gesturing for them to follow. IRS followed Officer Thompson, walking nearly 10 steps before they arrived at the storage room within the house, where the deceased lay. IRS cautiously pushed open the rickety wooden door, and a suffocating, oppressive odor assaulted his senses. It was a scent laden with poverty and helplessness, a silent lament that stirred compassion within. The interior of the storage room appeared dark and gloomy, with only faint light filtering through the window onto the floor. The furnishings were sparse yet tidy. IRS's gaze wandered through the narrow confines of the room, where various items lay strewn about: worn furniture, rusty pots, and heaps of filthy, disordered clothing, creating a chaotic scene that made movement difficult. In the center of the storage room lay a platform that scarcely qualified as a bed, upon which a gaunt figure lay quietly. It was the corpse of a middle-aged man, his face haggard and pale, as though all vitality had been relentlessly stripped away by the passage of time. This was Mr. Norman Clinton. His hair was greasy and disheveled, strands limply adhering to his forehead, and his tattered clothing was filthy, reflecting the hardships and hopelessness of his life. IRS inhaled deeply, gently bending down to scrutinize the man's face, his fingers lightly grazing the skin on his arm, feeling its coldness and rigidity. As a corpse, Norman Clinton's skin appeared dry and coarse, as if long subjected to the ravages of wind and frost, yet, as Officer Thompson had mentioned, there were no visible external injuries on his body, nor any signs of asphyxiation, which left IRS perplexed and questioning. He decided to activate the spirit-gazing eye immediately, searching for any possible traces of sequence energy. However, within the cramped and cluttered storage room, IRS sensed numerous faint currents, yet no traces of any sequence. Only a haze of gray and black remained. Dejected, IRS shook his head, preparing to give up when his gaze inadvertently fell upon the man's nape. There, he spotted a dark purple mist lingering faintly beneath the skin. This mist was exceedingly weak. Without his observer's abilities, one would be unable to perceive it. IRS's heart raced. He knew this was the sequence energy he sought. Cautiously, he extended his hand, his fingers trembling slightly as they brushed against the mist, exploring its edges. The mist seemed to coalesce inward, sinking deeper into the man's skin, hidden within the depths of his body, awaiting awakening. Suddenly, IRS's hand jerked back swiftly, for the corpse of Norman Clinton, who had died at midnight the previous night, began to stir. IRS's terrified gaze fixated on the cold body, as he watched its fingers twitch, akin to leaves rustling in the wind. Soon after, Norman Clinton's eyelids began to flutter, as if trapped in a nightmare, and his elbows bent as though preparing to sit up. IRS turned his body, his right hand gripping his somewhat worn ironwood cane tightly. With a sudden motion, Norman Clinton's body tensed, his not-so-robust frame quaking within the tattered clothing, like a leaf battered by a frigid gust. Then, astonishingly, he sat upright, the muscles in his neck twisting his rigid head towards IRS, his face pale and stiff, his eyes hollow and profound. Chapter 29 of the Resurrection of Norman Clinton. The storeroom was shrouded in dim light. Ears inhaled deeply, retrieving a handgun from his pocket. In that moment, he felt as though he were confronting a creature from the wilds. Certainly, this altered corpse must be connected to the aberrant beings. Ears' gaze became as sharp as a cold blade, piercing into the lifeless figure of the man before him. The gun was gripped tightly in his hand, every muscle in his body taut, reminding him to remain vigilant and prepared for any potential danger. As he concentrated fully, the observer's potion seemed to digest within him, transforming into a gentle stream that flowed into his eyes, ears, and skin. In that instant, Ears felt his nerves electrified, every sense awakened and poised to detect any unusual movement. In the next moment, he witnessed the corpse stir. The movements of Norman Clinton were slow and rigid, as if being pulled by an invisible force, his fingers curled like withered branches, compelled by some unseen power. Ears locked eyes with the hollow gaze of the deceased. Those deep, soulless orbs bore no expression, as if they could penetrate the darkness, exuding an indescribable strangeness and terror. Ears' countenance grew ever more focused, fearful that the figure before him might pounce at any moment. Yet the corpse did not act as Ears had anticipated. Instead, it performed an unfathomable, unconscious motion. Having been dead for over 10 hours, Norman Clinton gently brushed his dried right palm across his neck, then lay straight once more. Was that it? Is he not going to attempt to strike me? After confirming that the corpse would not rise again, Ears felt a twinge of regret. Was this a signal for him to mind his own business? The ability to manipulate corpses could not belong to a natural sovereign of the sequences. There had been no mention of such a sequence 6 in Parlo City. Ears reflected on the various abilities of the sequences he was familiar with and arrived at a tentative conclusion. Could it be the coffin bearer of sequence 7? Ears pondered for a moment, nodding to himself. It seemed a plausible possibility. He wondered if the captain could handle it. He extended his right hand, gently caressing his brow. Was it yet another instance of digestion? Somehow, Ears harbored a faint sense that the sequence 9 potion within him was nearing completion. Upon exiting the storeroom, he spotted Ollie awaiting at the door. How is it? Any results? Yes, I believe so, Ears began, but his words faltered as his peripheral vision caught sight of the others in the living room, causing him to instinctively clamp his mouth shut. For in the living room, a frail man appeared to be enveloped in a dark purple aura. What's the matter? Alia noticed Ears' unease, her blue eyes narrowing slightly. Ears pulled the captain outside to avoid alarming the others. Yet, as soon as they stepped through the door, Ears sensed something amiss. If he were indeed a sequence bearer, he should be radiating a more pronounced luminescence, rather than this elusive aura. What on earth was happening? Ollie pressed for answers once more. Ears furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before responding slowly. Captain, all the relevant individuals have been examined. They are not sequence bearers, correct? However, what followed from his captain left Ears utterly astounded. I don't know. Ears' eyes widened in disbelief. How could she not know? If he could discern whether they were sequence bearers, why would he have brought her along? Walia maintained an air of nonchalance, she continued, explaining, moreover, aside from certain forbidden items, it is impossible to determine if someone is a sequence bearer. One can only observe their muscular activity and physical characteristics. This is precisely why I brought you, an observer.
Is there a sequence bearer in this house?
Alia's eyes glimmered with skepticism, ears remained silent, meticulously recalling the frail man's actions. From his observer's perspective, nothing seemed amiss. Furthermore, what his spirit eye revealed showed no trace of sequence fluctuations. If there were any, it was merely a hint of sequence energy. Thus, ears concluded that the man was not a sequence bearer but had undoubtedly come into contact with one. It was highly probable that he was a tool used by a sequence bearer to eliminate Norman Clinton, one that left no trace behind. Had it not been for Ear's unique spirit eye, he likely would not have discovered this. Yet why would a Sequence 7 go to such lengths to kill an unremarkable pauper? Ears found himself perplexed once more. Regardless, if he wished to resolve this case, it seemed he could not avoid the man within the house. Chapter 30 of The Night Falcon. The dim, yellowish sunlight filtered through the narrow window, barely illuminating the entire room. Within the abode of the Clinton family, only Aaliyah and the gaunt man remained. The air was thick with an antiquated odor, evoking a sense of oppressive atmosphere. The emaciated man, known as Evan Pont, sat on a modest chair beside the table, his hands clasped tightly together, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead. Aaliyah sat across from him, her gaze both focused and piercing, her dark eyes fixated on Evan Pont before her. Evan was a 29-year-old man, somewhat frail, exuding an aura of fatigue. His black hair was neatly combed, gently curling along his forehead. He wore a simple outfit, his face marked by a hint of despondence, and his light-colored eyes revealed a sense of helplessness and confusion, yet they flickered with unmistakable anxiety and tension. Mr. Pont, we need to understand your circumstances. Aaliyah began the interrogation. Can you tell us if you knew the deceased? Evan swallowed hard, his voice trembling slightly. Yes, I knew him. We lived in the same building and often crossed paths nearby. Aaliyah observed Evan's demeanor, searching for any potential clues. She continued, what do you know about the cause of the deceased's demise? Evan's brow furrowed slightly, his gaze wandering. I am not quite sure. I only heard this morning that he had suddenly passed away. His hands intertwined, the knuckles pale, suggesting that long-standing tension and anxiety had dried his palms. Did you notice anything unusual, or did you have any contact with the deceased before his passing? Aaliyah endeavored to delve deeper into the investigation. Evan's palms began to sweat, his eyes growing increasingly restless. I really didn't notice anything out of the ordinary. We were just ordinary neighbors, exchanging casual greetings. Did you have any disputes or arguments with him prior to his death? Aaliyah's gaze sharpened, attempting to catch any hidden information from Evan. He shook his head vigorously. No, absolutely not. We had a decent relationship. Aaliyah pondered for a moment, then offered a gentle smile. However, her feigned warmth did little to assuage Evan's anxiety. In fact, it only heightened his unease. Then, you wouldn't mind if we took a look at your residence? He nodded with some hesitation, his voice quivering. Yes, you may go whenever you wish. As they exited the Clinton household, beads of sweat had begun to form on Evan's forehead, causing him to swallow nervously, his hands instinctively clenching into fists. Aaliyah, trailing behind him, scrutinized his shifting expressions. However, Evan Pont's demeanor appeared unremarkable. Aaliyah felt a twinge of regret internally, yet she concealed it. According to Inspector Thompson, Mr. Pont seemed to exhibit signs of mental illness, which could result in erratic behavior. Yet at that moment, Aaliyah detected no signs of such. Rest assured, we shall merely take a look. Aaliyah's words conveyed a soothing tone, seemingly aimed at easing Evan's tension. Nonetheless, he remained visibly anxious, frequently glancing at Aaliyah, as if wary of potential missteps. Soon, they arrived at the top floor of the residential building. Evan Pont's room was small and cramped, verging on dilapidation. The door was aged and weathered, half of its paint having peeled away, revealing splintered wood underneath. The doorknob was rusted, suggesting it had long been neglected. Upon opening the door, a pungent odor of mold overwhelmed them, accompanied by an unmistakable stench of decay. The room was dim and confined, the solitary window shrouded with dust-laden curtains that blocked out the sunlight. The walls were marred and discolored, plastered with a haphazard array of posters, newspaper clippings, and tattered wallpaper. Mr. Pont, I trust you won't mind if we take a look inside? Aaliyah turned to the trembling man. Of course, please do, he replied, though for some reason, Evan Pont seemed to harbor a profound fear of Aaliyah while displaying less trepidation towards Aaliyah. Together, Aaliyah stepped into the dilapidated and cluttered room, their footsteps creaking on the filthy floor. The air was heavy and stifling, inducing a sense of suffocation. Aaliyah surveyed the space, her expression revealing no surprise, only a slight furrow of her brow, indicating familiarity with such an environment. Aaliyah's demeanor grew serious as he examined every corner of the room, seeking any signs of the unusual. In this cramped and filthy space, the floor was strewn with disheveled clothing, worn books, and various odds and ends, as if untouched by human hands for an extended period. A small bed rested in one corner, its sheets and pillows worn and stained. In the corner, a small table bore remnants of used dishes and leftover food, emanating an unpleasant odor. Several slices of blackened bread, covered in mold, lay atop it, and beside the table lay 5 or 6 rigid, lifeless brown rats. A dilapidated chair stood nearby, one of its legs completely broken. The room exuded an oppressive heaviness, as if the very air had turned murky. Suddenly, Aaliyah noticed Evan had unconsciously shifted positions, standing in an unusual stance. Behind him, an ordinary-looking mirror hung on the wall, reflecting the dilapidated room. In this dim environment, Evan's body trembled slightly, seemingly struggling to mask his inner tension, appearing even more anxious and flustered. He positioned himself in front of the mirror, his hands clenched into fists, attempting to conceal the secrets lurking behind it. Evan's eyes flickered with unease, his brow furrowed, as if contemplating how to confront the impending revelation. As Aaliyah approached, Evan instinctively shielded the mirror, as if guarding an unspeakable secret. "Mr. Pont, if you would be so kind as to step aside," Aaliyah spoke softly. Evan's expression grew increasingly anxious, grappling with the decision to yield. Ultimately, he slowly stepped back, revealing the mirror he had been trying to obscure. This seemingly ordinary mirror was now marred by numerous scratch marks, resembling the clawing of famished beasts. The scratches intertwined, forming an eerie pattern that exuded an indescribable atmosphere. Aaliyah narrowed his perceptive gaze, attempting to discern the origin of these marks through intuition.
Under Aaliyah's keen observation, the mirror unveiled an extraordinary aspect. The scratches emitted a dark purple luminescence, almost sinister. Aaliyah's brow furrowed slightly. He could sense the unsettling energy radiating from these marks.
Those spectral lines seemed to be the remnants of invisible entities that had left their traces upon the mirror, conveying an unspeakable message. Evan stood nearby, watching Aaliyah with growing unease. Meanwhile, Aaliyah focused intently on the mysterious mirror and Evan's reactions, prepared for any sudden outburst from the anxious man. "Did you create this?" Aaliyah's voice remained calm, yet curiosity about the secret lingered. Evan swallowed hard, the tension etched on his face unabated. He nodded, his voice low. "Yes, I don't know why, but whenever I look at this mirror, an impulse compels me to scratch it with my nails." "What triggers this impulse?" A blue dagger had inexplicably appeared in Aaliyah's hand, which she toyed with while calmly inquiring. Evan offered a wry smile, his voice trembling slightly. "I can't quite explain it. It's as if a voice is screaming in my ear, urging me to claw at this mirror." "Do you hear any voices now?" Aaliyah turned to Evan, seeking more information. Evan bitterly shook his head. "I can only hear that screaming when I'm near the mirror. It echoes in my mind, compelling me to scratch it." Aaliyah exchanged glances, each recognizing the confirmation in the other's eyes. This was a crucial lead. It seemed imperative to investigate this mirror further. But just as Aaliyah approached the mirror, a shadow lunged towards his face. Chapter 31 The Fallen Mother Tree's followers. Erzban instinctively raised his staff to ward off the encroaching shadow. The staff clashed against the wings of a night hawk, producing a sharp crack. The shadow was then sent sprawling to the ground, revealing a pair of hauntingly purple eyes. It was a bird with expansive wings, each feather akin to a black blade, sharp and perilous, imbued with an enigmatic purple sheen. A nighthawk, IRS exclaimed, a creature of the 8th order. The hawk's beak was exceedingly sharp, a deep crimson hue radiating a chilling aura, its corners twisted into a sinister grin that sent shivers down one's spine. As a being of the 9th order, IRS could only rely on the keen perception bestowed by the observer to raise his staff just in time, barely managing to parry the hawk's onslaught. Had another 9th order individual been in his place, they likely would have been caught off guard by this sudden ambush, sustaining grievous injuries, if not death. At that moment, his arms were already beginning to ache, rendering him unable to react to any subsequent attacks. Fortunately, he was accompanied by his captain, and thus, as he gazed at the shadow hurtling towards him, trepidation was nowhere to be found. When the hawk's razor-sharp beak was less than a meter away from him, a sound akin to clashing metal resonated. A piercing golden light suddenly materialized before IRS, resembling an invisible sword, charging directly at the night hawk. The golden light exuded a solemn aura, as if a divine judgment had descended, effortlessly repelling the night hawk. Seeing itself overmatched, the hawk attempted to dissolve into black mist and flee. However, Aaliyah would not grant it such an opportunity. With a commanding shout, she soared into the air, judgment, clutching a dagger in one hand and summoning a golden lasso with the other. Aaliyah swiftly ensnared the hawk's wings, her movements fluid and precise. The night hawk, already half transformed into black mist, was suddenly overwhelmed by an indescribable force, forcing it back into its corporeal form. Bound and unable to escape, it struggled desperately, yet could not break free from the grip of judgment. With a powerful tug of her left hand, the golden lasso tightened, rendering the 8th order nighthawk utterly immobile, like a fish on a cutting board, at the mercy of its captor. The dagger in Aaliyah's hand danced with a shimmering azure glow, like dew glistening in the morning light, as it plunged accurately into the hawk's vital point. As the dagger pierced flesh, the nighthawk emitted a shrill and harrowing cry, reminiscent of a wailing infant in the dark of night, chilling to the bone. Its obsidian form seemed to undergo a transformation under the influence of divine power, emitting noxious clouds of black smoke. As the light of righteousness penetrated the Nighthawk's body, it gradually turned to ash, leaving behind only a dark purple crystal, a testament to its former existence. Unbeknownst to him, IRS had already risen, his hands trembling slightly, yet it was of little consequence that he exchanged a significant glance with Elia. "Captain, it must have been this Nighthawk's doing, right?" IRS queried softly. Elia pondered for a moment, her gaze lowered. "It seems so. Despite the Nighthawk's lack of combat prowess, it possesses a uniquely terrifying ability. This creature can infiltrate the dreams of any sentient being, gradually devouring their intellect as sustenance, leading to a subtle form of brain death," she explained in a hushed tone. "No wonder Norman bore no signs of death," IRS mused thoughtfully. "But why did it choose to inhabit the Evanpont household, and why not feast on his intellect first?" he inquired further, brow furrowing. Elia's gaze shifted to the trembling man cowering in the corner. "Does he not appear as one who has been deprived of his intellect?" IRS blinked, momentarily stunned. "So, Evanpont must have already had his intellect consumed, which is why he has become mentally unstable?" "But why did Norman die while Evanpont remains alive?" He posed another question. Elia contemplated for a moment before responding. "If I am correct, in recent months, the residents in this vicinity have likely experienced a profound sense of mental fatigue. This is a slum, do you remember?" As she spoke, she met IRS's gaze, which glimmered with a faint silver hue. IRS, not lacking in intelligence, swiftly grasped his captain's implication, feeling a wave of clarity wash over him. This was indeed a slum, where under the burdensome weight of life, few could guarantee their mental well-being, many suffering from varying degrees of mental debilitation. Naturally, they became the Nighthawk's feeding ground. This Nighthawk was likely merely residing in the Evanpont household, preying upon the residents' intellect, its existence leading to Evanpont's mental turmoil and Norman Clinton's demise. Upon realizing this, IRS nodded in contemplation. "Then we must quickly ascertain how the Nighthawk entered the Evanpont residence and why it chose to reside there." Elia nodded appreciatively. "Not too foolish after all." The IRS felt a renewed strength in his hands as he approached the Nighthawk's corpse, retrieving the crystal. However, before he could rise, a flash of insight surged through his mind. The observer's ability seemed to activate spontaneously, replaying memories in his mind, vividly revealing the moments just before the Nighthawk's demise. To his surprise, the hawk's eyes seemed fixated on a corner of the room as it perished. In that direction, amidst a tangle of discarded clothes, the only notable object was Evanpont's dilapidated wardrobe. IRS furrowed his brow, advancing cautiously, his gaze fixated on the worn wardrobe. He sensed an anomaly, as if that corner concealed some unusual secret. The hawk's gaze appeared to signal something, and IRS increasingly felt that this was no mere coincidence. Elia watched IRS's actions with curiosity, refraining from interrupting. Let the young observer engage his mind. After all, why had she recruited him into her team if not for convenience? Yet, she still gripped her dagger tightly, shadowing IRS closely, ready to thwart any potential ambush. Having learned from the hawk's earlier attack, IRS moved with utmost caution, slowly approaching the wardrobe, gingerly tapping its door with his iron-tipped staff. No response. With a gentle flick of his staff, the wardrobe door swung open, sending a cloud of dust into the air, revealing its interior. From Elias' perspective, the wardrobe contained nothing but a moldy coat. However, through IRS's ethereal sight, a different scene unfolded. He approached the side of the wardrobe and delivered a decisive kick, forcing it open. IRS instinctively recoiled, a sudden jolt of alarm coursing through him, for the bloodstains outlined a visage of a screaming specter. Yet, upon closer inspection, that face seemed to morph into a different form, resembling a line of text. Before him, a blood-red inscription emerged, shimmering with a ghostly purple light, sending chills down IRS's spine. The lines of text were densely etched upon the stone wall behind the wardrobe, resembling a vast pool of dried blood, exuding an unsettling aura. In the dim room, the blood-red inscriptions stood out starkly. Though eerie, they emanated an unusual sense of authority. IRS crouched low, meticulously deciphering the mysterious script. The shadows suspended in the gray mist, the specter of the observer, reverberating between dreams. Nightmares will rise from the abyss. He surveyed the surroundings, confirming that these blood-red inscriptions were not arbitrary. They seemed to convey a specific message, akin to some peculiar ritualistic engraving. IRS stepped aside, revealing the blood-red inscriptions. Elia hastily approached, her brows furrowing slightly. "Captain, this cannot be a prayer, can it?" Elia provided IRS with the anticipated response, yet the aura emanating from these inscriptions is palpably sinister, certainly not resembling an ordinary prayer. Thus, the answer is singular. Exchanging glances, both IRS and Elia instantly affirmed their suspicions. Someone is indeed praying to the fallen Mother Tree. Is there really a follower of the fallen Mother Tree within the city of Pero? IRS felt a wave of astonishment wash over him. Legends spoke of a colossal and twisted fallen Mother Tree shrouded in an enigmatic, indistinct gray mist. The fallen Mother Tree is the only malevolent deity among the seven gods, drawing power from the very essence of evil, capable of distorting the surrounding dimensions, corrupting the roots of life, rendering all under its influence decayed and wretched. The existence of this malevolent deity fundamentally subverts the natural order, embodying darkness and decay, a perverse existence revered and clung to by those fallen souls in pursuit of power. Those daring enough to worship the fallen mother tree are often consumed by its nefarious influence, their spirits enslaved to the darkness, hopelessly ensnared by the deity's power. Moreover, it must be at least a seventh-order being, for otherwise, it could not possibly control an eighth-order Nighthawk, Elia added in a soft voice. At this juncture, to assert that the sudden appearance of the Nighthawk in the slums bore no relation to the followers of the fallen mother tree would be utterly implausible. The connection between these blood inscriptions and the existence of the Nighthawk appears intricately woven, truly, a mystery that runs deep. IRS pondered this in silence, rising to his feet. However, just as he turned, the blood-red inscriptions on the wall ignited suddenly, flames of purple-red roaring to life. In an instant, the room filled with smoke and fire, forcing IRS and Elia to retreat swiftly. Die in the corner. Evan Pont emitted a piercing scream, his voice intensified by the flames and smoke, as if ensnared in an inescapable nightmare. IRS dashed towards Evan, restraining him with one hand while swiftly retreating from the house. When he glanced back, the burning inscriptions exuded an ancient and mysterious atmosphere, the heat of the flames reminiscent of a malevolent force rising from the abyss. At that moment, IRS's ethereal sight perceived a powerful and ancient magic, as though the will of some primordial entity had awakened, coalescing within the flames of the inscriptions. What manner of power is this? A tremor of shock surged through IRS's heart. He had not anticipated that these blood-red inscriptions could possess such formidable and mysterious power. Amidst the flames, the ghastly visage on the wall blazed with unrestrained intensity, becoming ever more terrifying. Chapter 32, A Soul Journey into the Wilderness. The flicker of flames persisted for nearly 10 minutes before gradually extinguishing.
Captain, what shall we do next?
Ayres inquired, having set Evan Ponte down, allowing him to slump to the ground like a lifeless mass. Elia sheathed her dagger, casting a cursory glance at the charred marks left upon the wall.
Let us return to the office. Return to the office?
Ayres echoed, incredulity lacing his voice.
We have just discovered traces of a fallen mother tree adherent, and we are simply leaving? What else is there to do?
The fact that ghastly visage self-immolated indicates that we have been detected. Continuing our investigation would only serve to alert them further. It would be more prudent to return to the office, draft a report, and await the arrival of professional investigators from the Arbitration Bureau. Their efficiency will far surpass our OWN.AS for this case. Night Falcon is thoroughly dead. What further need have we here? Let the police handle the aftermath. Upon hearing Elia's rationale, Ayres found himself devoid of counter-arguments and begrudgingly followed her out of the impoverished district, taking a carriage back to the office. As for why one could not ride in a carriage within the slums, it was simply because no one in that area would waste money on a few steps. The carriages found no business there and thus did not linger. Seated within the carriage, Ayres did not dwell further on the fallen adherent. After all, if his captain was not anxious, why should he be? Instead, he was preoccupied with another matter, his promotion. Since the onset of his digestion, Ayres had felt a gnawing anxiety, further exacerbated by old Doobie's assertion that no 8th-tier formulas could be procured on the black market. Was he to rely solely on military merit to exchange with the Arbitration Bureau? Military merit was not akin to currency. How was one to acquire it? Wait, killing sequence creatures? Hanti the captain mentioned that hunting sequence beasts yielded military merit. It seemed he had fainted at the time and was only now recalling it. Captain, as members of the city defense squad, are we allowed to freely enter and exit Paro City? Ayres asked instinctively. Elia glanced sideways. What, are you eager to leave the city again? Ayres nodded earnestly. I would not take that little tunnel to exit. Elia quirked an eyebrow, teasing him. Of course not. As a member of the city defense squad, I must adhere to proper procedures, Ayres replied with utmost seriousness. What tunnel? I've never heard of such a thing. Today, I fear it is not possible. This case is far too significant. I must make a trip to the Arbitration Bureau and may not have the time to escort you out of the city. Elia gazed out the window, humming a cheerful tune. Is that so? Ayres sighed gently, contemplating sneaking out of the city at night. However, Elia turned her enchanting profile toward him, offering a light chuckle. What, are you disappointed? While I cannot take you out, I didn't say you could not leave on your own. Ayres' eyes widened in astonishment. Is that truly an option? He cautiously inquired, are you suggesting that as long as there are no assigned tasks, I, as a member of the city defense squad, may depart the city at will? Precisely. Moreover, the Arbitration Bureau has reported an increase in sequence creatures outside the city, recommending that our squad undertake a cleansing operation. Since you are heading out, I shall entrust this formidable task to you. Ayres stared, incredulous. Captain, is it truly acceptable to speak of shirking duties so openly?
Yet, the thought of being able to venture outside the city without concern filled him with delight. However, before Ayres could revel in his fortune for too long, Elia doused his excitement with a splash of cold water. "By the way, do you know how to drive?" "Drive? What vehicle?" Ayres inquired, utterly bewildered. "The charioteer, of course." "You don't intend to walk out of the city, do you?" Elia rolled her eyes. I think I might." After partaking in the city defense squad's work meal, Ayres found himself behind the wheel of the alchemical vehicle, the charioteer, navigating the streets of Paro City, the engine's roar reverberating against the stone walls. Once again in this alchemical marvel, Ayres was no longer a mere anxious passenger but the sovereign of his own fears. Earlier that afternoon, Ayres was not supposed to leave the city. Elia had assumed he had never driven a charioteer and intended for him to practice for the afternoon. However, as an observant learner, Ayres had committed Elia's maneuvers to memory in less than 10 minutes. After a brief period of practice, he was already maneuvering the great alchemical beast with ease. In contrast to Elia's wild driving style, Ayres prioritized safety above all. Thus, he took twice the time to traverse the same distance from the office to the city gate. Upon sighting the unmistakable vehicle, the soldiers guarding the city promptly allowed him passage. With a thunderous roar, Ayres steered the charioteer out of Paro City and into the vast, desolate wilderness. Under the daylight, the landscape of the wasteland appeared even more vivid. The gray mist hung like a veil, rendering the entire expanse eerily surreal. He drove the charioteer along the rugged path, the wheels carving deep impressions into the gray-brown dust. The charioteer raced through the wasteland, the surrounding scenery blurring past like phantoms. Deformed and grotesque sequence creatures were ubiquitous in the wild, their forms twisted, muscles grotesquely exposed, seemingly molded by the harsh environment. Ayres navigated the charioteer through the wasteland, carefully avoiding these abominable beings. After all, he would prefer not to return to the office only to watch the vehicle. He adhered to Elia's advice, not straying too far from Paro City, halting the vehicle a mere 10 kilometers outside before coming to a stop. Ayres glanced back, noting how the sunlight appeared bound within the gray mist, Paro City reduced to a hazy silhouette. That should suffice. Venturing further would likely lead to an abundance of 8th-tier creatures, he murmured to himself. In the misty environment, Ayres began to sense a peculiar odor, putrid, foul, and disgusting, indicating that the corpse wolves were approaching. He had no doubt that they would soon burst from the fog, ready to claw at him. As it turned out, Ayres' instincts were entirely correct. Within 10 seconds, no fewer than 10 pairs of ghostly green eyes appeared around him, circling with a hunger and bloodlust. Ayres inhaled deeply, fixating on the approaching pack of corpse wolves. Their repugnant forms were marred by festering wounds, some exposing bone, casting a horrific visage under the sunlight. These dreadful creatures emitted low growls, reminiscent of tormented souls from the depths of hell. Yet, to Ayres, these corpse wolves represented a bounty of military merit delivered right to his doorstep. Their arrival signified the commencement of a hunt, yet, it remained uncertain who would play the roles of hunter and prey. Ayres swiftly drew his pistol, decisively squeezing the trigger, seemingly bypassing the aiming process altogether. The gunfire echoed, and one corpse wolf let out a howl before collapsing heavily to the ground. His movements were swift and efficient, akin to a seasoned hunter. The other corpse wolves immediately reacted, charging toward Ayres. He nimbly evaded their attacks, targeting their vulnerabilities, each shot precise and lethal. The relentless sound of gunfire reverberated across the wasteland as Ayres engaged in a solitary yet perilous dance with the corpse wolves. As time passed, heaps of corpse wolf crystals began to accumulate around him. Yet, he appeared troubled. Why are there only 63 crystals here? By regulation, each corpse wolf granted only 1 point of military merit. Even factoring in Ayres' existing merit, he had amassed less than 100 points thus far. Given that he required 1,300 points for the 8th-tier potion, and 600 points merely for the formula, it became evident that accumulating enough merit for the potion would take him the better part of half a month. Why must it take so long? What Ayres did not realize was that the average sequence individual would spend at least a year and a half digesting the potion to ascend from 9th to 8th tier. By that time, they would have accrued sufficient military merit. However, Ayres' rate of potion digestion far surpassed his rate of accumulating military merit. This discrepancy became the source of his frustration. He found himself pondering how his captain had managed to save enough military merit for the potion. He longed for the opportunity to ascend to 8th tier at this very moment. 8th tier, Ayres lamented silently. Suddenly, a wild thought struck him. Of course, why should I focus solely on slaying corpse wolves? I could hunt some 8th tier creatures with lesser combat prowess. He slapped his forehead in realization. The military merit gained from hunting 9th tier creatures was indeed limited. Even defeating a formidable 9th tier Ironskin zombie yielded merely 20 points.
However, if he could hunt stronger monsters, such as the Night Falcon Howling Boar, whose 8th-tier frontline combat capability was substantially weaker than that of the Iron-Skin Zombie, he could earn 50 or even 100 points per kill. Accumulating the required 1,300 points would then be just a matter of time. Moreover, he had a plethora of weapons at his disposal. He could minimize risks while maximizing his speed in achieving promotion. Having come to this conclusion, Ayres felt a wave of clarity wash over him, even the desolate wasteland appearing more inviting. As dusk approached, the sun struggled to emerge from the grey mist, its rays devoured by the haze, casting only a few feeble beams of light upon the land, rendering the entire wasteland somber and silent. Given this, I shall return today and come back tomorrow with more specialized weapons to hunt some 8th-tier creatures. As Ayres turned to leave the wasteland, several figures appeared in the distance. He halted, alert, squinting to observe closely. These figures were not sequence creatures of the wilderness but rather humans. Ayres tightened his grip on the pistol, watching warily as the mysterious strangers approached. Chapter 33 A Reunion with Rune. On the desolate plains, the autumn breeze caressed the landscape gently. At this moment, Ayres found himself with no means of escape, compelled to raise his pistol and lean against his steed, ever poised to confront a fierce battle. Yet, suddenly, a remarkably familiar voice reached his ears.
Ayres, is that you?
Good heavens, it was that rascal Rune. Instantly, Ayres felt a surge of relief, although he did not lower his weapon. After all, who could ascertain whether the figure before him was indeed the genuine Rune? The abilities of the sequences were bizarre and multifaceted, a lesson Ayres had learned profoundly following the incident with the Night Falcon. However, as he discerned the true identities of the figures approaching, his expression gradually relaxed. He had activated his spirit eye early on, revealing the presence of Captain Black, the Sequence 7 he had encountered on 2 previous occasions. At that moment, Ayres dared to confirm that these individuals belonged to another city guard team from Perro City, led by Mr. Black, whose deep-set eyes exuded the wisdom of experience. Dressed in a gentlemanly attire, his dark cloak billowed softly in the breeze, his demeanor exuding elegance. Behind Mr. Black stood the robust Rune, whose physique stood out prominently against the backdrop of the wilderness. Rune still bore his muscular build, his slightly taut brown skin a testament to recent extensive outdoor activities and training, emanating a powerful aura. His blue eyes reflected determination and decisiveness, suggesting he had matured considerably.
Hey, buddy, it's me. Be careful not to shoot accidentally, Rune said, raising his hands in a gesture of peace. Ayres let out a sigh of relief and lowered his weapon slightly. In this mist-laden wilderness, anyone could potentially become a source of danger.
Oh?
I never anticipated encountering you here, Mr. Lycult. Are you also here to hunt sequence creatures?
Mr. Black adjusted his glasses. Indeed, my captain issued a command for arbitration, so here I am, Ayres replied politely and succinctly. Rune stepped closer to Ayres, throwing an arm around his shoulder.
Well, that works out perfectly, we can look out for each other.
Rune proposed, his gaze revealing a hint of sincerity. However, before Ayres could respond, an unpleasant voice interjected.
Him? A mere auxiliary sequence waste, capable of defeating a corpse wolf?
It was then that Ayres recognized a third familiar face, Robert Weiss, with his short hair and freckled visage. This time, he was not clad in his ostentatious purple robe, but rather in a lightweight protective outfit, his eyes filled with disdain for Ayres. Clearly, he held Ayres in contempt. Rune furrowed his brow, preparing to reprimand the freckled youth, but Ayres intervened, assessing Robert with a sly grin. And how many corpse wolves have you slain, Mr. Carrot? He inquired lightly.
Let me guess, this is your first venture outside the city, isn't it?
Robert's face flushed crimson, his freckles becoming even more pronounced.
And you, have you actually killed any? He retorted, stretching his neck to salvage his pride.
Unfazed, Ayres glanced down at a pile of corpse wolf crystals at his feet, squinting slightly before breaking into a smile and remaining silent. At this moment, not only was Robert rendered speechless, but even Rune appeared momentarily stunned.
My God, Ayres, how did you manage that? Just a matter of good marksmanship and keen eyesight.
I merely took down a few corpse wolves. Ayres waved his hand dismissively, loading the crystals onto his steed. Mr. Black regarded Ayres with a bemused expression. Sensing the keen gaze, Ayres turned to him.
Is something the matter, Mr.
Black? The gentleman chuckled softly. Oh, nothing in particular. I simply find Ms. Elia's vehicle quite intriguing every time I see it.
Ayres was taken aback. I assumed every city guard team possessed such a vehicle. Far from it. If we had one, I doubt you would ever see us walking here, Rune remarked enviously. Ayres scratched his head awkwardly. Shall I offer you a ride for part of the journey then?
By the way, this is Tina Bile, the apothecary of our team.
Apothecary?
IRS couldn't help but glance sideways. He had long suspected the young girl as potential, as he discerned through his spirit eye that her sequence fluctuations were significantly stronger than those of Rune and Robert, yet still inferior to Mr. Black, placing her at sequence 8. Moreover, the bright green glow emanating from her indicated her affiliation with the sequence of nature's dominance. The girl, devoid of a companion beast, likely did not belong to the Beastmaster sequence, which led IRS to believe she was either a sower or an apothecary. Their gazes met. She shyly lowered her head, reminiscent of a female version of Clay.
"By the way, Rune, why did you all leave the city so late?" IRS asked after placing the corpse wolf crystal securely.
It was essential to note that the wilderness at night was a stark contrast to its daytime visage. As night fell, the gray fog thickened, drastically reducing visibility and rendering the surrounding environment vague and distorted. In this murky haze, any object could appear or vanish in the blink of an eye, catching one off guard. Furthermore, the majority of sequence creatures near Pero City were nocturnal, with their numbers at night nearly tripling those of the day. Naturally, Rune and his companions were well aware of this, yet they chose to venture out at night, suggesting they possessed their own confidence, a curiosity that piqued IRS's interest. However, just as he was engrossed in thought, Rune blinked in surprise, seemingly unprepared for IRS's question. "Have you forgotten, Mr. Black's sequence is that of the Midnight Poet? The closer it gets to night, the stronger he becomes."
Chapter 34.
The Midnight Poet's abilities. At this moment, the sun had long since set, and the crimson moon hung quietly in the sky, casting an unsettling aura over the entire wilderness. Yet, with Mr. Blake, a sequence 7, by his side, Isles felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance. As night descended, dark shadows loomed within the forest. Rune, Isles, Robert, and Mr. Blake appeared as wayfarers lost in the darkness, acutely aware of the oppressive atmosphere surrounding them. At that moment, Mr. Blake's countenance gradually became solemn, but he closed his eyes, seemingly lost in contemplation, gently caressing his special badge emblazoned with the number 1. Suddenly, he began to chant, verses flowing forth like a tide. As night enveloped the scene, the starry sky adorned the expanse, and we became travelers of the night, dancers in dreams, with the crimson moon above illuminating our uncertain path. His voice resonated like a melodious symphony, echoing across the silent wasteland. Mr. Blake's figure became increasingly indistinct amidst the recitation, as if melding with the night itself. With his utterance, a faint blue light emanated from him, spreading throughout the surroundings. This blue luminescence was unlike any blinding radiance, rather, it was exceedingly gentle. Isles and his companions gazed in quiet awe, witnessing the encroaching darkness of the forest gradually dissipating in the illumination of the poetry. Their vision grew clearer, as if the canvas of the night was being gently unfurled. Isles watched in wonder, increasingly astonished by the Midnight Poet's abilities. Mr. Blake opened his eyes, his gaze profound. He turned to face the group, smiling as he spoke. "And now, we need not fear stumbling in the dark. My starry veil can obscure our presence, sparing us from being besieged by numerous sequence creatures. This power is truly remarkable." Having encountered a multitude of strange abilities within the world of the sequences, he found none other than Mr. Blake's talents to evoke such a distinct sense of awe. The group traversed the wilderness, enveloped in a mysterious and eerie atmosphere. With careful steps, they navigated the desolate terrain, occasionally hearing strange howls from afar, and feeling the ever-shifting presence around them. Mr. Blake led the way, pausing intermittently to scrutinize the environment, relying on his vast experience. Rune followed closely, vigilantly surveying their surroundings with a broad-bladed sword in hand, ever ready to respond to unforeseen circumstances. Meanwhile, Isles maintained his position at the rear, remaining alert and prepared to assist from any side. The only lady in their midst, Tina Beyer, walked at the center, occasionally glancing at her map and then gazing into the distance, exhibiting an air of intelligence and composure. Only Robert Weiss appeared utterly astonished, his face betraying his anxiety, a fact not lost on Isles. However, Isles had little inclination to jest, his mind was solely focused on locating the sequence creatures.
As the entire group waded through the mist, their footsteps occasionally crunching on gravel, they crossed a seemingly barren expanse of rubble. "Be cautious, Isles, we've detected sequence creatures ahead. Stay behind me," Rune whispered, his eyes fixed on the surroundings. Isles paused in surprise, not anticipating such assertiveness from Rune. Although it remained uncertain who was protecting whom, he still offered Rune a reassuring smile, grateful for his presence. Suddenly, shadows began to shift within the fog, and a pack of grotesque corpse wolves emerged silently. Their numbers exceeded those Isles had previously encountered, their howls melding into a more terrifying chorus. "Watch out, Isles," Rune cautioned, drawing his sword. The blade appeared to be a special weapon. If Isles guessed correctly, it was likely an alchemical creation. Rune's sword showcased unique design and alchemical craftsmanship. The blade was forged from ancient, durable metal, emanating a faint ethereal glow. Etched along the spine were mysterious runes that flickered in the mist, seemingly containing ancient magical power.
At the hilt's apex was embedded a blood-red gemstone, resembling a teardrop ready to fall. As Rune gripped the hilt, the gem seemed to awaken a latent power, glowing faintly red. Isles understood why Rune had opted for a melee weapon rather than a firearm. The fellow's marksmanship was notoriously abysmal, coupled with the fact that he had not chosen a sequence associated with shooting skills, such as a hunter or officer, but rather a farmer, whose strengths lay in physical prowess rather than refined combat skills. Fortunately, Rune had undergone formal combat training and was quite adept in close-quarters combat. Having passed the city guard's assessments, suddenly, a corpse wolf lunged forward, initiating the attack. "Be careful," Isles warned, witnessing the grotesque creatures closing in. Rune charged forward, gripping the specially crafted sword, reacting swiftly to swing it. His movements appeared somewhat awkward, lacking the finesse of rigorously trained soldiers, yet his strength was formidable as the sword cleaved into the wolf's body, producing a deep, tearing sound. The corpse wolf, struck heavily, let out a pained howl but did not fall. Instead, it retaliated with increased ferocity. Determination etched on Rune's face. He did not falter despite his lack of combat experience. Isles stood behind Rune, his gaze fixed on the combat unfolding before him. Sensing impending danger, he swiftly drew his sidearm, the cold metal gleaming ominously in his grasp. With resolute and practiced movements, Isles aimed his pistol at the pack of corpse wolves. His sights were set on the head of each wolf, a lethal target for a swift kill. The gunfire shattered the silence, each shot signaling the demise of a wolf. Isles expertly adjusted his aim between shots, ensuring an exceptionally high accuracy rate. With a final crack of gunfire, the last corpse wolf fell amidst the hail of bullets. The wilderness fell into silence, only the remnants of smoke lingering in the air. Rune turned to Isles, disbelief and admiration shining in his eyes. As they fought valiantly, Robert stood at a distance, witnessing the wolves fall one by one beneath the coordinated efforts of Rune and Isles. His complexion gradually paled, fear etched across his features. Despite wielding a weapon, his performance in the fierce battle was clearly overshadowed. Isles chuckled softly, sensing Robert's trepidation. He said nothing further, but his disdain was evident in his gaze. During a lull in the fighting, he turned to Robert, raising an eyebrow as if mocking his weakness. Robert stood there, trembling slightly, clutching his weapon tightly. His gaze darted about, searching for an escape. Faced with the horrifying scene, his confidence crumbled like a candle in the wind. Isles merely smiled faintly, his demeanor remaining vigilant as he scanned the area. Mr. Blake approached slowly, his eyes reflecting approval. He had observed Isles and Rune's seamless combat, their exceptional performance against the corpse wolves. "Well done, Isles, Rune." Mr. Blake's voice was deep and calm, filled with affirmation. He surveyed the fallen wolves before returning his attention to Isles and Rune. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. "Your cooperation was commendable, especially maintaining synchronization in the heat of battle, which is crucial." He pointed to the sword in Rune's hand. "Rune, your combat technique appears adequate, yet you must be more agile when facing unpredictable foes. Enhancing your agility will allow for quicker responses in unforeseen situations." Then he turned to Isles. "And you, Isles, are accurate in your shooting, but do not become complacent in underestimating others. In this world, anyone can become your ally. Avoid excessive pride to prevent unnecessary troubles." With that, his gaze settled on both of them, his expression serious and profound. "You have already demonstrated the qualities of a sequence practitioner. You merely require further training and experience. I believe that, with time, you will grow even stronger." Isles and Rune nodded in agreement, and the five of them continued onward. Suddenly, a shadow flitted across the night sky, as if some creature had materialized in an instant. While Rune remained oblivious, Iles's expression turned vigilant as he swiftly raised his pistol, for there, before them, were three human-faced spiders. These three grotesque and enigmatic arachnids bore blackish-purple bodies, and each sported three pairs of human faces, their features twisted as if shrouded in the shadows of the night. Their eyes gleamed like rubies, exuding an eerie aura. Upon witnessing this, Rune quickly adjusted his stance, preparing to confront the unforeseen threat. Isles suddenly realized that his pistol might struggle against these human-faced spiders. "Rune," Isles called softly. Rune did not turn but resolutely declared, "Fear not, Isles, I will protect you." "No, I meant to say, could I borrow your sword?" Chapter 35 of the Breakthrough of IRS. What? Rune could hardly believe his ears. After all, IRS was merely an observer, and in his perception, his melee combat abilities were even weaker than his own. "Rest assured, I am capable," IRS stated with a calm demeanor, yet exuding an air of confidence. "Moreover, isn't Mr. Blake here?" Rune immediately grasped IRS's intention and unhesitatingly handed him the long knife he held. IRS took hold of the blade, feeling the chill of its edge. As IRS resolutely stepped forward, the face spiders seemed to sense an unusual aura. A flicker of something strange glimmered in their eyes, but it was quickly replaced by an intensified desire to attack. IRS inhaled deeply, summoning his innate observer abilities. In that fleeting moment of concentrated focus, he felt a powerful insight coursing through his being, as if he could see through the shadows of the night. In this profound darkness, the power of observation opened a unique window for him. He could perceive the faint yet mysterious fluctuations of sequential energy emanating from the face spiders. This was not merely visual observation, but a profound insight into the flow of life energy and its offensive patterns. A spider lunged at him, its long, sharp pincers swinging violently, seemingly intent on tearing everything apart. IRS deftly evaded the spider's attack, his movements akin to the whisper of a night breeze. The pincers sliced through the air, creating a rush of wind, yet failed to touch IRS's figure. The attack was swift, yet predictably telegraphed. IRS calmly assessed, as he began to gradually comprehend the attack patterns of the face spiders. Their shrieks echoed through the night, but IRS's gaze was as cold and sharp as a blade, meticulously locking onto the movements of each spider. At that moment, another face spider suddenly charged from the side, its venomous fangs trailing closely behind. A glimmer of sharpness flickered in IRS's eyes as he swiftly sidestepped, simultaneously using the long knife to deflect the oncoming fangs. His technique was both powerful and agile, each strike leaving the spider struggling to respond. The incredible speed of his reactions left Tina in awe. Rune and the others watched the battle with rapt attention. IRS truly was formidable, Rune thought to himself, silently praising the spectacle before him. This was not merely strength, but an insightful understanding of combat, murmured Mr. Blake softly amidst the tumultuous commotion. IRS moved like a specter, guiding the face spiders into the most advantageous positions. His form shifted with grace, sometimes as swift as the wind, at other times flowing like water, making him difficult to pin down. His mastery of the blade was astonishingly proficient. At that moment, even the often aloof Robert felt a sense of astonishment, moved by IRS's performance. However, unbeknownst to him, IRS had no genuine swordsmanship skills. He had merely observed Rune's knife movements moments before, committing them to memory, and was now mimicking them. Each swing of IRS's long knife seemed to replicate Rune's every action from earlier. It was as if this were an impromptu performance, with IRS attempting to compensate for his lack of skill through imitation. So, this is how swordsmanship truly is, IRS mused to himself, a faint smile curving his lips, feeling an unprecedented agility within his body. With each step he took and every swing of the knife, an overwhelming sense of confidence surged through him. The face spiders, witnessing this sudden transformation, exhibited a hint of hesitation. They had previously been confident in their assault on IRS, but now, the knife techniques he displayed instilled a sense of unknown threat within them. Although IRS was not a true master of the blade, through observation and imitation, he successfully struck a new chord. His movements revealed an innate talent, akin to a specter dancing through the night. As the glint of the blade flashed, IRS's actions grew increasingly adept. At some point, he had surpassed Rune's level of skill. Everyone present recognized this, except for IRS himself, for at this moment, he was entirely immersed in the duel with the face spiders. This time, he did not choose to target the weak points of the spiders' carapaces, but instead treated them as mere practice dummies for honing his swordsmanship. His body gradually entered a state of flow, his techniques becoming increasingly refined, each swing imbued with a unique rhythm, as if he had long possessed this skill. A wondrous sensation surged within IRS. It was as if he could intuitively grasp the essence of swordsmanship. The face spiders, sensing the pressure emanating from IRS, began to lash out more frantically with their pincers, attempting to thwart this sudden threat. Yet, IRS seemed to exist within a realm of flashing blades, each swing resonating with power and spirit, captivating all who bore witness. Such an astonishing transformation left Rune filled with wonder. IRS exhibited not only an enhancement of strength but also a profound understanding of his craft. Mr. Blake quietly observed this scene, a glimmer of contemplation in his eyes. IRS's transformation was not merely an increase in power, but a revelation of his untapped potential. It appears he has brushed against the threshold of Sequence 8, Mr. Blake mused to himself. What a promising talent. Had I known, I would have recruited him into my ranks from the very beginning. With this thought, the usually composed and elegant Mr. Blake uncharacteristically revealed a flicker of regret. Chapter 36, Confronting the Phantom Leopard. Beneath the crimson moon, the clash of blades and the skittering of arachnid limbs echoed incessantly. IRS wielded Rune's long sword, facing the frenzied onslaught of three human-faced spiders, his eyes glimmering with confidence. His form moved like a shadow, deftly weaving through the night, leaving a trail of silvery blade light in his wake. One of the grotesque arachnids lunged with bared fangs, and IRS's gaze sharpened. He swiftly swung his sword towards it. Calm and resolute, he aimed the tip of his blade with precision at the spider's head, slicing through the air with a deadly arc. The creature's shriek was abruptly silenced as its human visage was severed cleanly, black ichor erupting like a fountain. Another spider attempted to evade, but IRS's agile form swiftly closed the distance. He leapt into the air, his blade clashing against the venomous fangs, producing a sharp metallic ring. Before severing two of the spider's limbs with a swift stroke, the final spider sought to flank him, yet IRS had already anticipated its movements. He deftly sidestepped, his longsword forming a silver arc that cleaved through the creature's appendage. Chapter 37 Complete Digestion. In the desolate expanse, the ghostly leopard flitted through the night like a wraith, its form appearing and disappearing within the shadows. Its silhouette flickered in and out of sight, with its emerald eyes igniting an eerie glow in the darkness. At times, it curled low to the ground, and at others, it ascended silently, resembling a phantom in a spectral dance. IRS's blade pursued the elusive specter, but he could only grasp at the chill of the wind. The ghostly leopard let out a low growl, its voice reverberating through the night sky, as if mocking IRS's futile efforts. Amidst the enveloping darkness, IRS felt the mysterious figure of the leopard become increasingly elusive. "Do you truly think I am powerless against you?" he mused, inhaling deeply, closing his eyes, and centering his focus. With a faint pulsation, IRS activated his spirit viewing eye, a profound silver light flickering within his gaze. "Now, where will you flee?" From that moment forth, he could distinctly perceive the unique sequential fluctuations emanating from the ghostly leopard, an extraordinary capability of his spirit viewing eye. In IRS's vision, the light did not diminish, rather, it sharpened and gradually revealed the sequential radiance cloaking the ghostly leopard, akin to a violet glimmer in the dark of night, strikingly evident. His gaze fixed upon the leopard, and through the guidance of the sequential waves, he successfully locked onto the ethereal beast. "I have found you," IRS whispered to himself, the spirit viewing eye in his eyes shimmering with resolute determination. Now, the ghostly leopard could no longer conceal itself in the shadows, fully unveiled by the spirit viewing eye of the leopard, sensing the weight of IRS's gaze, realized its form was completely exposed to his scrutiny. It growled lowly, no longer prowling like a specter, but standing firm, facing the scrutinizing IRS eye. In that moment, IRS finally beheld the true visage of the ghostly leopard. Its body was cloaked in a hide as hard as armor, rendering it nearly undetectable in the night. Its limbs were robust and powerful, each step exuding an air of unwavering steadiness. A pair of sharp claws scraped against the ground, producing a faint metallic sound. The IRS and the leopard were like two streaks of lightning intertwined in the nocturnal realm. He gripped his long knife, his form agile yet resilient, his gaze sharp as a blade. The ghostly leopard assumed a rapid offensive stance, its green eyes igniting with cunning sparks. In their initial clash, IRS resolved to no longer remain passive. He met the leopard's charge, his blade swirling like a tempest. The leopard's savage claws shimmered in the night sky, attempting to rend apart IRS's defenses. "Ag!" IRS let out a low growl, the blade illuminating the darkness with a brilliant arc as it collided with the leopard's claws. Both combatants retreated several meters, only to clash once more. The leopard struck from various angles, its form akin to an elusive mirage. Its claws slashed through the air, its eerie green eyes darting about in search of IRS's vulnerabilities. Yet, IRS's spirit viewing eye enabled him to accurately perceive every movement of the leopard, deftly countering each of its assaults. Suddenly, IRS pivoted, his blade transforming into a silver arc aimed directly at the leopard's neck. The leopard growled, swiftly shifting its form, but IRS's blade still grazed its body, leaving a deep gash. "You are not an insurmountable phantom," IRS murmured, his eyes shimmering with unwavering resolve. The leopard, wounded by IRS's strike, appeared dazed for a moment, seemingly unable to fathom that a human of inferior sequential rank could inflict harm upon it. However, this realization did not deter it. Instead, it ignited a more ferocious side within. Its green eyes blazed with fierce flames, and its roar echoed with boundless fury. IRS's blow seemed to awaken the primal instincts lying dormant within the beast. The leopard's assault intensified, its form darting through the darkness with renewed vigor. Its claws lashed out with greater speed, akin to a torrential storm, surging towards IRS. Each attack was accompanied by a gust of wind, making it increasingly difficult to evade. IRS felt his strength wane, while the leopard's energy appeared inexhaustible, growing ever more frenzied. He desperately dodged, yet could never fully evade the leopard's relentless onslaught. Wounds began to seep blood, rendering the night even more harrowing. "I must find an opening," IRS muttered, realizing he was ensnared in a perilous predicament. However, the leopard's savage assault showed no signs of abating, leaving him little respite. IRS attempted to adjust his tactics, seeking the leopard's weaknesses, but its cunning and speed were of a different caliber altogether, rendering him nearly defenseless. His movements began to slow, each evasion revealing signs of fatigue. As IRS gradually succumbed to exhaustion, Mr. Blake stood in the shadows at a distance, observing the heart-stopping duel. A glimmer of contemplative thought flickered in his eyes, as if awaiting a particular opportunity. At the moment IRS seemed overwhelmed by the leopard, Mr. Blake finally spoke. "IRS, endeavor to adopt the perspective of an observer to wield your abilities." His voice was low, yet it resonated clearly in IRS's ears, a testament to the midnight poet's prowess. With Mr. Blake's guidance, IRS endeavored to steady his breath, concentrating on his sequential abilities. Embrace the role of an observer. How does one do that?
what does a competent observer do? Mr. Blake's gaze remained fixed on IRS, as if he had heard IRS's mutterings. The melodious voice returned to IRS's ears. To embody an observer is not mere imitation, it requires delving deep into the sequence, sensing its unique perspective. Close your eyes, forget your current identity, and immerse yourself in the essence of being an observer. Imagine yourself not as a combatant, but as a bystander. IRS pondered Mr. Blake's words, as if a key had unlocked the door to a new realm in his mind. Indeed, a competent observer should be a bystander, akin to a chess player, for only by observing can one truly comprehend the situation. A skilled observer regards everything with calm and profound insight. They are unperturbed by emotions, focusing solely on the essence and changes of events. The power of an observer lies not merely in perceiving the surface, but in understanding the underlying principles and mastering the patterns of all things. Suddenly, IRS sensed the observer's potion within him beginning to digest anew. A wave of warmth coursed through his body, akin to a gentle stream, bathing each cell in this mysterious and tranquil force. This invigorating sensation compelled IRS to close his eyes. He felt an overwhelming mastery over his observer's abilities, as if a gateway to infinite possibilities had swung open. In the distance, Blake, is he? Yes, though it may be hard to believe, he has indeed completely digested the Sequence 9 potion. Despite her suspicions, Tina could not help but cover her mouth in astonishment. It was known that IRS and Rune's group had only consumed the Sequence 9 potion less than half a month prior. Had he truly completed the digestion so swiftly? Truly, a rare observer, utterly remarkable. Beside her, Rune chuckled foolishly. Though he had yet to experience the sensation of digestion himself, he felt elated for his friend. However, another newcomer, Robert, was less enthused. His face was ashen, etched with disbelief and a hint of fear and confusion. What manner of existence was it that he had always regarded as a rival? At that moment, IRS's eyes suddenly flew open, a peculiar brilliance shining within his pupils. From that instant on, his vision became extraordinarily clear, as if every object within his sight lay under his meticulous observation. Likewise, every movement of the ghostly leopard was rendered vividly in his view, even the slightest breath was discernible. This was the power of the observer. Excitement surged within IRS. With the complete digestion of the observer's potion, his body was once again infused with strength. IRS raised his head, gazing at the ghostly leopard, and slowly lifted his empty hand, gently curling his fingers. Come at me. The leopard, ignited by IRS's provocation, propelled itself forward with powerful hind legs, creating a cacophony of sound as it soared through the air. IRS, undeterred, brandished his long knife and charged forward. The leopard's assault remained ferocious, its claws slicing down like lightning. Yet, IRS's movements became increasingly agile, each evasion imbued with acute insight. He seemed to anticipate every attack from the leopard, effortlessly dodging lethal strikes. Each encounter resembled a dance, the leopard's roars intertwining with IRS's calm breaths. IRS's swordsmanship grew ever more adept, each stroke precisely countering the leopard's assault. The leopard appeared to sense the change in IRS, its aggression wavering slightly. Seizing the opportunity, IRS launched a counteroffensive, delivering a precise strike to the leopard's body, leaving a discernible wound. However, after several exchanges, both realized an exceedingly awkward truth: neither could truly overwhelm the other. IRS relied on his keen insight to anticipate the leopard's movements, retaliating effectively. Yet as a Sequence 9 without combat enhancements, even fully digested, he found it challenging to contend with a Sequence 8 clearly designed for battle. Conversely, the leopard felt equally frustrated. Despite its superior attributes, it could not genuinely overpower its opponent. IRS resembled a spiky eel, not only exceedingly agile but also capable of delivering treacherous strikes. The battle between IRS and the leopard reached a stalemate, both evenly matched. Yet, if this continued, the one to succumb to exhaustion would inevitably be IRS. As he recognized this, for he had discovered a somewhat shameless but seemingly effective method. Chapter 38: Vanquishing the Spectral Leopard. IRS fixed his gaze intently on the ferocious onslaught of the spectral leopard, his eyes darting about incessantly. Gripping the hilt of his longsword tightly, he contemplated strategies to confront this formidable adversary. Suddenly, an epiphany surged within him. If he could emulate the leopard's movements, perhaps he could uncover its vulnerabilities. IRS pondered silently to himself. In an instant, the agile IRS, who had been deftly evading the leopard's strikes, altered his approach, his gaze sharpened, as if he had fused himself into the leopard's perspective. He began to consciously mimic the leopard's motions, each slash and dodge resonating in harmony with the creature's ferocity. His observer's prowess afforded him a deeper comprehension of the leopard's attack patterns, rendering him a shadow of the beast itself. His mind raced, striving to grasp the essence of the leopard's assaults. Each strike from the leopard unfolded like a sequence, a unique rhythm. The longsword danced in his grasp, resembling an unending cascade, with each stroke infused with the observer's calm and the leopard's wildness. The spectral leopard sensed the challenge posed by IRS and intensified its aggression. Yet, IRS remained as nimble as a fish in water,
skillfully evading the leopard's lethal claws. As his sword whirled, it assimilated the leopard's distinctive combat style, imbuing each of his strikes with an unexpected potency. The power of the observer was indeed extraordinary. IRS mused inwardly. This ability allowed him to discover a more efficient mode of attack through imitation. It seemed as though he could foresee the leopard's next move, seamlessly integrating his counterattacks into the rhythm of this sequential creature's onslaught. This imitation was not mere mimicry, but rather a tactical transformation inspired by the observer's insight. The leopard, too, perceived this shift, its eyes betraying a flicker of astonishment.
"You little sneak, are you stealing my techniques? That's not how this game is played."
As IRS adeptly mirrored the leopard's lunges and retreats, he gradually gained the upper hand. His longsword cleaved through the air like a tempest, each swing a retort to the leopard's ferocity. The spectral leopard felt unprecedented pressure, gradually succumbing to a defensive stance.
"This guy can actually mimic the leopard's movements," Rune exclaimed in disbelief, astonished by IRS's remarkable.
He has fully integrated into the leopard's offensive maneuvers. However, at the very moment the leopard sought to escape, Mr. Blake softly intoned a verse. The melody of poetry enveloped the air, forming an impenetrable barrier that ensnared the leopard in place. Seizing the opportune moment, IRS advanced step by step towards the spectral leopard. His longsword traced a magnificent arc through the air, descending with overwhelming force upon the now demoralized beast. The leopard struggled, emitting a low growl, yet it could not breach Mr. Blake's melodic barrier. Ultimately, IRS, riding the wave of momentum, severed the leopard's last vestige of resistance. Blood gushed forth like a torrential cascade, the spectral leopard's form collapsing before IRS. The lifeless body exuded a potent stench of blood, the surrounding area steeped in an eerie silence. The once majestic figure of the leopard was now a disheveled wreck, the flame of life extinguished in its eyes, leaving behind an empty void. IRS's gaze revealed fatigue, yet it was tinged with a sense of fulfillment. His body swayed slightly, as he succumbed to overwhelming exhaustion. The longsword slipped from his grasp, and he struggled to maintain his balance, teetering on the brink of collapse. Rune rushed forward, steadying his swaying form. IRS's complexion was pale, the intense expenditure of energy rendering him weak. Rune glanced anxiously at Mr. Blake. "What should we do?" Chapter 39. The members of the Blackthorn squad. Within the confines of the Blackthorn office, Elia sat quietly at her desk, engaging in conversation with IRS. The soft light illuminated her focused expression. "IRS, I will assist you in applying for the recipe of the potion of sequence 8, however, IRS felt a pang of anxiety. Could it be that even the Arbitration Institute lacked a subsequent formula? "Captain, could you refrain from such heavy sighs? It's genuinely quite frightening," she exclaimed. "Nonetheless, the entire process may require a week's time." IRS' previously tense body gradually relaxed, and he nodded in understanding. "Furthermore, you must save some money to prepare for the purchase of the potion materials," Elia continued.
IRS smiled slightly. "No problem, I will do my utmost."
Elia then cautioned, "Regarding the digestion of the potion, there are certain matters you must heed."
IRS straightened in his seat, ready to listen intently.
"First and foremost, you must confirm that the potion of sequence 9 within your body has been completely digested before you can proceed to consume the potion of sequence 8. Surely, I need not elaborate on that. At that point, a specialist would come to assist you in the testing. There is no need for us to be concerned. Secondly, you must be vigilant regarding your physical condition. Never take the potion when your mental state is poor, or else you may easily lose control. Moreover, a relatively safe environment is required. Do not begin consuming the potion only to be abruptly interrupted, as this would disrupt the energy balance within you."
Elia clenched her fists and extended them towards IRS, then suddenly opened them. Boom!
"It explodes." Elia burst into laughter, seemingly amused by her own antics. IRS looked at his mischievous captain with a resigned expression, yet he committed her warnings to memory, fully aware that they were intended to ensure the potion's optimal efficacy.
"There is nothing more to discuss.
2 days hence, the Arbitration Institute will arrange for someone to assess your digestion progress. Only upon confirmation will we be able to provide you with the potion of sequence 8 recipe," Elia stated with a serious tone. "Understood, thank you, Captain," IRS replied with a nod of gratitude.
"By the way, Haven T, you felt anything unusual?" Elia's gaze shifted to IRS' abdomen, which he discreetly covered. "Should I be feeling something?" IRS queried, bewildered as he followed Elia's line of sight. "Captain, are you referring to the injuries caused by the iron skin zombie? Could it be that they healed when I digested the observer potion?" "Of course, it was Tina who healed you," Elia retorted with a signature eye roll. "What I meant to suggest is that we could share a dinner together, as Anna and the others should be finishing their training soon." "Dinner?" Elia regarded IRS with a bemused smile. "What else would it be?" How long do you think you've been asleep? IRS glanced at the clock on the wall and realized it was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. If he had been sent back last night, it meant he had been unconscious for nearly an entire day. No wonder he felt so ravenous. He couldn't pass up a free dinner. Having finally joined the public sector, one must surely enjoy the perks. Not only would he avoid spending additional time cooking, but he could also save a considerable sum to bolster his finances for the forthcoming purchase of potion materials. Once he had the recipe, everything else would fall into place. Materials, provided they weren't excessively rare, were generally obtainable, especially for low-sequence potion materials, which seldom exceeded the level of the potion and were unlikely to be overly scarce. Even if there were no sequence organisms nearby in the vicinity of Parlo City, IRS could enlist Old Doobie to procure them from the black market. If necessary, he could always purchase from another city, albeit it might take a bit longer. As long as he possessed a materials list and had the funds, it was only a matter of time before he acquired what he needed. If all else failed, IRS could accumulate military merits and directly exchange them with the Arbitration Institute. At that moment, the basement door of the Blackthorn office slowly creaked open, and Krolak, Anna, and Charlotte emerged. IRS observed from a distance that their faces appeared somewhat pale, instantly recognizing that they had just undergone a rather intense physical training session. Krell, at the forefront, was glistening with beads of sweat, his training attire thoroughly soaked. The slender rock had a sharp gaze, appearing to be in the best condition among them. Meanwhile, the young girl Anna clutched her chest, slightly out of breath. Charlotte looked somewhat fatigued, her emerald eyes reflecting her weariness. Upon spotting the awakened IRS, they were all taken aback. IRS, you're finally awake. How do you feel? Is your body all right? Krell staggered forward, enthusiastically grasping IRS' hand. IRS patted Krell on the shoulder, responding, I'm fine, just a bit drained, nothing serious. Anna pouted, complaining, it's been ages since we've seen you train with us. I've been rather busy lately, assisting the captain with various matters, IRS replied sheepishly as he scratched his head. Besides, I would like to train as well, but these ordinary exercises hold little significance for me, and the captain won't permit it. Upon hearing this, both Krell and Anna were left speechless by his rather pretentious statement. Only Rock, with an air of indifference, remarked, indeed. Rock's expression held a hint of skepticism. Where else would you expend your energy, to the point of exhaustion? Rock may not have thought much of it, but Krell and IRS, two normal men, inevitably drew some rather suggestive conclusions. Just as the conversation waned into an awkward silence, a cough broke the stillness. I say, aren't you all hungry? If you prefer to continue chatting, I'll head off for some barbecue without waiting for you, Elia called out from her position by the office door. Upon hearing about the delectable food, a glimmer of anticipation flickered in their eyes. They exchanged glances and couldn't help but chuckle. Sure, I'm starving, Anna exclaimed, playfully rubbing her small belly. Krell shouted, tonight's dinner is on me, as a celebration for IRS' safe return. His declaration elicited a chorus of cheers, signaling that the evening would indeed be a joyful one. The group entered the office, the wide-open door gradually closing behind them. As night fell, the stars twinkled above, and the group stepped out of the Blackthorn office, led by Captain Elia, embarking on their journey to a small restaurant. In the city's nocturnal ambience, the streetlights cast a warm glow over the tranquil streets. Half a kilometer from the Blackthorn office, a small restaurant's lights swayed gently in the night breeze, the air filled with the tantalizing aroma of grilled meat. Nestled in an unassuming corner of Parlo City, the restaurant's sign shone vibrantly as night descended. The exterior was outlined in dark bricks, adorned with flowing lines. Upon entering, a wave of warm air enveloped them, contrasting sharply with the cool night breeze outside. The wooden tables and chairs were neatly arranged, each equipped with its own grilling station, where flames danced lightly, infusing the space with vitality. Handcrafted signs hung on the walls, showcasing various mouth-watering meat platters that made one's mouth water. The decor of the restaurant was thoughtfully designed, with a few lush potted plants in the corners, their subtle floral fragrance harmonizing with the scent of grilled meat. Oil paintings adorned the walls, creating a chic yet cozy atmosphere. Each table was accompanied by a soft lamp, casting just the right amount of light and shadow, giving the entire environment a warm and romantic feel. At that moment, the aroma of charcoal grilled meat wafted through the air, accompanied by the sounds of clinking glasses and bursts of laughter and conversation, as if they were partaking in a grand feast of grilled delicacies. The entire barbecue restaurant radiated a relaxed and joyful ambience, effectively shutting out the solitude of Parlo City's night. People here savored the food and engaged in lively conversations, their slightly tipsy smiles adding to the charm of this little corner. As IRS and the others stepped inside, the vibrant atmosphere enveloped them, the bustling scene bringing joy to their hearts. Elia guided IRS and the others to a large table, and after they seated themselves, a server eagerly presented the menu. Today, I'll treat everyone. Order whatever you like and enjoy to your heart's content.
Krell declared heartily. The atmosphere at the table became lively as everyone eagerly flipped through the menu, discussing their preferences. Elia, while perusing the menu, remarked with a smile, "This barbecue is quite delicious.
Everyone should take a look." "Then I won't hold back,"
Anna exclaimed, her excitement palpable, reminiscent of a kitten catching a whiff of fish.
"Let us start with 2 plates of wood cow hind leg ribs and neck meat, and of course, chicken legs mustn't be missed. The black-haired pig's belly is also good, let us add that too. I hope no one is allergic to seafood. Let us add a seafood platter with crabs, fish, shrimp, and seaweed. Charlotte, do you like pepper rib soup?" "No, you must try it, it warms you up so nicely after drinking."
Anna scribbled fervently, exuding the authority of a general commanding troops. Just as Anna enthusiastically placed her order, the others watched her with smiles, the atmosphere remarkably harmonious except for Krell, who felt a sense of foreboding.
Right, almost forgot about the staples. "I didn't expect you to look so thin, yet you're the carb aficionado," Anna teased. Rock maintained his usual demeanor, replying, "I merely seek a balanced diet." "Is that so? Then I'll add a small bowl of rice for you, lest you end up with nutritional excess," Anna said, jotting it down on the order slip.
"Actually, I could eat 2 more bowls," Rock said, his expression darkening slightly. In an instant, everyone seemed to hit a comedic note, erupting into laughter. Chapter 40 Anna's invitation. Within the confines of the barbecue restaurant, the atmosphere was filled with the sounds of hearty laughter and satisfied chatter as everyone indulged in their meal.
Clay gently patted his belly, exhaling contentedly as he remarked, "That was truly delightful."
Ilsa, cradling a glass of ginger beverage, savored its flavor while squinting.
"Are you feeling unwell?"
Suddenly called upon, Anna appeared flustered, instinctively sitting up straight and waving her hands toward Captain Elia. No, I'm just contemplating a few things."
Elia smiled gently. "What on your mind? Has our little Anna developed a secret?"
Anna's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She seemed reluctant to speak, yet after a brief hesitation and under the gaze of her friends, she finally whispered, "Captain, it's nothing serious, just a small request."
"Oh? What is it? Do share." "My parents are planning to host a birthday party for me, and I would like to invite everyone."
Observing Elia resting her chin on her hand, Anna quickly added, "Don't worry, Captain, it will be on Saturday evening, and it won't take up too much of your time."
Elia chuckled heartily. "I never said it was a problem, Anna. Why are you so anxious?" Feeling like a chastised kitten, Anna lowered her head and asked softly, "Is it really okay?"
"Of course, thank you for informing us in advance, otherwise, we wouldn't have had enough time to prepare gifts." At this, a chorus of cheers erupted in the room.
"Hail to the captain! Long live the captain!"
Clay shouted exuberantly, his face flushed with excitement. I in the corner, Ilsa and Elia exchanged knowing smiles, even the typically reserved Locke joined in, clapping silently. Seeing this, Anna let out a quiet sigh of relief, her playful smile returning.
"Then it's settled. Saturday evening at 7:30, let us not miss it."
Clay beamed, raising an eyebrow. "Of course we'll be there, it's your birthday after all, how could we not celebrate with you?" His tone was infused with enthusiasm, as if he were already envisioning the festivities of the birthday soiree.
"Now, let us raise a toast to our little birthday star."
Ilsa stood, lifting her glass filled with ginger beverage. The group rose in unison, their 6 glasses clinking together in a joyful symphony. After a night filled with laughter and merriment, the group bid their farewells and set off on their respective journeys home. Ilsa walked alone through the tranquil night, his steps appearing slightly heavy, strolling beneath the dim glow of street lamps. A gentle breeze swept through, dispersing the tranquility of the night. Though fatigue lingered on his face, a peculiar light flickered in his eyes. As he made his way home, the shadows cast by the streetlights accompanied him, and his mind began to replay the earlier battle scenes. In the dim alleyways, he suddenly recalled the whispers he had heard while unconscious. "Imitate." That mysterious, low voice echoed deep within his consciousness, akin to an ancient revelation. Ilsa rubbed his temples, his thoughts swirling as he pondered that enigmatic hint. Imitate, the words sent him into deep contemplation. He tried to reconstruct the circumstances of that moment, striving to recall the sensations he had experienced while unconscious. The whisper seemed to transform into a secret code. Was it suggesting that he could emulate a certain power, a particular skill? The image of the ghostly leopard flashed in his mind, and suddenly, Ilsa grasped something profound. Could it be that the next step after observation was imitation? Ilsa resolved to adopt imitation as a new training objective. He needed to delve deeper into the sequence of abilities and gradually hone them in practical combat. Lost in thought as he walked, time and distance flew by, and soon Ilsa found himself back at his modest apartment. Although slightly worn, it retained an air of tranquility and tidiness. He inserted the key, gently pushing the door open. As a faint light seeped through the crack, the weariness he carried seemed to dissipate the moment he stepped inside. As he removed his heavy coat, he hung it on the rack by the door, yet, as he did so, he felt an alarming rip. His gaze fell upon the tattered coat, speckled with dust, a testament to the previous night's skirmish. Running his fingers over the soiled fabric, now marred with dirt and minor tears, he frowned in contemplation. It seemed he would need to purchase a new coat. He had approximately 11 rylons left, equivalent to 11,000 sous. However, he needed to acquire formal attire for Saturday's soirée and also find time to replace his damaged cane, which he had yet to procure since it broke last time. All of these expenses added up. In the quiet of his room, he sat at his desk, contemplating the week ahead. Holding a piece of paper, Ilse began drafting a modest budget. He listed his savings alongside the impending expenses, mentally calculating the figures, meticulously ensuring every expenditure was accounted for. After a brief accounting, Ilse prioritized two matters. First, to purchase a formal outfit for the upcoming Saturday soirée, with a budget of around 30 nylons. If there were any surplus, he would acquire an additional set of casual wear. Second, to procure a new cane. A simple ironwood one would suffice. However, he planned to visit Jack the next day to reimburse himself for the clothing and cane damaged during the battle. These were all legitimate reimbursements, and Ilse had not forgotten. Gently setting down his pen, he extinguished the oil lamp that illuminated a corner of the room, casting a soft glow upon Ilse's focused and contemplative expression. He softly tapped the window, allowing a refreshing breeze to flow in, carrying a hint of coolness. As the curtain swayed, moonlight spilled across his humble desk. He gently closed the window, shedding his fatigue, and lay down on his bed. This time, no whispers would disturb his slumber. Chapter 41 Reimbursement and Shopping. On the following morning, the first rays of sunlight pierced through the Blackthorn Agency, where the atmosphere was tranquil, disturbed only by a gentle breeze. Ears arrived at the agency early, and upon opening the door, he startled Jack, who was in the midst of brewing coffee. "Ears, you're here so early?" Jack exclaimed, his surprise evident. "Good morning, Jack. I have a few items that need to be reimbursed," Ears replied with a smile as he produced several damaged items from last night's skirmish. Jack regarded Ears with a complex expression, muttering under his breath, "No wonder, I was wondering why you were so eager." Ears perked up. "What did you say, Jack?" Jack quickly waved his hand, nearly spilling his coffee. "Oh, nothing, just heard you single-handedly took down a ghost panther." "Quite impressive. By the way, are you feeling all right?" "Everything is fine, thank you for your concern," Ears nodded. Jack mumbled as he turned back to his small workstation. That's good, that's good." Unbeknownst to him, a subtle smile tugged at the corners of Ears' lips, for he had indeed overheard Jack's muttering, but he wished to tease his teammate a bit. However, Ears soon realized something was amiss. "When did I become like this? It must be the influence of the captain, she has led me astray." Ears chided himself internally as he hurried to catch up to Jack's pace. At the agency's front desk, Ears meticulously reported the items for reimbursement while Jack skillfully filled out the form, subsequently counting out 40 silver coins and handing them to Ears. Ears accepted the coins, a look of surprise crossing his face. "Jack, did you miscount? It seems a bit excessive." Although Ears had a penchant for wealth, he would never reach for more than what was rightfully his. Without lifting his gaze, Jack casually replied, "You forgot, you haven't collected your weekly salary yet." "Alright, if I have no other plans today, I'd like to step out for a bit." "Of course, the captain said you could take a day off." "But I can't help but ask, do you have any plans today?" Jack inquired. "I suppose I should get myself a new staff," Ears said, raising his rather battered ironwood cane with a hint of exasperation. "Indeed, your attire could use an upgrade as well. I happen to know some excellent tailors with reasonable prices. If you need suggestions, I can recommend a few," Jack eagerly offered. "That would be splendid," Ears smiled gratefully. After a leisurely 20-minute chat, Ears departed with the 45 silver coins distributed by Jack, ready to procure some new garments. As the sunlight bathed him and a gentle breeze enveloped him, Ears felt a wave of comfort and delight. He looked forward to discovering items that pleased him in the city and spending a fulfilling day. According to Jack, there were several fine clothing stores along the Cross-Iron Road in District 3 of Parlo City. Grateful for the day off granted by Elia, Ears found himself with ample free time, opting to stroll leisurely instead of taking a carriage as he meandered through the autumn streets of Parlo City. The throngs of people wove through the streets, with shopfronts displaying a myriad of goods that caught the eyes of passers-by. An artist played melodious tunes on the street, drawing a crowd of onlookers. At the open-air market, vendors enthusiastically promoted an assortment of wares, the cacophony of the market mingling with laughter, creating a vibrant tableau. Ears sauntered along the Cross-Iron Road, sunlight filtering through the autumn leaves onto the bustling thoroughfare. The various shops along the way showcased the city's prosperity. He passed a lavish boutique adorned with fashionable accessories and garments, which beckoned him to stop and gaze. The kaleidoscope of fabrics and resplendent patterns danced in the window, painting a fashionable tableau. Though captivating, Ears knew the prices here might be daunting. A quaint shop specializing in handcrafted bow ties and ties caught his eye, the vibrant silk glimmering under the sun. While he was no fashion expert, he felt an admiration for these exquisite handcrafted items. Turning a corner, he discovered a small yet elegant men's fashion store. The window displayed a selection of tailored suits and classic ties, with the entrance radiating a subdued yet sophisticated ambience. Ears thought this might be an ideal place to find formal attire, but for now, he decided to keep looking, knowing he had plenty of time. He wandered back and forth along the street, each shop exuding its unique allure. Ultimately, he chose the small yet chic men's fashion store. Though the styles were not the latest, they possessed a timeless charm and were reasonably priced. Ears stepped into the modestly upscale men's clothing store. Inside, the garments were neatly arranged, exuding a simple yet comfortable atmosphere. A friendly sales associate promptly approached him.
"Good day, Sir. Is there anything I can assist you with?" Ears replied, "I'm in need of a more formal outfit suitable for an evening event."
He nodded politely, "I'm looking for clothing appropriate for formal occasions."
"Do you have any new arrivals to recommend?"
The sales associate smiled and nodded, "Certainly, sir. We have just received a deep blue fitted suit that combines modern tailoring with a classic touch, paired with a patterned tie, perfect for formal events." Ears nodded in agreement. "All right, I'll take that deep blue fitted suit." The associate led him to the fitting room, carefully selecting a well-fitted ensemble for him. Ears donned the suit and, upon gazing in the mirror, felt completely revitalized. Though naturally handsome, his previous simplistic attire had dulled his appearance. The associate eagerly inquired, "Sir, how does this deep blue fitted suit suit you?"
Ears smiled slightly, "It's splendid. I'll take it."
After purchasing the formal attire, Ears decided to select a new tie as well. He approached the tie section and spotted a deep gray silk tie that piqued his interest. The associate expertly tied a knot for him, enhancing the overall look with an added touch of elegance. The associate gently reminded him, "Sir, this ensemble is indeed quite fitting, and this tie is one of our new arrivals, perfectly complementing the suit." Ears nodded in satisfaction, "Then I'll take this tie as well." Upon inquiring about the price, he learned that the entire ensemble, including the tie, amounted to only 17 nilan, which surprised him. The price seemed quite reasonable. After a moment's hesitation, he also selected a dark overcoat that appeared both stylish and warm. Next, he strolled around the store, discovering some casual cotton garments that seemed convenient, and decided to pick a few of those as well. However, he felt a tinge of regret for not finding a desirable ironwood cane within the store. Therefore, he selected the heaviest gray steel cane available in the shop to take with him. "Ah, this gray steel cane has some heft to it. It'll feel great to wield." At the checkout, Ears was pleasantly surprised to learn that his total expenditure for this shopping spree was only 44 nilan, a remarkably affordable sum. He left the store with a content heart. As Ears stepped out of the clothing store, intending to return to the agency for a complimentary lunch, a small shop at the corner caught his eye. Chapter 42 of the Friday Bookstore. Irs stepped out of the clothing store, a sense of satisfaction washing over him as he carried his newly acquired shopping bags. In an effort to avoid alarming the shopkeepers, he refrained from brandishing his new cane, though its weight instilled in him a profound sense of contentment. With his spirits lifted, Irs was prepared to return to the Blackthorn agency. However, he suddenly halted in his tracks. His attention was drawn to a dilapidated bookstore at the end of the alley, its entrance adorned with a weathered wooden sign that read Friday Bookstore. Intrigued by the peculiar name, he approached the shop, pushing open the door which chimed melodically as he entered. The moment Irs stepped into the bookstore, he was enveloped by an extraordinary ambience, as if the very air was imbued with a vibrant vitality. This energy permeated every cell of his being, erasing his fatigue and replacing it with a refreshing sense of renewal. As he pushed through the aged doors of the bookstore, a rich scent of paper wafted towards him, and the warm, time-worn wooden floorboards creaked softly beneath his feet. Below the bookshelves lay a woolen carpet, seemingly steeped in the weight of history. Dark wooden shelves were arranged in a seemingly haphazard manner, creating a temporal tunnel that connected the past with the present. The shelves were brimming with an array of books, some of which bore the marks of age. Above this literary trove, a yellowed chandelier swayed gently, casting a warm, soft glow. Irs. Within the hushed confines of the library, a familiar, high-pitched voice echoed like joyous chimes. Instinctively turning around, Irs was met with the sight of a vibrant green parrot soaring toward him, flapping its wings in exuberance while chattering animatedly. Irs was taken aback, instantly recognizing this as the very parrot that frequently visited him on Fridays in search of a meal. Coincidentally, the parrot was named Friday, a serendipitous connection that had compelled him to enter this bookstore.
"Friday? What are you doing here?"
Irs, you seem to be doing quite well," Friday exclaimed, as if greeting an old friend, radiating joy.
"You seem to be living quite lavishly as well, coming over to mooch off others again?" Irs gently tapped the parrot's small head.
A frail old man emerged from behind a row of bookshelves, clad in a vintage bookstore uniform, diligently organizing the tomes. "Welcome to the Friday bookstore, sir," he said. "We have an abundance of books across all themes and fields." The old proprietor's voice resonated like a soft echo from the annals of history.
"I am the owner here.
Everyone calls me Arthur." "Good day to you, Mr. Arthur," IRS replied, tipping his hat in respect.
"Do you know Friday?"
Arthur inquired. "I never expected to find him here," IRS chuckled lightly, affectionately stroking Friday's feathers, feeling the warmth beneath his fingers.
"I was pondering, what a rather peculiar name, Friday Bookstore. But now you understand, do you not?"
A glimmer of wisdom sparkled in the old man's eyes.
"Life is much the same.
Unless you step through the door of the unknown, you will never witness what lies beyond it, nor will you ever unravel the mysteries that exist outside."
IRS nodded thoughtfully, deeply contemplating the wisdom imparted.
Before him stood Mr. Arthur, with hair as white as silver, meticulously combed, emanating the weight of years gone by. His slightly aged visage was etched with profound wrinkles, the marks of time that testify to the passage of years, and his blue eyes, clear and wise, seemed to be windows that held countless stories. He wore a spacious gray robe, intricately embroidered with twinkling star patterns, reminiscent of the shimmering constellations in the night sky. In his hand, he grasped a cane topped with a meticulously carved owl's head, exuding an air of ancient mystery. Yet, IRS soon felt a sense of astonishment, for he had unconsciously assumed the role of an observer. The bookstore was suffused with a faint scent of antiquity, and on the counter behind the old proprietor rested a bronze mechanical clock, ticking methodically.
"Mr.
IRS, it is a pleasure to meet you," Mr. Arthur said with a smile, holding an old book in his hands as if engaged in the task of organizing the shelves.
"I apologize for the disarray.
I must tidy up a bit for now. Please feel free to peruse the books that pique your interest. We have many curious volumes, much like this old man himself. I wonder if you might find them intriguing." "It's perfectly all right," IRS replied with a smile, moving towards the shelves, allowing Mr. Arthur to continue his work undisturbed. The emerald parrot, Friday, flitted about joyfully, soaring through the air like a verdant cloud. Its feathers shimmered in vibrant green hues, each plume glistening like a natural gemstone. Under the sunlight, the screen became even more vivid, resembling a delicate painting. The top glass window filtered in soft sunlight, casting dappled shadows upon the neatly arranged books. The shelves were adorned with handwritten labels, detailing the titles and brief descriptions of the various volumes. The atmosphere within the store felt like a frozen moment in time, where each book was a page of a story yet to be told, and every speck of dust served as a footnote of the years gone by. Some books exuded a faint scent of sandalwood, as if adrift in a sea of literary fragrance. The wooden shelves, aged by time, carried a subtle hint of paint, mingling with the aroma of the books to create a unique bouquet. The shelves were laden with books of every kind, from ancient legends to contemporary literature. IRS meandered slowly, searching for themes that captivated his interest. His gaze wandered across the shelves, and suddenly, he noticed a row of exceedingly old volumes, seemingly just retrieved from storage. However, the labels above these books caught his attention, prominently displaying titles such as Secrets of the Sequential Beings, Wilderness Studies.
This struck him as unusual. How could an ordinary bookstore offer such tomes?
Curiosity piqued, IRS inhaled deeply and reached for a seemingly ancient volume titled Common Sequential Beings. He gently brushed away the dust from its pages and opened to the first page, which detailed the abilities of the sequential beings in meticulous detail. IRS furrowed his brow, having initially presumed this to be an ordinary bookstore, yet now he found himself unexpectedly intrigued. "Friday, how does this bookstore come to have such books?" he murmured, rubbing his temples, then casting a glance at the parrot perched nearby. Friday fluttered onto IRS's shoulder, stating earnestly, "This is a special bookstore that provides unique knowledge to those in need. You will discover many things here that ordinary bookstores do not offer, so do not be alarmed." "IRS, you truly are a young man unacquainted with the world," Friday quipped, a surprisingly anthropomorphic look of disdain crossing its feathery visage. But IRS quickly dismissed his surprise. After all, this creature, who understood the routine of visiting him every Friday for a meal, was not so peculiar after all. Eager to learn more, IRS turned the book over, searching for information about the author. To his disappointment, the only inscription was the title, devoid of any authorial attribution. Deciding not to dwell on it further, IRS began to thoroughly peruse the book, which detailed various common sequential beings and their potential supernatural abilities. Among the entries, the account of the phantom leopard captured his interest. The text described the phantom leopard as a unique creature residing in the fringes, renowned for its acute perception and formidable prowess. Recalling his previous encounters, a wave of reverence washed over him, for the book's descriptions rang true. As he delved deeper, he discovered sections on the evolution of sequential beings' abilities, their variances in strength across different environments, and strategies for dealing with them. This knowledge illuminated the complexities he faced with the sequential beings he had encountered. Immersed in the written word, IRS found himself gradually blending into the serene environment of the bookstore. In this confined space, time seemed to slow, buoyed by the weight of ancient tales, creating an atmosphere both mysterious and tranquil. Time slipped by unnoticed. IRS was engrossed in his exploration of various tomes, lost in the ocean of knowledge, completely oblivious to the passage of time. As noon approached, Friday suddenly took flight from IRS's shoulder, breaking his concentration. IRS glanced around, only to realize that the sky had cleared, and the midday sun streamed through the windows, casting mottled light upon the pages of the books. Oh, how swiftly time passes! I barely noticed, IRS mused, a newfound thirst for knowledge igniting within him, as he silently marveled at the door to omniscience that lay before him. I'm hungry, Friday is hungry, the emerald parrot squawked loudly. Just then, Mr. Arthur approached with a smile, observing IRS and Friday with warm eyes. I apologize for Friday's rudeness, but it seems you are also a man eager for knowledge, Mr. IRS. I happen to prepare an extra meal, would you care to join me? Just as IRS was about to politely decline, he was interrupted by Friday. How wonderful, IRS, you simply must try it. Arthur's cooking is delicious. Simultaneously, Mr. Arthur winked at IRS, as if to imply, are you truly going to refuse the kindness of an old man? IRS offered a shy smile. Then I shall trouble you for it. At that moment, IRS had no inkling that, in merely 10 minutes, he would be grateful for the decision he had made. Chapter 43. A bowl of mushroom soup. The atmosphere within the bookshop was suffused with an elegant tranquility. Sunlight streamed through the windows, casting a warm and luminous glow upon the covers of the books, illuminating the tranquil words within. The shelves were meticulously arranged with an array of books, each seemingly whispering tales of yore, imbuing the entire space with a profound and understated charm. Allow me to fetch the lunch. I would appreciate it if you could set up a small table, he said. Of course, if you, dears, would prefer to sit on the floor, this old fellow would have no objections, Mr. Arthur playfully winked. Ears chuckled and shook his head. That would be rather impolite, please direct me to the table you typically use. Mr. Arthur replied softly, Friday knows where it is, just follow it. He then slipped through a small wooden door at the back of the bookshop. Ears! Ears, come quickly! Friday exclaimed, fluttering its wings. Ears tilted his head slightly, smiling, lead the way. They traversed the aisles between the shelves until they reached the counter, where the parrot gracefully alighted upon a wooden plank. Here! Here, it cried. Ears looked over and indeed spotted a thick wooden board, approximately 5 centimeters in width. As he reached out to lift it, he found it unexpectedly heavy, far beyond his expectations. Is it stuck? Ears queried, perplexed. Ha, ha, ha. Friday laughed heartily. Ears, food. Ears felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him at the parrot's jest but chose to focus on a small wooden table, 1 foot square. This was no ordinary wood, it was an exceptionally dense and solid material, exuding a rustic yet substantial aura. Although the table appeared unremarkable at first glance, it possessed a unique natural beauty, each inch resonating with the wood's intrinsic grain, as if crafted by the hands of nature itself. Ears extended his hand once more, attempting to lift it, but he still failed. Just as he began to suspect Friday was playing a prank on him, Mr. Arthur's voice echoed from the back of the shop. Is it a tad heavy? Let this old man take care of it. No sooner had he spoken than Mr. Arthur appeared before Ears, carrying a ceramic pot. Here, Ears, hold this, and do be careful not to spill it. Ears took the pot, watching in astonishment as Mr. Arthur effortlessly lifted the wooden table with one hand and expertly set it up. Noticing Ears' stunned expression, Mr. Arthur waved a hand. What's the matter, are you going to hold that pot of soup forever? Ears snapped back to reality, quickly placing the pot on the small table, though disbelief still lingered in his eyes. How is it that I, a sequence 9, on the cusp of sequence 8, cannot outmatch an old man in strength? Mr. Arthur appeared oblivious to Ears' astonishment. Just a moment, I will fetch the noodles. He departed, leaving behind a bewildered Ears and a chuckling green parrot. Regaining his composure, Ears redirected his gaze to the wooden table, fully appreciating its craftsmanship. The edges were meticulously polished, smooth to the touch, devoid of any roughness. The wood was remarkably sturdy, faintly emanating the fragrance of timber, as though he were ensconced deep within a forest. Each grain resembled the lines of life, intertwining and forming intricate patterns that captivated the beholder. Suddenly, a delightful aroma wafted into his nostrils. The subtle scent filled the air, refined yet enticing. Ears found himself entranced by this fragrance, his nostrils quivering as he sensed an elusive vitality coursing through it. I came here to eat. Ears suddenly realized the contents of the pot came into view. A bowl of seemingly ordinary mushroom soup, crystal clear and indistinguishable from any typical mushroom broth. The only discernible difference was that the mushrooms within appeared to be of a variety Ears had never encountered before. Moreover, their fragrance enveloped him in a refreshing embrace, as if he were amidst a serene forest, a gentle breeze brushing against his face, suppressing the urge to indulge immediately. He sat up straight, awaiting Mr. Arthur's return. When Mr. Arthur reappeared, he carried 2 bowls of noodles, 2 soup spoons, and 2 silver forks. "Please, dig in," he said warmly, ladling a bowl of soup before Ears. "Enjoy, Mr. Ears," he added with a smile. Ears gazed into the bowl of mushroom soup, the rippling surface reflecting the clarity of his eyes. He lifted his spoon and gently stirred, releasing a delicate mushroom aroma. "Thank you, Mr. Arthur." Ears nodded slightly, then took a sip. As he raised the bowl, the surface shimmered with the fragrant essence of mushrooms, and he smiled, nodding in appreciation. The aroma of the mushroom soup unfolded like blossoms in his nostrils, warm and refreshing. Gripping the spoon, he stirred again, the liquid rippling and releasing an even more alluring fragrance. He parted his lips, cautiously tasting a spoonful of the velvety broth spread across his tongue, the delicate flavor of mushrooms filling his mouth. The taste of the soup was not overpowering but rather gentle and exquisite. A subtle mushroom essence enveloped his palate, as if he were experiencing the life force of nature itself. Ears felt a jolt of realization. He could sense the vitality embedded within this bowl of soup, as if it had gathered the essence of the natural world. The intricate flavors caressed his senses like gentle, smooth hands, massaging his nerves. The aroma of mushrooms flowed with the soup in his mouth, transporting him to a vibrant forest. Suppressing the overwhelming sensation of elation, Ears licked his lips and inquired, "Mr. Arthur, is this mushroom the one sent to me by one of my students? It tastes quite delightful, does it not?" Ears blinked, unsure how to respond. Delightful? That was an understatement. This was nothing short of a culinary masterpiece. No wonder Mr. Arthur possessed such strength. If he consumed this daily, he would rival even the mightiest of beings. At the table, the elder took a sip of the clear broth and waved a hand at the young man. "It is merely a humble offering. Should you wish for more, feel free to visit this old man again." Ears ceased his chatter and began to focus on his meal. He savored another spoonful of mushroom soup, the warmth and delicate flavor spreading across his tongue. He felt a wave of warmth circulate within him, as if the life energy contained within the soup permeated every cell of his being. His previously weary demeanor gradually transformed, vitality seeping into him. Even the minor wounds from battles began to fade away, and his strength seemed to swell. More importantly, with each sip of the mushroom soup, the life energy flowed gently into Ears, like a tender stream, quietly saturating his being. This life force was not visible to the naked eye. Instead, it resonated harmoniously with the magical energy within him. With every mouthful, Ears felt a faint yet gentle flame igniting within, the life force dancing in tandem with his magical energy like synchronized partners. This was not a simple addition, it was a symbiotic fusion, as if 2 powers became purer and stronger through their resonance. Ears sensed the magical energy within him becoming more refined, flowing with greater ease. The fatigue that had accumulated from excessive magical use seemed to dissipate, gently dispersed by the life energy. As the life energy continued to infuse him, Ears' understanding of this power deepened. He could clearly perceive how this vitality gently and enduringly influenced his body, infusing him with newfound vigor. "Is this the essence of life?" Ears murmured to himself, feeling the changes within. At that moment, he realized that this old gentleman was no ordinary man. Even if he were not a sequence individual, his student must undoubtedly be a high-ranking member of the life sequence. Meanwhile, Mr. Arthur quietly observed Ears' transformation, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. He understood the soup's extraordinary nature could offer not just culinary delight, but also nourishment and healing for the body. Food is a gift from the natural world. The life energy it contains often surpasses our imagination. Mr. Arthur spoke gently, reverence for nature evident in his eyes. Ears nodded, deeply moved. After a few more bites, he gently set down the wooden bowl. It was not that he did not wish to continue, but rather that he simply could not consume any more. Despite having only tasted a few spoonfuls, he felt as if every inch of his stomach had been filled. He found it hard to believe that such an unassuming bowl of mushroom soup could impart such profound satiety. This was not mere quantity, it felt like a serene response from within. Ears sensed he had received a form of nourishment, a flavor that satisfied both body and soul. Next to him, Friday continued to deftly twirl the noodles with its tiny claws, nimbly pecking at them, relishing each bite, occasionally emitting cheerful chirps as if expressing its delight in the delectable fare. "How do you find it, Mr. Ears?" Mr. Arthur inquired, a glimmer of anticipation in his gaze. Ears smiled and nodded. "Exquisite, thank you for your hospitality, Mr. Arthur. Just a small gesture, come back whenever you wish for more," the elder waved dismissively. "Certainly, even if just for the sake of these books, I shall return," Ears responded politely, lifting the common sequence creature he had brought. Ultimately, at Ears's insistence, Mr. Arthur accepted 5 nirals as payment for the book. Chapter 44 The Tranquil Charm. The afternoon sun bathed the streets of Paro City as IRS strolled back to the Blackthorn Agency. He opened the door and stepped into the agency's hall, where Mr. Rayner awaited him. "IRS, you have returned, have you had lunch?" Mr. Rayner inquired, his gaze reflecting concern. With a smile, IRS replied, "Very well, Mr. Rayner. I encountered an intriguing elder at a bookstore in town, who treated me to a delightful meal." Mr. Rayner nodded, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. "Excellent, let us continue with our alchemical studies. Today, I have prepared some new materials for us to delve into the mysteries of alchemy." IRS felt a flicker of curiosity regarding the new materials Mr. Rayner mentioned. Following his mentor's lead, IRS entered the agency's alchemical laboratory, where he immediately noticed an array of stones and carving tools laid out upon the table. "IRS, today we shall learn to create an alchemical charm, a skill that is immensely beneficial for practitioners in real combat, Mr. Rayner proclaimed, gesturing towards a crystal-clear yellow stone upon the table. IRS gazed at the crystal, a surge of desire for the unknown welling up within him. Mr. Rayner picked up the crystal, his tone calm and profound. "The charm is a tool that can store and release sequential power. You can inscribe specific sequential runes upon the crystal, forming a unique charm. In times of crisis, it can assist you in swiftly unleashing the power contained within, serving as a reliable ally for combatants." As he spoke, Mr. Rayner lifted a small yellow crystal charm, intricately engraved with complex runes. "This is a basic solar charm, capable of dispelling malevolent forces," Mr. Rayner said, smiling as he handed it to IRS. IRS accepted the crystal, examining it closely. The crystal radiated a bright, clear yellow, its surface meticulously polished to enhance its transparency, resembling a piece of clear amber, gently exuding a warm glow. The runes seemed to flow within the crystal, arranged according to some mysterious pattern, the magic contained within transforming this yellow crystal into a charm of unique utility. "This solar charm is utilized to banish malevolent presences. When you sense something unusual or evil around you, simply release it, and it will dispel the influence of the malign," Mr. Rayner explained, a hint of solemnity in his voice. After all, the realm of charms touches upon divine authority, a subject taken with utmost seriousness by practitioners. The ordinary yellow crystal held little value in the market, perhaps less than 10 nero, but under Mr. Rayner's skilled craftsmanship, the engraved runes instantly elevated its worth. IRS gazed at the crystal, eager to learn this newfound skill. Mr. Rayner pointed to the runes on the solar charm, his tone grave. "Mr. IRS, charms are not merely beautiful symbols, each charm is imbued with divine power granted by specific deities." Intrigued, IRS asked, "What divine power does this solar charm specifically represent?" "This solar charm harnesses the authority of the Wheel of Order," Mr. Rayner responded. "Authority?" IRS inquired, puzzled. "Indeed," Mr. Rayner elucidated. "A charm borrows the power of the divine, otherwise, how could an ordinary yellow crystal possess any effect?" IRS felt a jolt of realization, so this was intertwined with the divine. He continued, "What about other charms, does each possess a different divine influence?" "Precisely," Mr. Rayner nodded. "Charms are akin to contracts. Through alchemy, we infuse the power of deities into the charms for various practical applications. Different charms draw upon the power of different deities, thus possessing their unique effects." Mr. Rayner patiently explained, "The 7 deities we revere are each connected to specific celestial bodies within the universe." From seemingly nowhere, Mr. Rayner produced a star map and spread it across the table. He pointed to various locations on the map, introducing them one by one. For instance, the runes used in your solar charm draw upon the power of the sun represented by the Wheel of Order, symbolizing justice and judgment. In contrast, the eternal moon represents our crimson moon overhead, embodying the eternity of time. His finger moved to the position of Jupiter. "My sequence, the sovereign of nature, corresponds to Jupiter. The god of wilderness and hunting corresponds to Saturn, representing primal instincts and the hunt. The technological gateway, which brings us innovation and advancement, corresponds to Mars. The temperamental lord of storms and thunder corresponds to Mercury, a symbol of protection." IRS could not suppress his curiosity. "What about the fallen mother tree?" Mr. Rayner peered over his glasses at IRS. "You're not considering utilizing the power of the fallen mother tree to create a charm, are you?" IRS quickly shook his head. "Of course not. I was merely inquiring." The final deity, the fallen mother tree, corresponds to the distant Pluto, dominating the forces of decay and darkness. Legend has it that this celestial body is her root, often referred to as the nest of the fallen. There, the power of darkness is embedded in every leaf, and the mother tree serves as a witness to malevolence.
Listening to Mr. Rayner's exposition, IRS deepened his understanding of the 7 deities. Now, let us create a tranquil charm today. Suddenly, Mr. Rayner winked at IRS. You know, the old issue. IRS immediately understood insomnia, indeed, had become a recurring problem. Mr. Rayner produced a piece of silver slightly larger than a coin, cradling it in his palm. IRS, this is the core material for crafting the tranquil charm, sinking silver. Can you guess which deity's authority I intend to invoke? Eternal Moon, perhaps? IRS blurted out. Exactly, for he governs the tranquility of the night, Mr. Rayner continued. The inscription we shall choose is called the Caress of Dreams, which will bestow upon the user a peaceful slumber, aiding in alleviating insomnia. Caress of Dreams sounds quite intriguing, IRS murmured softly. Mr. Rayner retrieved his carving tools, meticulously beginning to engrave the sinking silver. His technique was both skilled and precise, each incision etching profound runes. This craft demands considerable thought. One must pay attention to the depth and size of each rune to ensure the charm's effectiveness, Mr. Rayner instructed while carving. IRS, you may observe from the side and feel free to ask questions at any time. Mr. Rayner smiled. IRS nodded, intently watching Mr. Rayner's carving process. Currently, he had only a rudimentary understanding of alchemy, which fueled his desire to learn more. Under his observance, Mr. Rayner's technique resembled that of a master artisan. This process requires immense patience and concentration. IRS, the charm's potency largely depends on the meticulousness of the carving, Mr. Rayner explained as he continued to etch. IRS quietly watched as Mr. Rayner inscribed the delicate runes upon the sinking silver. With his keen sight, he could discern some of the phrases. Under the moonlit night, where starlight intertwines like threads, tranquility rises with the moon. The silent melody, the ethereal dance, guides the weary to harbor, embedding peace within the heart. These phrases resonated within him, akin to gentle tendrils echoing in his soul. The tranquility and dream inscriptions are crucial. It is through these charms that we evoke a serenity akin to night, allowing us to find peace within. Mr. Rayner seemed to notice IRS's gaze and elaborated. As Mr. Rayner continued to carve, the depth of the inscriptions gradually became apparent. The entire process reached a harmonious crescendo, and IRS felt an extraordinary sense of ritual. Mr. Rayner's deft hands, like a scribe, breathed life into the charm. Had he not noticed that the observer had slightly enhanced his memory, Mr. Rayner would have halted to prevent overwhelming him. Mr. Rayner paused for a moment at the final incision, seemingly assessing the last moment of the charm, gazing at the masterpiece he had created. The carving tool glided gently over the sinking silver, outlining the final intricate patterns. With the last stroke, he slowly lifted his hand, revealing a satisfied smile. He gently cradled the finished charm in his palm, as if infusing it with power. However, upon completing the carving, Mr. Rayner had one final step to perform, otherwise, it would merely remain a reasonably crafted ornament. He produced a small vial of clear water, within which floated minute crystalline particles. What is this? IRS inquired curiously. Oh, this is just simple clear water, with some blue fragments of gold mixed in, serving as a minor offering for prayer to the eternal moon. Prayer indeed requires a small offering, otherwise, deities may not assist you without reason. IRS comprehended immediately. Mr. Rayner carefully dripped the water infused with particles onto the charm, the droplets seeping in as if awakening the charm's mysterious powers. Great eternal moon, your radiance is dreamlike and ethereal. You are the Dark Lord slumbering in the skies, the Emperor of woes and fears, the sovereign of mystery and silence. Please imbue this sinking silver with the power of the Caress of Dreams. Though Mr. Rayner's voice was not loud, it brimmed with solemnity and devotion. IRS noticed the charm he held began to emit a faint crimson glow, seemingly responding to Mr. Rayner's prayer. Simultaneously, a subtle wave of sequential energy emanated from Mr. Rayner's hand, not of his own natural sequence, but of the profound essence of the eternal sequence. This signified that the tranquil charm had indeed come to fruition. Chapter 45 of The Visit of the Man in Black. Within the alchemy chamber, IRS took the calming talisman from Mr. Rayner's hands. Feeling its surface's coolness, the inscriptions on the talisman shimmered with a silvery glow under the light, evoking a dreamlike allure. A faint luster adorned the talisman, symbolizing its acceptance of divine blessings. Upon closer inspection, one could observe the runes gently flowing, as if imbued with a life of their own. IRS held the talisman in his grasp, sensing a tranquil power emanating from it, quietly permeating the depths of his soul. This was an indescribable sensation, akin to floating in a serene night sky, cradled by the moonlight. IRS murmured softly to himself, what a wondrous feeling. He returned the talisman to Mr. Rayner, recognizing it as the key to Mr. Rayner's dreams that night. Mr. Rayner accepted the calming talisman with a smile, carefully tucking it into his bosom.
He then picked up a small vial, commencing to tidy the silver shavings strewn across the table. Observing Mr. Reyna deftly organizing the silver shavings, IRS suddenly felt a surge of curiosity.
Mr. Reyna, do these silver shavings possess any efficacy?
Mr. Reyna chuckled heartily. Not quite. Frugality is indeed a virtue, however. You are not entirely mistaken. These silver shavings, much like blue gold fragments, can serve as a form of offering, such as when beseeching the eternal moon for a pleasant dream. A subtle smile tugged at the corners of Mr. Reyna's lips, as if recalling something delightful. He continued to arrange the silver shavings, meticulously sorting the scattered remnants on the table. Each material possesses its unique origin and effect. Only by mastering their secrets can one traverse the path of alchemy further and further. IRS patted his forehead. I must not grow complacent, Mr. Reyna. It seems my journey in alchemy still has a long way to go.
Mr. Reyna and IRS exited the alchemy chamber, returning to the foyer of the Blackthorn Agency. Just as they entered the hall, Elia approached them. Good evening, Mr. Reyna. She offered a slight bow. Mr. Reyna nodded with a smile. Captain, good to see you. I did not expect you to still be at the agency.
It's my turn to be on night duty. That rascal Jack has gone out drinking again, Elia replied with a hint of exasperation.
Would you like me to concoct some invigorating potions for you?
Mr. Reyna quipped humorously. Elia pouted and quickly shook her head. No need for that. You should return home and rest early. As IRS prepared to leave alongside Mr. Reyna, Elia called out to him.
IRS, please wait a moment.
A note of seriousness flickered in Elia's gaze, suggesting she had something to convey to IRS. A sense of unease gripped IRS. Could it be yet another task? It was entirely plausible, considering the captain mentioned her night duty. Perhaps she intended for him to undertake a mission alone.
Captain, I am but a novice.
This would not be appropriate, would it? He preemptively protested.
What nonsense are you spouting?
Elia shot him a disapproving glance. Tomorrow afternoon, a representative from the arbitration office will arrive to assess your progress in potion digestion. Her tone was grave, emphasizing the importance of the matter.
IRS was momentarily taken aback, surprised by the swiftness of the assessment. He quickly pondered, then inquired, will the process be painful?
This time, Elia did not indulge his banter, delivering a swift smack to his head.
Be serious.
This is not a jest.
IRS was momentarily taken aback by Elia's reprimand. I was merely asking, whom have I offended?
However, upon seeing the seriousness etched on Elia's face, he swiftly composed himself, ready to heed the details of the assessment process.
The assessment will not be painful, though you may experience some discomfort.
First, they will require you to utilize your abilities, observing your performance to gauge your potion digestion status. However, considering you can single-handedly dispatch a ghost leopard, this part is merely a formality.
IRS nodded, fully agreeing. However, the subsequent assessment may be more perilous. Elia's tone shifted, instantly rendering IRS's expression serious.
Once they preliminarily confirm your complete digestion of the Sequence 9 potion, they will administer a certain quantity of the Sequence 8 potion for you to consume in their presence. The dosage will not be excessive, perhaps just a drop or two. While it won't lead to total loss of control, it will likely leave you feeling quite unwell for a week or two.
The entire assessment process would not take long, around half an hour.
Of course, if all goes well, you will receive the formula for the Sequence 8 potion, Elia reassured IRS with a calming smile. Unless you are absolutely certain you have fully digested the Sequence 9 potion, I advise you to take some more time to solidify your progress. Accumulate enough merits for potion exchange, and you can directly advance. Elia's azure eyes fixed upon IRS, awaiting his response. Her concern stemmed primarily from IRS's astonishingly rapid digestion rate. Throughout the history of sequence practitioners, no one had ever fully digested the Sequence 9 potion in less than half a month. Yet this young man had managed to single-handedly hunt a Sequence 8 creature solely through his observational abilities. This was a clear indication of having digested the Observer potion, unless the Observer's capabilities were extraordinarily powerful, enabling him to contend with Sequence 8 using merely the incomplete abilities of Sequence 9. Yet, how this was possible remained a mystery to Elia. The decision ultimately lay in IRS's hands. IRS settled onto the sofa, pondering in silence for a moment. When he raised his head again, his eyes gleamed with confidence. Rest assured, Captain. I can sense that I have fully digested it. If any issues arise, I shall bear the consequences. Excellent, I trust everything will proceed smoothly, Elia replied, patting his shoulder. IRS departed the Blackthorn Agency and hailed a carriage on the street.
The driver was a sturdy, smiling middle-aged man, exuding an air of honesty. After IRS communicated his destination, the carriage began to move slowly. Inside the carriage, IRS sat quietly, gazing out the window at the passing scenery. Nightfall descended quietly, seemingly engulfing the city's clamor. The night in Paro City was entirely distinct from the day, due to the occasional presence of sequence creatures mingling within the city. Once the sun set, residents hurried back to their homes, leaving the streets desolate. Of course, this was merely the scene in the 3rd district where IRS resided. On the affluent side, however, the atmosphere was starkly different. Lights adorned the outlines of buildings, twinkling like stars, sketching a tranquil urban nightscape. On the streets, solitary lampposts cast mottled patches of light, delineating a quiet pathway. IRS gently pushed open his front door, the panel creaking softly. In his line of sight stood a shadow by the window, clad entirely in black, nearly blending into the darkness. The figure of the man in black appeared all the more concealed in the night, akin to a specter of the dark. His presence cast a pall over the air within the room, rendering it stagnant. IRS's eyes narrowed slightly, his alert instincts sensing that this encounter was anything but ordinary. The man in black, noticing IRS's arrival, shifted his gaze with a flicker of surprised eye in the shadowy corner. His expression remained shrouded and inscrutable, yet IRS's keen perception detected an underlying peculiarity. "You have indeed digested the Sequence 9 potion?" The man in black's voice was deep and somber, imbued with an elusive emotion. Upon confirming that this was the same man he had encountered twice before, IRS quickly stepped inside and closed the door behind him. "How did you know I had digested it? And how did you gain entry?" The man in black slowly emerged from the shadows, gradually revealing his form. IRS followed his gaze, realizing the window was wide open, yet he distinctly remembered locking it before leaving. Clearly, this man in black had not entered through conventional means. This rendered the entire night even more enigmatic. Inside, the sofa by the window was draped with a soft wool blanket, and a half-open book lay on the coffee table, as if awaiting its owner's return. The man in black settled onto the edge of the sofa. "Did you not already apply to the arbitration office for the formula of the Sequence 8 potion?" The man in black chuckled lightly. Yet, this remark sent shockwaves through IRS's heart. He had suspected this individual was of no ordinary standing, but he had not anticipated that this person had spies within the arbitration office. Although IRS felt a twinge of doubt, he understood that it was not the time for excessive questioning. He pondered silently. Perhaps the man's reason for staying was not merely to issue a warning. "You have lingered here for quite some time. What is your true purpose?" IRS inquired, seeking to discern the man's intentions. "Do you recall those clowns we discussed last time?" Upon hearing this, IRS felt a wave of guilt wash over him. When the man had previously asked him to investigate relevant leads, he had been too preoccupied with his promotion, completely overlooking the matter. Yet, he hastily concocted an excuse to brush it aside, asserting that it had only been a few days. How could there be leads so soon? The man in black nodded, seemingly convinced by IRS's words. However, his subsequent statement caused IRS's expression to turn grave. "On Norris Avenue in the 2nd District, there are signs indicating that those clowns may re-emerge." The man's tone remained cold, yet an undercurrent of concern permeated his words. "You must be cautious. Their actions may involve a larger scheme." Norris Avenue, he murmured to himself, recognizing the name as somewhat familiar. After a moment of reflection, he suddenly recalled Anna's earlier invitation. Her home was indeed situated on Norris Avenue. During their last meeting, Anna had mentioned this name. IRS's heart sank. An immediate wave of worry surged within him. This unexpected connection rendered his demeanor tense, his brows knitted slightly, an unsettling feeling taking root within him. "Anna," he whispered, an unutterable concern swirling in his heart. The man in black seemed to sense the turmoil within IRS. "Indeed, the clown's movements may involve your friend. You both should exercise caution." His tone was calm, yet the urgency behind his words was unmistakable. IRS inhaled deeply, striving to quell the tumult within. The place where Anna resided had become a risk zone, and he felt an immense weight of responsibility. Yet, at the same time, he remained skeptical of the man in black's intentions. The intricacies of this chess game were becoming increasingly convoluted, and IRS realized that he might become an indispensable part of it. Within this, it seemed, a far grander scheme was unfolding. Chapter 46, Is IRS planning a coup? On the following morning, IRS pushed open the window, savoring the refreshing morning breeze. The conversation with the man in black from the previous night lingered over him like a gray fog, evoking a sense of unease within his heart. Yet, he found himself at a loss for a solution. He certainly couldn't tell Anna to cancel her birthday celebration, could he? He could only take it one step at a time, he mused to himself. After paying 40s, IRS arrived at the entrance of the Blackthorn Agency. As he pushed the door open, just as he had surmised, the captain was holding a cup of her favorite red tea. "You're here?"
Alia remarked, her gaze fixed on the morning newspaper without lifting her head. IRS took a clean teacup, settled onto the sofa, and poured himself a cup of fragrant red tea.
You arrived at the perfect time. Take a look at this. Does it seem familiar? Alia handed him the morning paper.
IRS furrowed his brow slightly as he took the small sheet of paper. A black and white image of a clown immediately catching his eye depicted a charred clown face, grinning widely, as if mocking something.
What is this? He inquired.
It's from that group of clowns you encountered at the bank last time. Alia nodded in acknowledgement.
They resurfaced?
IRS recalled the words spoken by the man in black the night before, a wave of tension washing over him. Yes, they attacked the residence of a government official last night and left this at the scene.
Unable to restrain his curiosity, IRS pressed on. What about the official?
Blake arrived just in time to rescue the official, she replied.
And the clowns? Were they apprehended?
They were caught, yet, akin to last time, they were merely ordinary individuals, hired for the job and knowing nothing else.
IRS's brow knitted tighter. He had anticipated that after the previous encounter, the mastermind behind these acts would temper their actions.
Instead, they had grown bolder, audaciously flaunting their defiance. After a brief moment of hesitation, he decided to share the information the man in black had relayed to him. Captain, I have some news regarding. Of course, IRS withheld the entirety of his dealings with the man in black, yet the information he disclosed was substantial.
Captain, I suspect that next time, they might deploy the sequencers or resort to other means.
Alia rubbed her forehead. Understood.
This afternoon, I will consult with the arbitration office. By the way, do you have anything planned today? The abrupt shift in topic caught IRS off guard.
Yes, he replied, subtly inching backward. Then, I would like you to oversee the training of Cray and the others today, Alia said nonchalantly, her eyes still glued to the newspaper.
What can I teach them? IRS asked hesitantly.
Alia lifted her gaze, a glimmer of intrigue sparkling in her eyes. That depends on you, IRS. You could instruct them in marksmanship, arrange physical training, or even enlighten them on how to deal with sequenced beings.
It matters not. Alternatively, you could teach them how to better utilize their abilities in actual combat. I trust you have ample experience in this regard, do you not?
IRS pondered silently for a moment before a sly smile crept across his face. Understood, Captain, I shall proceed at once.
Alia nodded in satisfaction, signaling for him to depart.
As IRS descended the spiral stone staircase into the underground training facility, a vast and luminous space unfolded before him. Though it was not his first visit, he couldn't help but marvel.
This is truly enormous.
Who would have thought that a seemingly modest agency of less than 100 square meters concealed such a vast area underground? Compared to the narrow corridor of the black market, it was like comparing a small radish to a large watermelon. At that moment, Cray and the others were already diligently training. The training ground echoed with the sharp crack of gunfire, as if slicing through the silence of the virtual space. Cray held a rifle, accurately aiming at the target, with each bullet discharged revealing a dazzling flame at the muzzle. Anna, meanwhile, was honing her reflexes by targeting a moving target, gracefully evading the rubber bullet shot from it, then instantaneously retaliating with a precise shot. Charlotte and Locke were engaged in physical training, with multiple sandbags strapped to their limbs, persisting even as they sweated profusely. IRS observed from the sidelines, witnessing the dedication of each team member and their continual improvement in both their sequenced abilities and tactical adaptability, a sense of satisfaction blossoming in his heart. Wait a moment, something feels amiss. Why am I unconsciously mimicking the captain? Just as IRS found himself puzzled, Cray noticed his arrival and paused his actions. IRS, he called out with a smile, waving at him. Cray's voice was not particularly soft, drawing the attention of the others. IRS immediately adopted a serious expression, clearing his throat as he stood before them.
Ahem, today's training will be under my supervision. Ha? IRS, have you been promoted to captain?
Anna's piercing question almost caused him to lose his composure. Thankfully, he managed to maintain his demeanor, replying earnestly, the captain is occupied elsewhere. I am merely filling in for her today. And Anna, please refrain from making comments that could undermine our unity, IRS advised carefully for his own sake. Anna merely acknowledged with an "oh," pouting slightly, her mind likely concocting mischief or other thoughts. Cray, Locke, and Charlotte exchanged amused glances, stifling laughter. Standing at the center of the training ground, IRS regarded his teammates. Today, I will share my experiences, analyze each of your sequenced abilities, and ultimately teach you how to apply them most effectively in combat.
First, let us discuss Cray. Your sequence is that of the officer of the order wheel.
IRS pointed at Cray, who stood tall, exuding a confidence not typical of his usual demeanor. Your sequenced abilities lie primarily in marksmanship and physical prowess, which are crucial in combat. However, given our team's lack of close combat specialists, you must often perceive yourself as a melee sequencer rather than merely a gunman hiding behind the ladies, understood? Cray shouted an enthusiastic yes, as if to emphasize his complete comprehension. However, this does not mean you should. In most scenarios, sequenced beings typically only possess melee capabilities, and marksmanship is precisely our advantage against powerful sequenced entities. Cray nodded solemnly, clearly in agreement with IRS's guidance. Next was Anna. Your sequence is that of the floriculturist of the Nature Sovereign. IRS turned to Anna. As I understand, your power derives from nature, enabling you to resonate with plants. Are you aware of this? Anna appeared to grasp this revelation. Thus, in combat, you can manipulate plants to create obstacles, heal teammates, or even wield the power of plants to launch attacks. Forgive my bluntness, but in battle, your support capabilities far outweigh your marksmanship. So, effectively utilizing your sequence to create a favorable environment for us is paramount. Anna nodded repeatedly, beginning to grasp her sequenced abilities on a deeper level. Locke, I have always felt that your chosen combat style may be misguided. IRS's words rendered everyone momentarily speechless, Locke especially, his expression one of confusion and shock. You know me better than I know myself? The path of assassination you pursue does not suit you, as the Guardian's sequenced abilities do not align with a primary offensive route. IRS's statement struck Locke like a sledgehammer, shaking him to his core. If I recall correctly, the Guardian's abilities are primarily to enhance defense, right? Does it seem reasonable to use the sturdiest shield to stab your enemies? I concede that your speed is quite impressive, but due to your sequenced abilities, you can never become a sharp sword. What should I do then? Locke pondered aloud after a moment of contemplation. IRS had anticipated this question, calmly explaining, as I mentioned, you are akin to a shield, you can employ your agility to support your teammates on the battlefield, thus solidifying your role as the team's steadfast backbone. Locke remained silent for nearly half a minute, finally nodding slowly in acknowledgement of IRS's perspective. Lastly, Charlotte, your sequence is that of the reader of the omniscient gate. IRS addressed the golden-haired Charlotte, his tone softened compared to earlier. You are our strategist. Your sequence allows you to acquire more information, yet I sense you may be overly reticent, although slightly more talkative than Locke. In combat, you can analyze the sequenced abilities of our enemies, providing critical intelligence, which should be your forte as a reader, correct? Moreover, your sequence grants you superior memory, does it not? Thus, my suggestion is to read more, peruse newspapers, indulge less in snacks, and engage in more physical activities. As he spoke, IRS's gaze inadvertently drifted toward Charlotte's slender waist. Perhaps you should eat a bit more. Charlotte smiled, understood, Mr. Observer. The group collectively fell silent for a few seconds before breaking into a harmonious laughter. IRS focused his attention on the entire squad, radiating unwavering confidence. Everyone must understand that each of us possesses unique sequenced abilities. We must discover the path that suits us to truly become powerful. Just as IRS and the squad members were engaged in analysis, an elegant figure gracefully entered the training ground. Alia's presence brought an abrupt silence, prompting her to question, why is everyone staring at me? All eyes turned to IRS. Didn't you say the captain was busy? Anna whispered in IRS's ear, if you're planning a coup, just say so. Although we might not be able to assist much. IRS's expression froze, feigning ignorance to Anna's comment. Alia's gaze swept across the training ground before she approached IRS, speaking softly, IRS, a representative from the arbitration office has arrived. IRS momentarily paused, looking up at Alia. Wasn't it agreed they would come in the afternoon? Why the sudden ambush? He then glanced at the others, subtly nodding, all right, I shall go check it out. Alia nodded, her demeanor remaining calm. She gestured for the others to continue their training. Continue, everyone. Carry on with your training, and do not be disturbed. The squad members returned to their respective positions, immersing themselves back into the atmosphere of combat. Once IRS and Alia departed, they huddled together once more. I genuinely believe IRS might be planning a coup, Anna remarked nervously. Cray, Locke, and Charlotte crossed their arms, nodding in agreement. Chapter 47 of the examination of Lene Osborne. IRS strode into the office, making a beeline for Captain Elias' chamber. Upon pushing the door open, he was met with the sight of a young stranger seated in the visitor's chair, clad in a pale golden robe, his gaze piercing. This was the representative dispatched by the arbitration office, Lena Osborne, with eyes that sparkled with intensity. Lena appeared both youthful and resolute. The pale golden robe accentuated his well-proportioned figure, while his golden hair was neatly styled at the back of his head. The sharpness in his brown eyes conveyed a sense of meticulousness that was immediately palpable. Elia offered a slight nod of acknowledgement before introducing the IRS. This is Lena Osborne, the representative sent by the arbitration office. He is here to assess the digestion progress of the potion of sequence 9 that you have ingested. Greetings, Mr. Osborne, IRS said, bowing slightly. Lena merely acknowledged him with a nod, his gaze fixed intently on IRS. You are IRS Liquorate, correct? Your rate of potion absorption is remarkably swift. Are you certain you have completely digested it? Lena's penetrating look held a hint of skepticism. IRS responded calmly, I indeed feel that I have fully digested the potion of sequence 9, and its potency no longer suffices for my needs, hence I have decided to attempt the potion of sequence 8. Lena's skepticism faded, replaced by a flicker of displeasure. IRS, you are well aware that the application for the potion of sequence 8 requires a longer interval. Your frequent applications are somewhat unreasonable. After all, it has barely been half a month since you consumed the Observer's Potion. It is a miracle that you have not lost control. Personally, I do not believe you are suited to continue with the potion of sequence 8 at this juncture. IRS maintained a steady gaze on Lena, his tone resolute, but according to the regulations, as long as I pass the examination, I am entitled to exchange for the formula of the potion of sequence 8, am I not? Certainly, Lena replied curtly, his eyes revealing a trace of dissatisfaction. Shall we commence the assessment of your digestion now? Is that agreeable? Indeed, IRS shook his head affirmatively. You appear quite confident, yet I am uncertain if that is a favorable sign, Lena remarked, seemingly exasperated by IRS's insistence. Lena produced a delicate crystal orb from his sleeve and gestured with his hands. Next, please place your hand upon it. IRS complied, extending his right hand, and the atmosphere in the office grew increasingly tense as the examination began. As IRS's palm made contact with the orb, Lena began to intone softly. Great Wheel of Order, assess this individual before you. The crystal orb remained unyielding, devoid of any illumination. IRS was perplexed, yet Elia nodded in understanding, explaining, the absence of light suggests you are either an ordinary person or that you have completely digested the potion. Lena concurred with a nod. Well, the examination results indicate that you have indeed digested the Observer's Potion. Your absorption rate is astonishing. IRS understood clearly, so I have passed the examination, correct? Lena, stowing away the crystal orb, replied leisurely, young man, you are rather impatient. We still need to observe your mental state to ascertain whether you have been affected by any residual whispers, which may have left a mark within your psyche. As you are aware, many sequence holders lose control due to the subconscious influence of lingering potion effects, resulting in drastic personality changes and ultimately leading to their downfall. And how do we assess one's mental state? IRS inquired curiously. An excellent question. Lena's expression shifted to one of intrigue. Among the numerous methods to evaluate mental state, practical combat is undoubtedly one of the most effective. I have heard that you recently hunted down a sequence 8 ghost leopard, is that correct? IRS was momentarily taken aback. Yes. Then we shall proceed. This will render our practical assessment all the more engaging, Lena declared as he exited Elia's office, with IRS following closely behind toward the spacious training ground. Outside the training arena, IRS activated his spirit eye, perceiving the golden radiance emanating from Lena's form, an entity as dazzling as his own captain. Lena halted, turning to face IRS, his blue eyes glimmering with a challenging spirit, his demeanor both cold and determined. I need to evaluate your close combat abilities. Through your performance in battle, I will gain a more accurate understanding of your potion digestion progress. Are you prepared? IRS smiled, maintaining the confidence he had initially projected, always ready. Lena nodded slightly, moving to the weapon rack, where he retrieved a straight blade, addressing IRS, select the weapon with which you are most adept. We shall commence in 5 minutes. Without hesitation, IRS chose his favored dagger. The two positioned themselves at the center of the training field, while the surrounding team members discreetly retreated, granting ample space for the duel. Lena stood poised with a sleek and sharp straight blade, its edge reflecting a chilling gleam. He remained rooted, his gaze profound, akin to a statue poised for battle. IRS advanced swiftly, the dagger in his hand glinting slightly, exuding an aura of agility and precision. Though unaware of Lena's precise sequence, the radiance observed through the spirit eye suggested that Lena was a formidable sequence 7. Mr. Lena, I shall make my move. IRS declared. Lena nodded. Less talk, let us begin. With a focused gaze, IRS gripped the hilt of his dagger and surged toward Lena.
Suddenly, Lena inhaled deeply, launching his attack, the straight blade flashing like lightning, aimed directly at IRS's face. IRS sidestepped to evade the onslaught, retaliating swiftly, his dagger slicing through the air toward Lena's side.
3 seconds later, IRS's cry of anguish echoed throughout the underground arena. Lena deftly dodged, instantly counterattacking, their movements resembling an intricate dance, swift and precise. Outside the training ground, Elia observed silently through the glass, her eyes betraying a mixture of concern and anticipation. Lena's strikes were incredibly fierce, each blow imbued with tremendous pressure, while Chapter 48, The Imitator's Formula, just as he was filled with excitement in preparation to return to the office, Cray, Anna, and Charlotte hurriedly approached him. Cray furrowed his brow as he observed the scars on Ilsa's body, unable to restrain himself from inquiring, "Ilsa, you just engaged in such a fierce battle with that fellow, who is he?"
"Indeed, why did you both start fighting upon meeting?" Anna also expressed her curiosity. "I believe I spotted the emblem of the Arbitration Bureau on his robe," Locke interjected quietly.
Charlotte nodded in agreement. The group, brimming with curiosity, gathered around Ilsa, eagerly awaiting his response. Taking a deep breath, as if he had made a significant decision, Ilsa smiled.
"To be honest, that individual is from the Arbitration Bureau. He was invited by the captain to teach me combat training." Without hesitation, Ilsa shifted the blame onto Elia. "Wow, combat training, why weren't we included?"
Ilsa smiled enigmatically, a glint of cleverness flashing in his eyes. He unflinchingly placed the responsibility on Elia. "Well, I'm not entirely certain, perhaps the captain thinks my melee skills are rather lacking."
Even Ilsa found it hard to believe his own words. How could someone capable of single-handedly slaying a ghost leopard and holding their own against a rank 7 adversary require training in combat? Even the dimmest of corpse wolves would scoff at such a notion. "In any case, I must extend my gratitude to the captain for providing us with such an opportunity." Anna looked at Ilsa, her eyes filled with curiosity. "Ilsa, is that person formidable?" Ilsa nodded. "Of course, he is a representative of the Arbitration Bureau, and his combat prowess is exceptionally strong. Moreover, training with him has indeed been immensely beneficial." Cray clicked his tongue, seemingly envious. "It appears we also desire a coach as formidable as him." Ilsa beamed, patting Cray on the shoulder. "Perhaps next time you all will encounter such a splendid opportunity. However, you might not be as eager as you think." "I don't believe it, Captain. When will you arrange for us to undergo physical training?" "Yes, Captain, I feel we also require it." Observing Cray and Anna's persistent inquiries, and glancing at the instigator, Ilsa, Elia quietly clenched her fists, then narrowed her eyes with a smile. "Do you truly wish for combat training?" Cray and Anna nodded in unison. "Shall I accompany you for some practice?" Elia produced her pale blue dagger, her smile unwavering. At this sight, even Ilsa could not help but take a step back, while Cray and the others hurriedly waved their hands in retreat. "Let us not trouble the captain any further." With a stern expression, Elia asserted, "What? Don T, you desire combat training, Haven T, you had enough practice with firearms and physical conditioning? That is quite enough. Then why aren't you off to train?" The group scrambled away in a panic, and Elia turned to Ilsa. "What about you? Care for a bit of combat training?" she snarled, each word dripping with intensity. Ilsa took another step back. "Captain, I believe I've had sufficient training for today." "Is that so? I find that quite hard to believe." With that, Elia seized Ilsa by the collar and marched toward the training grounds, not granting him a moment to refuse. Moments later, at the training arena. "Pick up your sword, your combat training begins now." Ilsa gazed at the wooden sword in Elia's hand, then at the longsword tossed at his feet, unable to contain his protest. "Captain, but this is a real sword." Elia shrugged nonchalantly. "It makes no difference. The outcome remains the same." Her tone carried a hint of disdain, as if both the real sword and the wooden one were equally effortless for her to wield. Ilsa could only sigh in resignation as he bent down to retrieve the long sword. Gripping the hilt, he felt its coldness, a refreshing clarity washing over his mind. After all, having battled fiercely against rank 7 Reiner, he surely would not be defeated by the captain. Elia swung her hand, and the wooden sword transformed into a streak of light, hurtling toward Ilsa. He met the attack head-on, his long sword slicing through the air, clashing with the wooden sword, producing a crisp sound of impact. Too slow. Elia's figure vanished in an instant, reappearing behind Ilsa, her wooden sword descending with a whirlwind force. Ilsa quickly turned, raising the long sword before him, yet was still pushed back several steps by the overwhelming force. "Still not fast enough." Elia scoffed, launching her relentless assault. She skillfully evaded Ilsa's counterattack, her wooden sword sweeping horizontally with unstoppable momentum. Ilsa hurriedly attempted to block,
but was once again forced back by the sheer power. Her movements were exceptionally agile, the wooden sword dancing like a flickering light, leaving Ilsa no opportunity to catch his breath.
Captain, if you continue like this, I might have to get serious. Elias' face curled into crescent-shaped smiles. Get serious, huh?
I'll show you what getting serious looks like. For the next half hour, the underground office echoed with the sounds of anguished cries. That night, Ilsa found himself once again at the entrance of the black market, specifically at old Doobie's small abode, a place he hadn't visited in days. As the night deepened, a worn wooden door creaked open, revealing old Doobie, limping out on one leg, his lone eye glimmering with a mysterious light in the dark. Spotting Ilsa's battered visage, a look of surprise crossed old Doobie's face.
Ilsa, what on earth happened to you?
Ilsa forced a smile, though he could not hide the pain etched on his bruised face. I merely had a sparring session with the captain.
I didn't anticipate ending up in such a disheveled state.
He touched his swollen cheek, looking disheveled yet embodying a certain resilience. Old Doobie paused, then erupted into hearty laughter, his voice resonating throughout the small space. Ah, she truly is a formidable woman. Ilsa, to engage with Elia, it seems your strength is not to be underestimated.
Ilsa sat down with a wry smile, shaking his head. Not by a long shot.
Old Doobie rose, retrieving a clean glass cup, offering it to Ilsa. Drink some water.
What brings you to me? Ilsa accepted the water pouch, taking a sip of the refreshing liquid. I have acquired the formula for the rank 8 potion. A flicker of surprise shone in old Doobie's singular eye. You amassed enough military merit so swiftly? Haven't you been absent for several days, slaying rank creatures outside the city?
Old Doobie paused for a moment before realization struck him. How could I forget? Your city guard team earns military merit by eliminating rank creatures.
That's not the crux of the matter.
The priority now is to gather the potion materials as swiftly as possible. Are you in such a hurry? You haven't even digested the rank 9 potion, and consuming the rank 8 potion now would be tantamount to courting death. Old Doobie wore a smirk, finding Ilsa's anxiety somewhat amusing. Lighting a cigarette, he took a deep drag, exhaling 2 streams of smoke. Amidst the swirling haze, Ilsa wore a proud smile.
How do you know I haven't digested it?
Old Doobie's cigarette trembled in his hand, and just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted by a fit of coughing from the smoke lodged in his throat. He hurriedly patted his back, appearing rather flustered amidst the haze. Ilsa watched old Doobie's predicament, unable to suppress his laughter. As the smoke gradually cleared, old Doobie's astonished expression came into view. His single eye widened, seemingly incredulous as he gazed at Ilsa.
How could you possibly have digested the rank 9 potion so quickly? Old Doobie's tone was laden with incredulity. This is utterly unfathomable. Ilsa maintained his composure, a playful glint in his expression. Some secrets might not be so easily unraveled.
Old Doobie fell silent for a moment, then took a deep drag from his cigarette, as if attempting to steady himself through the action.
You'd best be certain you've genuinely digested it.
This is no laughing matter. Ilsa remained silent, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he pointed to the old desk in the corner of the room.
Old Doobie, may I borrow your pen and paper? I need to draft a list.
Old Doobie nodded, retrieving the paper and pen from the desk, handing them to Ilsa. His single eye sparkled with anticipation, curiosity piqued regarding the observer's forthcoming potion formula. Ilsa took the paper and pen, settling at the desk. His pen swiftly danced across the paper, sketching out a detailed list of potion materials. Old Doobie snatched the paper from Ilsa, his gaze racing over it, a hint of relief appearing on his face. 5 grams of the silk from the roller spider, 20 grams of the skull of a 2-headed dog, 2 complete eyeballs from a night falcon. This shouldn't be too difficult. Old Doobie's words abruptly halted as he spotted the last 2 items on the list.
30 grams of scarlet vine root and 50 grams of emerald jellyfish blood? Ilsa offered a wry smile.
Upon first encountering those 2 materials, he too had been equally astonished. Having never even heard of them, he had initially hoped for old Doobie's assistance, but it seemed old Doobie found these materials equally daunting. Old Doobie shook his head, indicating his limited knowledge of those 2 items, casually tossing the paper into the ashtray. He took a deep drag from his cigarette, his gaze falling back on the list, muttering, "This is indeed a tough task. If you're truly intent on seeking these materials, it would be wise to inquire in the black market first." Ilsa nodded, as that was precisely his intention for this visit. Thus, he departed from old Doobie's small abode, stepping into the labyrinthine corridors of the black market. The black market lay hidden beneath the city, its entrance often situated in inconspicuous corners, difficult for the average person to detect. Ilsa slowly descended along the narrow stone path. Moist droplets of water dripped from the walls, producing a faint ticking sound. Soon, the black market came into view. The familiar corridor resembled a vein beneath the earth, leading straight to the heart of Paro City. He navigated through the subterranean passage, each step taken with utmost caution, eager to avoid drawing unnecessary attention. The corridor of the black market remained rudimentary, with poor lighting, yet this only facilitated the guests in concealing their identities. After all, those venturing into the black market often harbored their own agendas, and no one could predict what would transpire in the next moment. Today, the black market was bustling with activity, numerous stalls erected throughout. Ilsa's primary objective for this visit was indeed the scarlet vine root and the emerald jellyfish. Other materials, while potentially expensive, were not impossible to procure. As he passed by various small stalls, each offering a myriad of mysterious items, ranging from magical potions to materials from rank creatures, he observed keenly. Despite spotting a variety of strange items, he still found nothing that met his needs, and his anxiety grew stronger. Consequently, Ilsa sought a secluded corner, erecting a worn wooden sign, inscribing several bold characters, and placing it before him. Seeking to purchase scarlet vine root and emerald jellyfish. Information or stock. After waiting for a considerable time, no one approached to engage him. Just as Ilsa sighed in resignation, someone tapped him on the shoulder from behind. Chapter 49. 2 glasses of wine. Ah, Mr. Mysterious, it has been quite some time. A familiar voice reached IRS's ears. He turned around and immediately recognized the newcomer, a handsome blond man clad in an elegant scholar's robe, his face adorned with monocles. Who else could it be but Jade, a member of the Scholar Association of Paro City? Why have you been absent for so long? IRS inquired with a smile, shaking his head lightly. Nothing particular, merely some matters I needed to attend to recently. But you, a distinguished member of the Scholar Association, appearing so brazenly in the black market and doing so with such frequency, does that truly seem appropriate? Yet, IRS reflected on his own frequent visits to old Doobie's little black room as part of a city guard squad, and he felt he had little right to condemn others. Upon hearing IRS's words, Jade's eyes suddenly brightened. Do tell, perhaps I can be of assistance. IRS nodded appreciatively. To be candid, I am also delving into the realm of sequential biology. I am currently seeking some rare materials, and I wonder if you might offer any leads. He hesitated, withholding too many details. You know how research is, he shrugged slightly. Perhaps you could provide me with some advice on whom to seek in the black market. Jade nodded with a smile. Of course, I am quite familiar with this area of the black market. Follow me, and I shall introduce you to a few acquaintances. IRS couldn't help but inwardly muse, is it truly suitable for you to be so well acquainted? Nevertheless, he hurried to keep pace with Jade. As they conversed, the two ventured deep into the black market, traversing various stalls and engaging with numerous patrons, yet they still found no news of the two sought-after items. However, IRS managed to procure the remaining formula materials, and due to Jade's status, many patrons were willing to extend him a favor, saving IRS quite a bit of coin. The remaining two materials will likely be difficult to find in Paro City, Jade sighed. Curiously, IRS asked, why is that? Allow me to introduce you to these two items, and you shall understand, Jade replied. The crimson vine root is simply the root of the crimson vine plant, which typically thrives in humid and warm environments, primarily found in tropical rainforests. The intricate patterns on the root are sometimes referred to as the root of bloodlines, as its extract is commonly used in concocting potions that enhance blood circulation. Moreover, it plays a significant role in various sequential potions, serving as a powerful stimulant that bestows the consumer with enhanced stamina and recuperative abilities. IRS listened intently, gradually forming a clearer understanding of the crimson vine root. Jade continued, as for the emerald jellyfish, this creature typically resides in deep-sea caves, its surface emanating a greenish luminescence akin to emeralds, hence its name. The tentacles contain a unique liquid that is vital in potion making. Extracts from the tentacles of the emerald jellyfish are used for detoxification and have widespread applications in certain alchemical techniques. IRS was entranced, sensing that this information might aid him in his quest for these materials within the black market. Jade went on, both the crimson vine root and the emerald jellyfish are extensively utilized in alchemy and sequential studies, but that is not the reason they are difficult to acquire. What is the reason, then? IRS pressed. Jade regarded IRS with a condescending gaze. Have you forgotten where Paro City is located? IRS paused for a moment, then realization dawned upon him. Damn it, I had completely overlooked that Paro City is an inland city. Where on earth would I find rainforest and deep-sea creatures? Nevertheless, IRS maintained a facade of calm, nodding thoughtfully. I see, that makes sense. Suddenly, Jade added an intriguing note. However, there is a place where you might obtain information about the Crimson Vine route.
IRS turned to him, all ears.
Jade continued, it is a bookstore with a peculiar name, and the proprietor is quite an eccentric old man.
IRS raised an eyebrow, puzzled. A bookstore, one that could lead to the Crimson Vine route?
You must be jesting. Jade nodded affirmatively. Indeed, though I have not visited personally, I have heard from others that this bookstore is quite extraordinary. The name of the place is rather whimsical, and the owner is a fascinating character.
Upon hearing this, IRS's expression shifted slightly as a particular establishment came to mind. He happened to know of a uniquely named bookstore, whose proprietor was indeed an elderly gentleman. The name of that bookstore was Friday. His suspicion was confirmed.
As for the emerald jellyfish, I suggest you inquire with the tavern owner.
He has sailed the seas in the past and may possess more knowledge than we do. Is that the same tavern we visited last time?
IRS asked. Although Old Doobie and Jade both claimed that the owner was a significant figure, IRS couldn't shake the feeling that the owner was somewhat untrustworthy. Jade merely nodded in agreement. IRS and Jade proceeded to the innermost recesses of the black market. Arriving at the bloodstained Midnight Tavern, the tavern was dimly lit, with flickering candlelight casting a somber and mysterious ambience. Approaching the bar, they found the proprietor awake this time, as several patrons had already arrived. The owner of the bloodstained Midnight Tavern was a rugged middle-aged man with a thick beard, his eyes reflecting a depth of experience.
He wiped a glass with a weathered hand and glanced up as they approached.
Mr. Martin, this is IRS, he has some inquiries he wishes to discuss with you, Jade introduced. Mr. Hubbard raised his gaze, momentarily silent, before a smile crept onto his lips, revealing an air of nonchalance born from worldly experience.
This is Mr.
Hubbard Martin, the tavern's owner. Jade turned to IRS for the introduction. He nodded, gesturing for them to take a seat.
We've come to seek some information from you, if you're amenable, IRS began, but Hubbard waved a hand, a smile gracing his features. First, let us have 2 glasses of wine.
It is only sincere to discuss matters over a drink.
He spoke softly. Jade seemed well versed in the routine, readily replying, then let us have a glass of abyssal night for me, and a night's kiss for my friend.
Upon hearing this, Hubbard's face displayed a hint of concern.
Ah, you do know how to indulge. My stock of moonlight crystal is running low.
He casually grabbed 2 glasses and a bottle of a clear liquid, within which shimmered a deep blue substance. The base of this abyssal night is primarily moonlight crystal, and it does not come cheap, Hubbard remarked with a tone of lament. This wine is called Moonlight Crystal, a unique brew gifted to me by an aging vintner. It is a proprietary concoction of his. Of course, you won't be able to purchase another bottle, as he has since passed away, Hubbard said, his voice resonating with a melodic yet somber quality. The bottle of Moonlight Crystal had a simple design, yet the faint blue patterns on its surface made it resemble a precious gem. As Hubbard gently twisted the bottle's cap, a delicate fragrance wafted through the air, akin to orchids blooming at midnight. IRS keenly noted the faint scars on Hubbard's fingers, testament to a life filled with trials and tribulations. With intense focus, Hubbard treated the process of mixing drinks as a sacred ritual. As he poured the liquid into the glass, the abyssal night took on an enchanting layered appearance, transitioning from deep blue to clarity, reminiscent of stars in the night sky, with a soft glow outlining the rim like a celestial river. Next, Hubbard retrieved a small vial filled with a deep red liquid, explaining, "This is the Night's Kiss, a rare fruit wine crafted from a berry that grows in remote mountains. It has a sweet taste accompanied by a rich berry aroma." At this moment, Hubbard carefully poured the Night's Kiss into the glass, transforming the mixture into a vivid display reminiscent of the evening sunset, the warm light intertwining with the red liquid to create a strikingly artistic tableau.
Gentlemen, your drinks are ready.
Abyssal Night and Night's Kiss, I hope you find them to your satisfaction. Hubbard smiled as he slid the glasses before IRS and Jade, one crimson, one azure. IRS lifted his glass, locking eyes with Jade before taking a small sip. The ruby-red liquid coursed down his throat, bursting with robust fruitiness and richness, akin to a blade striking his palate. Jade raised his glass as well, elegantly savoring the azure abyssal night, smiling as he remarked, "Now we may begin our discussion."
Hubbard turned his gaze towards IRS, lighting a pipe. "So, what is it you wish to inquire about?" Clearing his throat, IRS asked, "Have you ever heard of the emerald jellyfish?"
"Ah, the emerald jellyfish. That is quite a rare commodity," he replied, placing the pipe in his mouth and exhaling a puff of smoke. "The emerald jellyfish is an exceptionally rare sequential organism that dwells in the deep sea. Its blood is believed to possess immense vitality, making it exceedingly valuable." Jade took a gentle sip of the abyssal night, a faint smile gracing his lips as he added, "However, acquiring the blood of the emerald jellyfish is no easy feat. They are naturally timid creatures and will swiftly retreat into deep-sea caverns at the slightest hint of danger.
Beneath Hubbard's unseen hood, IRS activated his spirit sight, revealing a Sequence 3 sequencer, seemingly of Sequence 7.
No wonder he was so knowledgeable about the ocean. Chapter 50 The Blood of the Emerald Jellyfish. In the blood-soaked midnight tavern, several hooded patrons were indulging in their pipes, oblivious to the discourse between IRS and his companions. After downing a generous gulp of whiskey, the proprietor, Hubbard, offered a mysterious smile. "Well, you've come to the right person for inquiries. I happen to possess a small vial of emerald jellyfish blood." Upon hearing this, IRS's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Hubbard then retrieved a gilded box from his drawer, gently opening it to reveal a crystal-clear vial containing a vibrant emerald liquid. The fluid appeared to possess a heartbeat of its own, gently undulating, imparting a sense of vitality.
"Take a look.
It is undoubtedly of superior quality," Hubbard declared, pushing the box towards IRS, his gaze penetrating and intense. IRS gazed intently at the vial of emerald jellyfish blood, his desire swelling within him. Hubbard gestured towards a glass bottle atop the bar, in which a liquid glimmered faintly. "This is another vial of emerald jellyfish blood that I acquired from a friend not long ago. I am willing to sell it to you, however, there may be a price to pay."
IRS's expression shifted. A price? What sort of price?
Yet he understood that for such a rare substance, the cost would likely be steep. Hubbard inhaled deeply from his pipe, the smoke swirling languidly before him, his eyes revealing a merchant's shrewdness, intertwined with an inscrutable depth. He lightly tapped the bar, producing a soft echo, and said with a leisurely tone, "We can engage in a rather unique transaction."
IRS nodded slightly, encouraging him to continue. "I have heard that you frequent the wastelands.
I wonder if you are familiar with a creature classified as a Sequence 8 entity, known as the Ghost Month Fox," Hubbard elaborated slowly. IRS silently acknowledged, having seen the Ghost Month Fox documented among the common Sequence creatures just days prior.
"Ah, you are aware of it?
Then our conversation becomes much simpler. You should know that the Ghost Month Fox evolves from the Sequence 9 Night Fox, possessing 2 hearts, making it a rather precious material."
This revelation stirred IRS's interest.
He was aware that the heart of the Ghost Month Fox was also a sought-after alchemical ingredient. "I am in need of a Ghost Month Fox's heart. If you truly wish to obtain this vial of emerald jellyfish blood, you must exchange it for the heart." "A classic barter, as is customary in the black market," Hubbard stated with a calm demeanor. IRS pondered briefly. He might have a chance to acquire the Ghost Month Fox's heart, whereas the emerald jellyfish blood was beyond his grasp. After a moment's reflection, he recognized this as a rare opportunity and nodded in agreement. "Very well, but acquiring the Ghost Month Fox's heart will not be an easy task. I will require sufficient time."
Hubbard smiled leisurely. "Of course, as long as you acquire it, I am prepared to trade at any moment." He lifted his grimy whiskey bottle, clinking it gently against IRS's glass. "A pleasant collaboration."
IRS returned the smile, draining the contents of his cup.
"A pleasant collaboration indeed."
Upon returning to the black market corridor, IRS and Jade walked side by side, weaving through various stalls.
The dim glow of oil lamps and the cacophony of trade lent an eerie vibrancy to the market. "IRS, what do you intend to do with the emerald jellyfish blood?"
Jade inquired, curiosity evident in his eyes. IRS furrowed his brow, hesitating as he contemplated how to respond. He understood the need for discretion and concocted a plausible explanation.
"A few days ago, I came across an ancient tome on alchemical potions. It described an exceptionally potent healing elixir that requires this emerald jellyfish blood."
Jade's curiosity remained unabated. The healing elixir in an ancient tome, that sounds rather mysterious, but why would it involve the root of the crimson vine? IRS mumbled, "Heaven knows, perhaps it is for invigorating the blood." Jade, not having caught the full statement, wisely refrained from pressing further. In the shadowy realm of the black market, secrets abound, and each individual harbors their own mysteries, rendering further inquiry unnecessary. He gently patted IRS on the shoulder. "If this piques your interest, then pursue your studies diligently. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to inform me." IRS silently thanked his companion for not delving deeper. He nodded calmly. "Thank you, I will reach out if the need arises." The two gradually drifted apart, exiting the black market corridor and soon parting ways. Chapter 51 As the night deepens, the moon glows red. Upon his return to Old Doobie's modest abode, Ears beheld the elderly man diligently mending a weathered hunting rifle. Old Doobie lifted his gaze to the newly arrived Ears, a look of perplexity crossing his face.
"Ears? Have you been drinking?" Ears took a seat, exhaling a faint aroma of alcohol.
"Indeed, I had a conversation with the proprietor of Bloody Midnight." Old Doobie's interest peaked.
he set down the rifle and inquired, "So, any news regarding the red vine root and the emerald jellyfish?" "I have a lead." Ears replied, "Let me guess, you conversed with that old codger Hubbard?" Ears nodded, silently critiquing old Doobie's wrinkled visage, thinking to himself, in all honesty, old Doobie seems to have aged even further. Hubbard typically engages in barter. What does he seek this time? Ears perched himself on a low stool. Hubbard desires the heart of a ghostly moonfox, have you heard of it? Old Doobie furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before sighing, that creature hasn't made an appearance for quite some years. To my knowledge, Hubbard has ventured outside the city seeking it, hiring numerous hunters, all to no avail. Ears gazed at old Doobie, perplexed. Why is the ghostly moonfox so elusive? Although it is a rank 8 creature, it shouldn't be this rare. Old Doobie offered a wry smile, explaining, the ghostly moonfox is notoriously cunning, adept at evading human pursuit, especially at night, its concealment is unparalleled. Even if it were to stand before you, you might not perceive it, let alone capture it, unless old Doobie looked at Ears, his single green eye suddenly alight with realization. Ears too sensed the implication, and together they exclaimed, unless one possesses extraordinary observational skills. Old Doobie slapped his thigh with vigor, by the eternal moon, this is tailor-made for you. Truly, your keen eye has proven to be a worthy selection. If that is the case, it seems you alone in the entire Palau city might have the ability to locate the ghostly moonfox. Old Doobie stroked his chin, contemplating before retrieving an aged map from the table, spreading it out before them. Come, Ears, examine this map. It delineates the wilderness surrounding Palau City, and I have marked the territories inhabited by various rank creatures. Ears leaned in closer, scrutinizing the map. He noticed several regions encircled, each accompanied by annotations indicating the presence of different rank creatures. These encircled areas are frequented by common rank creatures. However, heed this warning, some areas are quite perilous and should be avoided, old Doobie cautioned, gesturing towards the map. Continuing his analysis, old Doobie eventually halted at 2 locations. These 2 regions, Ears, are where I believe the ghostly moonfox may reside. The first lies deep within the shadowy night forest, a dark and suitable habitat for the creature. The second is the Eye of the Wasteland, a vast expanse that remains dimly lit at night, also a potential territory for the ghostly moonfox. Ears attentively studied the map, absorbing old Doobie's insights. The shadowy night forest, a place shrouded in mystery and danger, boasted towering trees and dense foliage, making sunlight scarce even by day, and utterly dark by night. Numerous nocturnal rank creatures thrived within, including those skilled in camouflage and concealment, which elucidated why the ghostly moonfox chose this forest as its home. Old Doobie pointed to a symbol representing the forest, then, he directed his finger towards the second area, the symbol resembling the single eye upon his own face. The Eye of the Wasteland is relatively flat, yet that does not guarantee safety. It serves as a congregation point for various nocturnal rank creatures, including the swift and elusive shadowy antelope, which are particularly active at night. The ghostly moonfox preys upon these antelopes, making this area another potential encounter point. Ears nodded, committing the map to memory. Old Doobie regarded him with a serious expression. Remember, both locations harbor potential dangers, do not underestimate them. The ghostly moonfox is an exceptionally intelligent and cunning creature. Should it sense someone tracking it, it may resort to extreme measures to evade capture. Suddenly, old Doobie's brow furrowed as he pondered. However, I advise against venturing to either of those places in the near future. Ears shifted his gaze from the map, questioning, why not? Have you forgotten? Recently, there have been signs of a beast tide surrounding Palau City. Surely your officials have received reports? Ears' expression shifted to realization, recalling the unusual movements outside the city. The last time he ventured out, he noticed a stark decrease in the number of rank creatures roaming the wasteland. Ordinarily, he would have been beset by a pack of corpse wolves upon leaving the city, yet this time, he had traveled a good 10 kilometers before spotting any signs of them. This was highly abnormal. It felt as though the wasteland was luring him deeper into its grasp. Had it not been for his encounter with Mr. Blake, he might have found himself surrounded by a horde of rank creatures, ultimately succumbing to their overwhelming numbers. I understand, Ears replied, his voice tinged with gravity. He realized the need for careful consideration. Perhaps accumulating military merit to directly exchange for potions would be a safer course of action. Old Doobie regarded Ears thoughtfully. I am not suggesting you abandon your quest, merely advising you to exercise caution. If possible, it would be prudent to wait for the beast tide to pass before setting out. Ears contemplated for a moment, ultimately nodding in agreement. Thank you for your counsel, old Doobie. Life is paramount, and I am aware of that. Old Doobie gently patted Ears on the shoulder. Young man, possessing foresight and caution is indeed a sagacious approach. I wish you all the best. As the night deepened, the moon glowed red, and the youth returned home.